Hello everyone, and welcome to today's stream. This is going to be a big one, as we are looking at a potential 5 game stream here today. It is the game is the tournament finals are a best of 5, so it's going to be quite interesting because we might get all 5 games. That might be the longest stream on his channel, so I'm a little bit nervous. I will definitely have to take some breaks in between. But I'm curious. So I've not heard anything from them yet, but they said they aimed at doing picks and bans and everything way before, so that they can actually get ready to basically play around this time. So let's see. Just waiting a little bit before we get any information. Picks, and he can do them quite well. He has had quite some success. Some of them are also not off meta. For example, we've seen him playing Munte against I don't remember which armored division it was. Might have been Deutschland actually. And this is kind of like, this is one of those divisions that have their niche, and which is why, for example, they often don't get noticed by people because they're really doing the one thing particularly well. So if you're not playing that one kind of division, you will never see it, but it can actually be quite good of a counter, and this we've seen as well. So we can expect some really interesting picks, hopefully, from him. I hope we see something interesting. But also, Stardekk is just an absolute unit at the moment, and he's like, one thing that I've noticed in particular, or at least actually it's not myself that has noticed, but Mila's kind of brought this up. He's just trying things out and trying to find a new meta, because maybe what we think is the current meta might not actually be fully in, and he has been actually quite successful with some divisions I would not have expected. So I don't know. This is going to be one of the more interesting fans, I think. Solafin says, I'm surprised Gonzo isn't in the fans. Gonzo is not playing this season. I think he's basically retired. Last season was... I think he won that, and with that, he was like, I'm done. So that's that. We're not going to see much more here. But yeah. Other than that, let's see what we can expect. I hope we're going to get some good maps today. I think we're not going to see NOV again. Espresso has, in the last this and the last seasons are both FOB Arena seasons, terrorized Division 2 with NOV, and it was quite successful with it. So that is that, but I don't think we're actually going to see it today, because, I mean... No, it is known at this point, and obviously you can prepare for it if you know the counter pick is coming, or you just ban it at the end of the day. So it's not going to be something we will likely see, but hey, maybe, who knows. And more interesting if he baits people again, because whenever those times when he played NOV, he definitely baited people into picking divisions that he can counter with NOV. So let's see what we're going to get to see today. He's definitely not going to be, unless he has a good counter in mind, he's definitely not allowed to allow Stardekk to pick Deutschland, because that guy with his drilling here is an absolute menace. So that could be rough, unless he counter picks it with Munte again, which again is definitely not a bad counter pick. Oh, okay, so they are apparently a little bit behind. I'm doing picks and bans now, so I'm a little bit early with the stream. That's gonna take a while. So in that case, I think we do a quick play game, maybe, and then we're gonna watch them, because I think at the moment, right there. Okay, let's wait and see how fast they are with picks and bans. If it takes ages just to get a map, then we just do a little quick play game, so that you guys are not bored. If not, and also I will at some point not know what to talk about to kill the time. And if it is relatively fast, we can just wait, and then we can take a look at the divisions that they pick, talk about that while they finish their builds, and then we get into the game. But we might have to do some fillers with quick play anyway in between, so I'm not too worried about that. I have my so far not very successful Blinde rush deck for these kind of occasions. It's perfect to just hop into a quick play game and just try to rush down your opponent. And if it doesn't work, well, it's just at least a short game. If it works, it's also a short game. And it's perfect for these little waiting times. But we can already do a little poll here. I just want to see what you guys think. Who is coming out on top here? There we go. Go on and vote. Hello, Grim Guy. Nice to have you here. Sullivan says, I was playing against Espresso back in SC League and he was better by a mile and a half. For that reason, I'm rooting for Stardekk. I mean, Stardekk has been really strong so far. So I would not be surprised if it was Stardekk winning. However, Espresso has been having an absolute impressive journey. I mean, like winning Div 2 finals last year after the last season of SD League. He didn't make it in the playoffs, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least he lost in the playoffs. One of the two. But either of those two things happened. He either missed them or at least didn't make it. And I got second in that one, actually. I think. Yeah, I did. But he is obviously, he used to be good for quite a while, so it's not, something that is new that Espresso is good, but it's just ever since then, he is on fire, basically. He won a monthly, then he went on to win Division 2 last season. Now he is in the finals of Division 1, so basically he just got into the Division 1 this season, after winning Division 2 last season, and now he's already in the finals. Like, this is very, very impressive. So I think there is a realistic chance it's going to make. I mean, this would be quite the story, honestly. That would be really, really impressive. Although, that being said, even if he fails, I think it is already a massive achievement. So I honestly, I think Stardekk might win this because of how good he is at the moment. And I just like to kind of see a little bit of fresh wind that he brings in. So this is why I think I would definitely find it good if Stardekk wins. But at the same time, Espresso, I really would love him to see getting his win just because of how impressive of a journey that is. But let's see what we get. Do we get any news? No. Okay, so while they do the deck building and everything, let's just do a little quick play game with the Blinde rush deck. And then we can also put a little thing here. Just need to... Hello, Wimpa Jibbers. Need to remember how to change the text so I can have this up for people joining in, that I don't need to explain it. And then there we go. All right, we do this. So we do the Blinde rush build, which is most likely gonna fail very badly. And once I failed with that one, the picks and bans should probably be done. Is kind of how it goes. Nothing says, yeah, when I was playing against Espresso, it was like Division 3 or 4, and he's way ahead skill-wise. He's really impressive, this guy. It's absolutely crazy. He showed me how to build VDD. I haven't seen Stardekk practices at all. Yeah, this is true. I mean, Stardekk could be out of... I mean, he was away for a bit. This is why they play so late, I think. So, might not actually be that easy for him. Hello, Moolbrook and Yapasa, by the way. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've not seen Espresso practicing either, but I've also never ever seen him practice. I guess he just plays quick play. I don't know. But definitely seen Stardekk, and not seen Stardekk practicing much either at the moment. And he's at least actively using the LFG, so for him, you kind of know. I think that if he's not posting there, doesn't really work. Urk says, pausing graduation parties to watch this. Oh, you've graduated. Honestly, the Blinder Rush tends to work better in team game where your starting points are lower. But hello, we'll be watching until my train starts moving. And my nose. Oh no, that is very sad. Hopefully it takes a while so you can at least see one or two of the games. But you say you wait until the train starts moving, that does not really sound very good. Okay. Crap map, we don't care. We ball in. It's like we either win this or lose this. We do get some recon planes, and we're just gonna, I think, this is very ballsy. But yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, if he's actually a noob, then I'm really, really sorry, because the rush deck is meant for one thing. I cannot go easy on him because the deck is really not made for this. Okay, I cannot do this then. I cannot do this then. No. No. I don't want to be that guy. No, I'm giving a little bit of a grind. I don't like, if he's a new player who just opened the queue, I don't want to discourage him by just rushing in. I mean, this is not productive for the community as a whole. Like I recorded a lot of games, a lot of footage yesterday for videos in the future. And well, I usually try to actually, explain things while I'm playing a newer player, but I can't really do that while I'm also talking to you guys. It's just a little bit too much, so I can't really do that. But what I was gonna say. Yeah, I recorded a lot of stuff yesterday for playing Air Division and some casts, so that I'm a little bit ahead because I will be away the next 2 weeks for a few days. And I I had one particular game where I just air spammed my opponent to death and then realized I just had to stop because there was a massive skill difference, obviously, and I just could not justify myself going on. Oh, there's actually good suggestions, I love it. Also, not just my guide. Also, attack power stuff. Okay, we gotta go in defensively. I let him push a little bit. I'm gonna get this flag, and then I'll let him go from there. It's attack power gaming. All right. Okay, this is actually setting me back a lot because I just wanted to quickly stomp or get stomped. So we got to use these guys defensively. I don't think there is much we can like put one of these guys. How worth it is training against the AI? Training against the AI is basically useful at the start to get like the basics. So when you learn how to use your units, how they even work, how the whole, the frontline thingy works and the flags and everything. So playing AI for a few hours is definitely useful. If you want to get into PvP, I recommend you to do it as early as you can, though. So basically, once you got the basic concepts of the game, right? I'm not talking about having a basic skill set, because the problem is what the AI does not really translate to how a human plays. So you can forget a lot of what you learn against the AI when you start playing against actual humans. And because of that, I would recommend play it a little bit until you kind of get the hang. Maybe, you know, if you see that you're super slow with micro, it's actually also good to play against the AI a little bit, kind of speed up on your micro a little bit, but really like try to force yourself to get faster with your micro. And once you get the hang out of that, hop into quick play. I know you will suffer. I'm really sorry. This is unfortunately just how it is with the small player base that we have. There will just be a lot of better players. It is kind of unavoidable. But at least you know how the units work, how some of the mechanics work, these kind of thing. You may know some matchups. You may be aware that okay, the T-3045 at 2K distance, 2,000 meter distance, will not win against a Tiger. You know, both of them have the range and these kind of things. So you see what I mean? It's just get the basic concepts right so that you know how to use your units and then hop into quick play. This is what I would recommend. I'm gonna get some recon, like up here maybe. I'm never sure if I should put it here or just like with balling, put it over there. Just me grinding away with very hard AI as Korok Tatalek. The mechanics seem the same, except the AI spam is the higher difficulty. Yes, but this is exactly the thing, right? You learn how to face AI spam and not a player, because a player plays way smarter than the AI does. So this is why I'm saying they're really not comparable. And it makes sense. Again, only if you actually want to start playing quick play. Only then is it really useful. Otherwise, there's no point in it, right? If you're just happy to play the AI, then continue on playing it forever. There's nothing wrong with that. It depends on what you do enjoy. All right, we do a little bit of screw it, of rushing here. A mild version of it. And what else can we get? 50 cal maybe in some angle. Not a useful position. This may be a useful position. It's mostly a useless position. The problem is not really meant to not deploy in a spamming way. We can try to flank with some of these guys and then get in with some pioneers through the side. Alright, ready. Good luck, have fun. I'm taking it a bit slower here. The AI really doesn't play the same at all as PP. Yep, this is very true. It says on the high difficulties they get extra income and extra ability. Yep, but players obviously do not. So no updates in the meantime. So I'm just gonna take my sweet time with this guy and hope that he has not been lying to me. There's one guy in the queue who always says he's a noob and he's not. But honestly, since I'm looking for a short game, if he lied, I don't care. I don't think he does. At least the name doesn't ring a bell. I think it was another guy that usually did that. I'm definitely not a huge fan of the matchup on this map, I can tell you that much. So rushing would kind of be the best thing you can do, because then you get like out of this killing field over here that he can just spam with Nebbles, which is definitely not so great. Oh, I forgot to do one important thing, didn't I? And that is to actually put any unit over there. So we're gonna do that like so. Because otherwise I'm gonna lose 2 flags over here for basically nothing. That's what happens when you take it very slow and chilled and relaxed. There's an AT gun up here. mean, his infantry coming in, a lot of it is supporting units of his, at least going very defensive. I'm not sure if he actually expects a rush or if he's just... Oh. A little bit too fast over there. No, 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 no. No, sir. Oh, yes, the A8s. Forgot about that. No fun allowed. Probably going to suicide the plane. I suicide a lot of planes. Oh, okay. Hold on, what's the... Oh, the bad resilience. Whoops. Whoopsie doopsie. That's kind of a stupid mistake. Right, we got in. There's an early mortar. Oh, okay. Yeah, also he needs some tanks with his deployment. Get another tank in here. Actually, I have tanks. I just need to push with them. Alright. We can... No, it is a bit too deep for DB. Let's secure it off. Both of us. It's actually a bit too deep. And turns out he's level 40 and just rolls you up. I mean, again, as I said, it's fine. I don't actually need it, but some of the plays he does kind of make it look like he's a newer player to me. I don't see a lot at the moment that convinces me that he's not a new player. Obviously, there's also a really bad way of pushing into town, as a lot of units can just easily die here. But it's okay. I was not buying any aid to deal with this, so just let me double check. No results on picks and bans. Oh, there's bazooka there. Boo-boo. Can get a mortar going. Starting soon. Okay. Might have wasted a bit too much time here. And then once the A is here, we can actually start using the DB. Very good. Probably just went like so. Not that close, please. Right, we're gonna bomb this right here with the DB. Honestly, we can just do this. Get rid of both these AT guns. And you can fly back, then you can fly back. We have the both over here. And both should get away. Right, let's push this.
Je vous écoute. Affirmatif. On nous tire dessus. Bon rapport.
Get the flag. Castle Vanguard versus 10th Tank Vanguard. Okay. What is the map? Alright, there is gonna be... Let's get some recon in here as well. And more pioneers in here. Some more sapeurs in here. Right, we got that. Fire support. Oh, we can actually bring this guy forward now. Can also buy a new one for that. In here. One of these guys in there. Sherman in there. Now we can move this guy up. Another AT gun up there. Stop shooting at this thing, please. Alright, let's get the recon plane going again. And let's go. Oh, and we got panned by my spy. That's good. This could be a bazooka unit. Could have been. Let's get 50 cals in here. Lock down the open over there. We can also get some flamers in there. We can actually get some flamers up here. I mean, they come in a transport that is amphibic. So... I mean, we can just finish this off now. Something's up here. But also, oh, he is the unit that he has is up here because of the front line. Look at it, how far over here it is. So if I can set like a bomber over there. Then... Oh, I forgot that some of the ones that I call in are not even 50 cals, but it's alright. I guess we can get 50 cal like in here. Oh, it's not even a good building. This one's a good building though. I'm gonna put it in that building. Which one did I say? This one? This one. Good building. Good Panzer IV over there. It's an annoying spot. What can you see? Oh, the new over. No. This might be an AT gun here. We can retreat these guys. Oh, no. Mike. Right. I know I'm a little bit ahead of myself there, but actually we can get something better now. Yeah, this... No, you're not supposed to do that. And DB's ready again. We're just gonna bomb this. Yeah, we might even get this flag. At least for a little bit. Sherman's died. It's alright. Oh, actually, it's over here.
Bien joué, les gars. En attente d'objectif.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Actually, quite wrong. Well, we can get this thing right there. And get some of our volontaire over there.
Caballeros, comprueben munición.
I did not call you back, did I? Oh, there's an IG-33. Is my... No. My big guy died. You can actually move up here as well. But okay, I think this should be a safe position.
¿Tiene órdenes, mi capitán?
They're not a CQC unit, but assuming that I've cleared out most of the CQC here, it should do okay with 3 Thompsons and some M7 Garands.
Le canon est prêt. On bouge et restez
I have to
sur
be
vos gardes.
careful because obviously I'm a bit afraid of those nasty little IG-33. Oh, look at that, it's actually working. Wow. Okay, no. Oh, the IG-33 is over there. Yeah, oops. Okay. Oh, that is in range. We can just spam some of these guys out and that will probably do the trick.
Première compagnie, au rapport.
Oh, wow, look at that force over here. Oh. We just leave cover over here and then both those things together will probably run the IG-33 over there. Oh, there's a Puma over here. I need to close the gap here a little bit. Don't have a chance against this.
On va faire au mieux.
I mean, we can just do the volontaires over there now.
Oui, mon commandant.
This is going to be the flamer. This is not so good.
Gaffe aux intervalles. Un médecin. Section en marche.
Let's get a mortar half check in here.
Cavalerie, à votre service. On part à la chasse aux boches.
Right, we can push that again. You guys can push over here now. We can also try to get you in there. Oh, something killed my steward. Well, most likely.
Oui, mon commandant. Merde, je peux pas passer loin. Allumez tous les cheveux que vous verrez. Bien joué, le dentu. Oui, quels sont les ordres? Un médecin. Première compagnie, au rapport. Ah, on est bien tiré. Affirmatif.
We actually need to throw the TNT. Okay, we threw it anyway.
Oui, gros but. On nous tire dessus.
I'm gonna get a recon plane, but whatever is
Je
over
vous
here,
écoute,
and we
contrôle.
bomb it, and then we're gonna send in some stewards. Some one up there, and I think one car of supper, and they will probably do it. Yeah, okay.
Chauffe par ici. Quels sont les ordres?
Okay, TNT's reloaded. We can engage again. Okay, the Panther. This is the one thing. This is one of the things that this division really cannot fight.
Oui, chef.
So don't do that. Playing against AI is mainly to practice mechanics control, in my opinion. Yes, absolutely. This is also my opinion on this.
Les réservoirs sont pleins.
Let's get some supper over here. The extra threats at play are totally different from humans. Absolutely agree.
Bien joué, les gars.
What are you seeing? What are you seeing? Oh, you see the volunteer.
Cavalerie, à votre service.
Oh, you see some...
Ennemi à 1 heure.
Yeah, I don't care.
Couchez-vous. Bordel, on se fait allumer.
Okay, I want to actually get on the back of this.
Hostile engagé.
Let's see if it can do something. Should be quite fast. Oh no, we're gonna have another head-on situation over here. Not good, not good. I'm gonna lose it. Yeah, I didn't expect it to turn this fast.
Si quelqu'un se cache ici, il est mort.
It's gonna get forced off by the both of us before my bomber arrive.
Et on tire à vue.
No, he called it back. Mistake there. Okay, I'm not a huge fan of that. Whee! That's even just losing a lot of things over there now. Doesn't really matter that much anyway. Oh, I forgot I have this guy. You can just shoot at whatever you can see. Get some more volontaires over there. Oh, come on. You can start shooting at this guy. No, you can. I'm gonna bring some more infantry in there. It's gonna be alright. Does he have AT? He does have AT, so he can't get too close. So we're gonna go over there first. That way, we should probably do it. I need to get some actual infantry in here. Oh, crap. It's very rare that people use these things. So it's not even rare that this thing still exists. Oh, there's a pack 40, I think, like over there. We're gonna back up a little bit and we can just finish it off with our infantry. There it is. Found it. On Orsha East. 10th tank, Maverick on Orsha East. Yeah, makes sense. Castle on Orsha East makes sense too. So. Oh, you can't see shit in there.
Vérifiez vos munitions, soldats. On part à la chasse aux boches.
Nope. Alright, we're gonna have to wait over there a little bit, but it's okay, we're not in a hurry anyway. Oh, he killed off my enforcements over there. Can't have that. AT gun's gonna show up over here, pretty sure, based on the front line. I think I saw a little bit of movement over there. Oh, this guy was spotted by the pack 40. Woo. Let's retreat for a little bit. Something died over here. No, not my transport. But it doesn't really matter. So many bazookas over here. This is disgusting. Let's see if we can get a machine gun in here as well. I mean, we're just spamming away in here. Not very sophisticated, I'm aware of that. Oh wow, that's really unlucky for him. Gun jammed. Okay, we think we can stop this little adventure right there. See what we can do with that. I got that flag back. Let's bring some more of these guys in here. Also use this guy. He even has a Panzertrack in there. That is dedication. Can also do this. GG, and well played. And then we can go on. Oh, he spotted his first Nebel. Just unfortunately for him, a little bit late. Alright, I assume they should be ready by now. Yeah, it's really very new. Alright, was a pleasure to meet you, and I hope I have more luck in the next few games, if you're watching this. I will also wishes to him if he's not watching this, but... Let's see. Yep, they have actually started in deployment. Perfect. Perfect timing. Let's go. There we go. This is what we're actually waiting for. I'm closing the poll now. So 65% think Stardekk's going to win. Now, let's also see who you think wins this matchup. I've not looked yet who is playing what, so... Do you want to see first who's playing which division before I do the poll, or do you want to first see... or should I just make the poll which division wins? Or do you want to have this tied to the player? Which one do you want to have? Because obviously we can, if you all think Stardekk is better and he's playing the disfavored division, that might change your opinion, or maybe not. I don't know. Which one do you prefer? No opinions. Let's do the vote then for the diff. And Thank or Castle, which one wins? Also, let's see. So Stardekk is playing 10th God Tank, and Castle is being played by Espresso. We can skip ahead here a little bit for the deployment. Actually, I should have waited and let you vote before I told you who is playing what, because now it's not going to change much. Anyway, just vote for the division in combination with the player, I reckon. This is actually going to be quite interesting, because 10th Tank is not really known for having a ton of infantry, if I remember correctly. But, oh yeah, it does Andrusha, that's right. And Andrusha is generally strong. On this map, it's very strong, because you're very, like... If you lose the hill, or if you don't lose the hill, like, you know your opponent's sitting in here, or in here. If you lose the hill, your opponent, you know your opponent is sitting somewhere in here and in here. You can just Andrusha strike that. Same thing over here, really. If you lose this, your opponent's sitting in over here, and then here. Yeah, relatively straightforward. And over here, it's even easier. So, Andrusha's quite powerful. But he does not have an endless amount of infantry. He has to use his tanks a lot. I've seen Stardekk playing with a division here once where he used a lot of tanks. I think it was in a monthly tournament game, something like that. It was a pretty crazy play, so who knows what we can expect here. But I would not expect 10th tank here, but I can definitely see why he does it. Oh, he has to U2. Oh, he has two of those right at the start. Yeah, those are really dangerous. And oh, he sends them in pre-aimed so that when they arrive and see something, they can actually start dropping bombs. Not something you see very often, because otherwise sometimes you fly them and then you make them ground attack and they turn away because they can't die fast enough. So you can kind of circumvent it. Sorry, you can kind of circumvent it this way, which is pretty cool. Hello, Froblord. So down south, yeah, this is a typical Froblord play. He has not put anything. He has not even put a Flamer or a Sapphire PPSH there. It just plans on being able to take it back. Very often you see Stardekk pushing on this hill over there, but he does not do it this time, and it's all just rush. But Espresso is ready for it. And he has the rush countering there. But no, he's paying attention. His Panzergran is unloading. Stardekk losing some units here in the transport, definitely. Oh, by the way, we should stop this now. Obviously, you cannot. There we go. Typical fraud. Did I say Froblord play? Stardekk play, sorry. He's just pushing hard here, completely ignoring this. Yeah, I mean Stardekk, sorry, I was busy saying hello to you. the name got stuck. You see this a lot, even in videos lately. I'm so bad with it. I say the wrong name so often. Oh, we do have an SCGF Z1. I've missed that. Which is huge because it can force these two cheap planes off. Now we have a reinforcement of the T-44 Sovjetka. Immediately come in, and the T-4045, and the SU-122. Like 5 Superi with transport sniped. MVP AT rifles. Yeah, they're actually quite good. I mean, if you know that it's coming in the FAT rifle, AT rifles are really good for that, preventing just that. That's a scary tank platoon. Yeah, although, I don't know, even against the Panzer IV, the Stück. Up close, the problem is the Stück can uptrade very, very nicely, but this combo here, the SU-122 can just one-shot the Stück, and if not, these two will finish it up, definitely. The Stück will get 1 pen out of this, and that's it. Close range SU-122, not something you see every day. Stardekk is 12 health, despite Stardekk just giving this up completely. Now he brings just some units up there to defend. Again, this is typical Stardekk play. He knows no holding back of this. Lost these 2 flags over here. I just gained these 2 flags, lost that one, just doesn't care. Kessel gets a couple of Stück force, right? Yes, they do, but obviously those will still generally lose out against T-44. And unfortunately, as well, the price differences, they're not that big anymore. And a tank should win any armor engagement and great tools to deal with the infantry. Yes, the main issue that, why I say that the T-4045 can be problematic at this range is that you can get poor traits. Something like a Panzer IV or a Marder can very easily still kill it. So even if on average you win your tank engagement, you can still on average trade poorly, if that makes sense. That is the risk here. But outside of that, look at the super balls he plays. Wow. Really crazy. Just more and more tanks coming in, a little bit of infantry. U2's over here going for some bombing runs. I mean, I love the aggression here, but the problem is now he doesn't really have the right amount and type of infantry to really push close up here. This is a bit of a problem for him, because obviously he cannot just drive to the edge of the hill. If your opponent is holding this, is like close enough over here, you cannot just push to the edge, because then you run at risk of getting bazookaed. Bazooka sitting down here can easily kill you, and there's a Panzerschreck coming to just do exactly that, right? It's the Brandenburg here which stops any infantry getting close, and the Panzerschreck also being there to prevent any tanks from getting close, and this is the perfect combination over here. But it means that Espresso will now be so busy just fighting over this that Stardekk can slowly start moving into this, which I think we see coming here very slowly. Also, nice play over here. Stardekk is just completely ignoring this and moving over there, although I would probably prefer to do that if I was him with the T-44 85 Sovjetka, which is also coming, because you need division. This is really scary though. Getting 4 Marders, oh, it's actually 3 Marders in the Panzer IV, but still, getting 3 Marders in the Panzer IV here will generally win out against these, because they just shoot faster and they will have no problem pinning it. Robert says, just noticed Espresso's Vanguard, that could become a problem. Yes, indeed. Although, Vanguard not winning immediately is not, you know, not the end of the world. Ultimately, you can still win, but it's definitely not ideal. Now, once the Valentines arrive, that changes things drastically, because they can also do quite well against the Marder. Or the Panzerschreck here is not in the right position. Oh no, this guy's just driving in here anyway, but it's also Panzerschreck raiding. And this is not going to be easy to grab. You will need some air for this, probably. AT coming in here now. Brandenburg just continuously gets bombed. And again, another one is coming. But now there's a Focke-Wulf, so all of those are probably going to die. This one may not even get the bombs on. It takes like halfway through B4 the income to even out. Less than that, I think. No, yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah, you should be right. But that is assuming that trades were good, which so far I'm not so sure. All the U2s are dealt with. Focke-Wulf circling around. Unbothered T-34 should lose against the Marder. Both got a pen. Marders is engaging while the Panzer IV is coming, and then they can double team it. Yeah, the Afters try to get in here, but the secrecy is too good. Problem for Stardekk in the long run can definitely be that, first of all, Espresso has more infantry than him, to go along. Also, Also, he has endless Heggies, so CQC find the longer the game goes, the trickier they become. Stardekk. Frobble says you don't need to win immediately, but you need the initiative. Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right. Tank block pushing forward. Never really seen this leader being used. It's chunky, it's nice, but no radio. Nothing special. Oh, Marder spots a T-3045. This one spots the Marder as well. Oh, I guess that one just barely escapes. Ooh, Marder goes down. Oh! SE goes down to the Marder. That's an important kill because this thing could have been quite the problem. Quite the headache over here. The Valentine blob has arrived. This is actually really dangerous because outside of the Stük, they can really face anything over here. Like, they can... That's the BA that finished the Marder. Over here? Where? No. Over here? Or where did the BA-10 finish the Marder? Over here? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, the Panzer IV died to the BA-10. Oh, that's bad. Gonna get bombed now, but I mean... No, it's the after that's getting bombed. I mean, you can be happy to take that. You can be very happy to take that. So Perry here, fighting a bit too much at range. Marder pushing forward, Panzer IV pushing forward. I mean, the thing about this is that Espresso is now so focused on getting back on the hill. Stardekk can now, and I think this is the genius of Stardekk doing this. However, it only really works if your opponent has basically nothing over here, which is the case right now. Because Stardekk can now just start shifting through over here to over there and start getting it. Well, there's a great counter for Marders and even Panzer IV. Yep. Again, he needs a Stük to deal with those. And if they're super close and is such a massive block, they can potentially overpen against a Stük as well. Against a Stük 4 is going to be tricky, but the Stük 3 I think they can take on. The Recon ones have 75 pen, right? Yes, they do. Yep. Hold on, let me pull out one. There we go. That's really good. That's really good. Well, we're talking about the Recon Valentine's Lizek. They are not a counter to everything, but they still counter a lot of things. Like, again, I would still be scared just, like, if you have a blob of those. One is okay, but a blob of those, I would not want to send my Stük 3 against that. Because with the rate of fire, they will probably at some point just overpen and kill it. And it costs you nothing. You can buy 3 3/4 of those for a Stük, and they will probably take it out. If you're really close, that is. And there comes the PE2. Just bombs this into oblivion. And Stardekk has time. Espresso gets the 3rd-11, but I think Stardekk is way stronger on the map at the moment. I think he has... Well, a lot of his stuff is also cheap, but I still think he's better in terms of trades. So he can just afford to spend some time on it. And now we see the shift happening. Yeah, it just continues to poke like into this area at different places so that the Panzer IVs need to realign. And get in there. Okay, so it's not really Panzer IV at range, Stüks at range, pretty much all these normal tanks. I mean, the Valentine is countered by pretty much everything at range, but this is not really a scenario that you would use the Valentine anyway, so it's kind of pointless, if that makes sense. Like, this thing is a close range tool anyway. And at close range, it really... Lizek is definitely not wrong. Although... Or not entirely, at least, because it will be countered by something like a Sherman. Again, a Stük 4 is also not that nice. But, oh, the Rozvedka one died. This is actually huge, because this would be much, much stronger to fight those because of the recon ability than this thing is. T-34 getting close, not a problem. Although the Stük might actually seed before this guy can see the Panzer IV. No, it does not. T-34 if it's low, long... Oh, double team there. Oh, this one has already been damaged. Down it goes. Stardekk getting a pen, immediately pulling back again. It's just really good use there of his tank. Very good tank micro. Oh, 149 off map over here. This could be a problem. Obviously, the Valentines are quite strong here. Or could buy Marder. Got 1 pen on the Valentine, but oh, it's suffering from oppression, I think, and down it goes. Over here, we do see a fresh counter-attack. Stardekk actually, I think these were in previously. But, oh, the IC want to do will delete that Heggy. And now we have another armor blob coming in. Pushing onto the hill again. This hill is actually really strong, and Stardekk is a master of using this properly. I've tried it so many times to make use of it properly, and I fail every time, but Stardekk really knows how to do it. But the off-map again can be a bit of a... Oh, Valentine at this range against the Panzer IV. That can actually bounce, yeah. Might also get a pen here. No, Focke-Wulf bombing. I think it's... No, it turns away. Panzerschreck coming in. Yeah, he does not need to risk his Panzer IV. I mean, he definitely needs to fall back to that one. Yeah, he's falling back, actually, he's noticed. Nice to see so many T-34-5s. Yeah, I mean, T-34-5s are actually quite good, in my opinion. It just... They're a bit more situational than you would want. This is at least my take on them. I know some people may see this differently, and I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm also... I know that I'm also not... an expert and don't know everything, but in my opinion they are rather good at outrange, like fighting Axis at range and then fighting allies up close, basically. Unless you run into something like a M10, that's a bit of a problem. Oh yeah, it's gonna get double team now at 17, at like 1500 meter range, or even like 1750 meter preferably, but even at 1500 meter range, they will do quite well against a Stück or a Panzer IV. But the closer these get, the more easily they can pen it. We have another one coming in now. Off-map is going to get dropped though. It's going to hurt a little bit. Quite a bit actually. There's a lot of infantry there. Mortars coming in. Third land for Espresso once again. And Russia has made its way on the battlefield. We have reached the Maverick income now. T-34, T-45 tanking some shots in the meantime. Oh, but there we go. Down it goes. Another one coming in. Again, if you can stay at a distance, it's fine. If not, we have a problem. The P run continues going after some... Oh, we've missed a massacre over here. These guys have just slaughtered all the armor over here. This is a big problem. Those are really, like... That's a massive armor push I could just delete it over there. That's horrible traits. And that is... Espresso is regaining the momentum at the moment. That could even more take even that could take away even more momentum as Stardekk has. Oh, but this is gonna hurt. How many salvo is gonna use? Is he gonna use the whole salvo? No. Vandenberg is still alive though. Oh, never mind. And that is a flag regained. Tanko tried to get too close. Panzerschrecks kill it. Andrusha's being retargeted. Oh, the Valentine blob here though. Dangerous Su-57s and T-34 over here as well. A lot of units over here. Loader knocked out on the Stück. That's a problem. Oh, but they're busy shooting the Stück and not the Marder now. Retargeted. Marder goes down. Next off-map is being dropped though. Stardekk has to be a little bit careful with how he puts his air, because the next off-map volley after that one might as well just get it. We do see the counter pushing over here, but there's a 40mm there in position. Tanko and Rozvedka will not get in there. Castle Curse never misses. Yep, Castle Curse is live. Confirmed, guys. Push for the time being here. Stopped by the Andrusha. Ammo is coming in over here. Units get slaughtered. Rozvedka is out now. These units are not in position. Espresso is not noticing. The 40mm is not... Oh, it has the HE turned off. I was going to say it should have HE. But it's turned off, so Rozvedka can maybe finish it off. Panzergren and Brandenburg are now moving up, but Rozvedka... he might just finish it off. Don't underestimate those SVTs. No. Panzergren immediately pins it. A lot of things pin here. Oh no, the off-map still blasting. Or goes on again, actually. Yeah, Stardekk was a little bit too early with pushing forward over here. You can, like, he's seen one off-map. It's kind of obvious that another one should come at some point. I'm surprised he did not hold back. Marder's in position over here. Hofer's over there as well, so the U2's easily going to get stopped. Saperi and Rozvedka pushing into here. It's just a Hegi and the leader holding this, so this can actually be pushed. S85 now coming in as well. That can all steal Stück. T-34 falling back. If the T-34 is sitting like back here against the Stück, that's a good range for the T-34, I would reckon. At distance they can actually fight. BA-10 bullying the Panzergren, but it's running low on ammo actually. U2 coming in back in over here. I mean, why not? There's still nothing over here. The 40mm is not in position. This thing will miss it though. The aim might need to be adjusted slightly. I don't think Stardekk is paying attention though. If he misses this, and he can move it in time, no, he has adjusted. And he got the bomb off. This is huge, because these can get in safely. The Brandenburg cannot do anything to it. Oh, the Panzerwreck though can. The trades for Espresso feel insane. Feels like Stardekk has little to nothing on the flanks. Yeah, I think Stardekk has been outrating Espresso at the start, and then he's just kind of lost too many tanks here. He tried to be he was too aggressive with his tanks over here, and just didn't really respect Espresso trying to push back. And obviously the off-map now has done massive damage. So the off-map is actually a real issue. And the other thing is this tank block. I mean, look at how many tanks he lost over here. It looks like the T-3045 Recon also, I don't see it shifted anywhere, so it was killed off as well. Probably by the Marder. We had 2 Su-57s dying here, 2 T-34s, I think. So just a lot of damage over here. Tanker getting in here. But, yeah, so as I was going to say, Stardekk needs to unload here because the 40 mil is opening up on it. Egg is also opening up. This one is not surrendered. Pushing for it. 1410 for a brief moment. Oh. Yeah, just riding through here. Encirclement happening. Tanker getting into forward position there. Just creating a lot of pressure. Brandenburg is still alive though. Panzerwreck also still alive. Tanker chasing the Panzergrenadier, which could definitely be problematic. Another Andrusha coming in. 15-9 for Stardekk. It's a very, very, very thin hold though. This is what he really has. This is just meant to go away very, very quickly. Very soon. Oh, some more armor fighting over here. Panzer IV versus T-3045. T-3045 is trying to fall back. There's nothing here that can shoot at it, so it's safe for the moment. Not sure what the Stück 3 is seeing. I see the transport over there. Panzerwreck's coming in. Stück also trying to come in. 40 mil just being unloaded right now. Panzergrenadier is on the run. In a weird position. Brandenburger tries to push in. Up close. I think the tanker could potentially kill it off. And they might miss each other. Or even worse. The tanker might be in the open when it meets the Brandenburger. Should be horrible. A went down for Stardekk. Did the 40 die? Oh yeah, his A did die. I mean, it was very close over here, so the off-map might have killed it, or the tank block, because it was kind of on the road. Oh, but there comes an Andrusha strike, and that's a big one. Actually, no, it was a little bit too far back. It's going after this. I don't think he sees the Panzer IV. He just knows that things are usually over there, so he kind of expects it to be. Oh, wow. That's a bit too ballsy. Oh, but these are casemated tanks that first need to turn. S-85 is going to get the first shot off. Side damage. Huge. Falling back immediately. Oh, this is a play. This is a play. S-85 gets spotted by the Panzer IV. Falling back. Over here, Brandenburger takes out the Tanko, and it looks like it did not even take damage. So I'm fairly certain this was really just because of the machine gun. Because of the TNT. Sorry, no, the machine guns, yeah. You just killed it off easily with the MG42s and the G43s. Outranged it. There comes the other Andrusha strike. Slightly adjusted actually, so they might also hit the Stück. Oh, yeah, Espresso can basically not have anything stationary. Otherwise, it's likely to die. This salvo though, not doing that much damage. Oh, I could take out the Stück. No, it does not. This one though, almost reloaded, almost ready to go again. Brandenburger just pinned, not that. Panzergrenadier moving forward because that one can actually kill it. More reinforcements coming in the form of a Tanko. No, it looks like the Panzerwreck here did get kill off. That risk at least has been dealt with. Panzerwreck here, oh, dangerous. But the Tanko is gonna unload right in front of it safely. Tanko gets in here, TNT gets thrown. Brandenburg is still alive, T-34 now pushing forward. Nothing here to really stop it, but there is at least the recon in to spot for it. We get side-shotted over here. Dragon Escape, so glad this game's still hanging in there. Played S2 since its release. Shame the community is getting smaller. Hopefully S3 is in the pipeline. Hopefully, yeah, I hope for this too, definitely. After I could actually just drive in and surrender things over here. But yeah, it's definitely nice to see that it's still alive. Crystal says the Nebel killed 2 Brandenburgers at least. Yeah, it could work. Oh, and the tanker now pushing forward. Can easily kill off those. Leader dying is kind of huge as well. Next volley coming in. Unfortunately, there's nothing over here. All the units sitting back here, so it's not really doing that much. Oh, that one is going to hurt. Not as much. Everything falling back as one pours a parry trying to push forward and get to them. But Stardekk is burning his ammo on Andrusha at an alarming rate, so he will run out of it eventually. Tanko coming in here to deal with the Brandenburger. The Panzergrenadier has been surrendered. Tank is slowly pushing forward against the Brandenburger. That will probably, with maybe some armor support, no, they can't see it, so it might not actually finish it off. Well, with the cover difference, maybe. And the TNT needs forces to move. Yep. There we go. It's not the first time I've seen this. Tangos are actually dangerous for Brandenburg. Unless you are in, like, cover and it's fully... Yeah. But it just takes too much suppression in towns. I don't like Brandenburg there against CQC units, specifically. P2 coming in. Very deep, actually. That's... Yeah, the Bofors will probably stop that. As I said, it's too far away, probably. T-34 pushing forward. There is nothing really to deal with that. This thing does not have any AT. But there's a Panzerschreck over here, actually. Oh, but it has been unloaded. Stryk will also stop it if he tries to push forward. The P2 got... It didn't get in. After... He's really not giving up on this. Down it goes. Yeah, I don't know what he was hoping from that. Quite the reinforcements over here. 45 mil also coming in to secure off the open by the looks of it. 1410 for Stardekk still. Very strong performance. The Saperi will probably lose this against the Hegi, because the Hegi will just, as bad as it is, will throw the Molotov, force it to move, will do at least 1 damage, and then he can do some more damage as it's moving away. And the Saperi will probably not throw the TNT fast enough. I think even a unit as bad as the Hegi will be able to win this. I'm not 100% sure, but I think it should. For 485, it's forced off. The off-map has been moved over here. I'm actually wondering if he plans on using that for recon or if he has 1 charge left. We've seen... So 2 over here for sure. It's possible that he is actually not calling the 3rd one. I might have missed it, but maybe not. And that would then mean that he can still call an off-map, which at this point in the game is quite strong, actually. Okay, this is aiming over there. Can do quite some damage. Yeah. An attempt at crossing over here failed. It's 12-12. This, after being out of the open, is a bit of a problem. Because the Pentagon is spotted and easily kill it off. But this one could flip the flag once again and kill another precious Brandenburger. Is there a reason why the Hegi special forces can't be vetted? Isn't that contradictory? Oh, you don't have to ask me. I am not the expert of historical accuracy kind of things and choices, but maybe someone in the chat knows. I mean, I'm not sure if I want them to see vetted, but at the same time, also not sure if it actually helps that much, because I think the spam is kind of part of the reason what makes them strong. 59 for Stardekk once again, but oh, he's wasting his Gevada DPs against the Brandenburg. He's falling back. I mean, they have in the PPSH, so with the help of the Flamer 2-on-1, they may be able to overwhelm it, but it's not that tricky. Okay, Hegis are not special forces, well, at least XAS. Also in 13th, they can be vetted. This is true. Airstrike coming on the leader. Oh, 1-2 is now in, though. I can waste a lot of these units. Barbuka did throw the TNT. The Flamer is not engaging. This, I really think 2 Gevadas with the Flamer would kill off that Brandenburg. But holding back the Flamer, yeah, now the Brandenburg gets away. And it actually threw the TNT. Yeah, that, I don't know what Stardekk was doing that. After he's trying to reinforce, this is another classical example of calling things in when you want them to have them there and not when you actually need them. Oh, never mind. The Drusha has been waiting for it. It might actually... No, not do enough damage. Just as did I mix the icons up, I thought Red Sword means Special Forces. No, it just means that the Raider units. Raider does not mean Special Forces. I mean, some of the Free French units have the Raider trait. And I would not call them Special Forces. But it is true that they can actually, it was pointed out, they can actually be vetted in 13. So it's a bit weird that they can't be. Uh-oh. Yeah. This is what you don't want to do with tanks, because of this exact reason. And they have not spotted. Oh, also. Oh, this is expensive. SU-85 lost, T-30-45 lost, another SU-85 lost. A lot of armor losses here that were just not needed. Stardekk just wanting it a little bit too much, going a little bit too deep. Hegis are mountaineers, something like the German Gewehrs. Yep. I mean, Andrusha can do a lot of damage as the game goes on, but it will run out of ammo eventually. 2 ammo trucks have already been emptied. Third one is coming in. So Stardekk needs to start to be a little bit more selective if his win conditions is using those. Unless he has 2 cards of them in the in his supply tab. That would be absolutely crazy. Gonna lose this one as well, but still 14-10 for him. It's just, he's very thin on the map now. Now, so is Espresso, but what we especially don't see a lot of his armor. Weirdly enough, for an armor division. So, that could indicate some problems for the long game. And it's not gonna be easy. Once again, they're probably part of some reserve units that stayed in Hungary and only get activated with Romanian surrender. I mean, it's possible, considering that they also have the, how they call it, like, Sekeli or something like that. You know, the Hegis that are disheartened, and you can just spam them out. I think those are also in... Yeah, those are also in Castle. So I think that will kind of be in line with reserve units, with how Eugene has handled the disheartened trade often. But again, I'm not a World War II expert, actually. I'm not completely, like, unknowing about anything of the area. And I'm vaguely interested, but I'm also not one of the nerds who just likes everything about it. Not my thing. Note that this is just my knowledge from my 2, where there are some light brigades that only activate once remain. Which sides? Oh, okay. Maybe it's possible. Okay, this is maybe a bit too close to the Bofors. He wants to get rid of the Pack 40, makes sense. He can also just go like over here and then use the SU-122 for ground attack. There we go. Bofors easily force that off. T-3045 coming in, so there's some more of those ready. Oh, Stardekk actually doing a little bit of an infiltration over here. 2 units to be killed there. Nothing massive, but it's nice. Oh, 81 late game 81 mortar come in. It's not something I would have expected. And a push is being prepared. It's going to smoke off the road. I mean, there's no AT left over here. There's no tanks left. They all either shifted away or got killed. And then he is going for it. So a nice push prepared there by Espresso. Stardekk on the 13-11, but he might lose these 2 flags here, which could well be Espresso's 13-11. 14-10 now, though. Up here, he has re-grabbed this flag. Is having some troubles here against the Brandenburger Pioneer. Another AFTO. 2-1 they could have won, but 1-on-1 and then another 1-on-1, they will probably both just lose. So not looking very good here for Stardekk, but over here he's still strong. Oh, he's holding that flag. He's lost this one and just got that one in return. That's an easy fix though. Stardekk took out the BA-10. Now I'm going to take out the half-track. Reinforcements are coming in, but a little bit too late probably. The Tanko can still easily win against the Hegis. Not really sure what the... Oh... He's expecting something to sip into here, so he's moving in the position. But just revealed himself with the Hegis at range, and the Hegis now will probably take them out. There was no reason to move here. Because, yeah, look at that. The Brandenburg obviously is not going to load right on the road. It just smoked it so that nothing here can see. Like, AT guns are very commonly in here. I really don't get the logic here from Stardekk. And the Hegis is just pushing in, yeah. And when the smoke fades, they're going to be trapped on this side, and they're absolutely useless because they can't cross safely anymore. So, again, maybe wanted to do a little flank, but I don't know. I'm not sold on this. I'm really not sold on this strategy right there. The Andrushas are going... Yeah, oh, there's a Rozvedka DNC. The Brandenburg Pioneer won once again. Again, 2-1 would have been a win here for Stardekk, but it's got a lot of 1-1s. Or we might actually take out 2 Stuks over here. That would be absolutely huge at this point in the game. No, I think he's going to miss it. Yeah, I don't know. I think he needs to be more selective with his Andrushas, right? So, like, he knows some things here, but doesn't know where. But to learn for Stardekk now, for Espresso now, with the grab of this flag. And the poor AFTO gets overrun. See one of the tankers stick go down, the other one is now trapped on this side, absolutely useless. This is exactly what I meant, right? So, there is a way of, like, you can micro too much. And this was a prime example of microing too much. Oh. This can hurt a little bit. Or not. Too big of a spread. Oh, no, actually, no. A ban. Rusa is taking aim once again, but once again, yeah, it's kind of lagging behind. It's a common issue. He might get the Pioneer. He's not going to get the Hegis though. No, the Pioneer is also pushing. Yeah, you can't... These kind of things you need to wait until the opponent is stationary. Brandenburg Pio. Oh, actually, one of them hit the Heggies, pinned them. Oh, the Brandenburg Pio got pinned and surrendered. Now you can start surrendering these, but 11 for Espresso still has plenty of time. And this flag is barely held. This flag is barely held. I think Stardekk is losing this. I think Espresso is going to take this. And once again, Stardekk had such a good opener, and then he just wanted it too much. Instead of shifting his aggression somewhere else where it was productive, he just kind of tried to poke over here way too much. It's so when your opponent has units over here, it's really hard to actually really control the edge of the hill. So you just have, at some point, just have to take your losses and try somewhere else. And I think Stardekk just did that way too late. And it's taking a lot of losses because of it. Afters are in once again. Oh, 3. Yeah, they should win against this. T-34 here can also win against the force of the Hegi. The IH-18 is dangerous here because it has heat shells. It can kill this. It can actually kill it. The 40 mil also has a chance of killing it. There go. Down it went. Blob of Aftos pushing through. Hegi easily getting overwhelmed. T-34 over here. Not pen so far. Now there we go. 1 pen. It has 1 heat shell left though. It hits, but fails to pen, but the 40mm gets the pen. There we go, 14-10 for Espresso. Could be a 59 very soon. Over here, yeah, it just gets absolutely... yeah, yes, you wanted to, which is really, could be really good at this point in the game. It's just sitting here quite uselessly, really. And it's probably going to die to either Stug or the Pack 40 here. Like, you can't take both those on. The Heg is not just pushing through. Yeah, see, this is what I meant. Like, you need to be careful not to buy things and call them in when you want them. But you need to think ahead and think if you actually need them. There we go, 59 for Espresso. The SG43 is going to fall. This is going to be the end of it. I don't see Stardekk recovering from this. Again, he could have actually minimized his damage if he called in reinforcements over here just to hold. He would not be down on these 2 flags, and the result over here would be just the same. He might get this one back, though. Might also get this one. As because that one is moved though. The P2 might die here because it's also flying over the both on its way out. No, it's too fast. And it's already out of range of the SKZ-1. S122 is in here. No, it did go down. That's huge. That's huge. After T-34 coming in, but yeah, the push is already happening. It's also T-34-76, so the Stug here can outrange it. There's a fresh push in here, but he needs to unload his Aftos. I mean, he has Infinity CQC by the looks of it. Oh, no. Yeah, it's okay. Double teamed against these 2 is not going to win that. So he's just going to lose the After here, because he was not paying attention. And down it goes. Didn't even do all that much damage. You got the flag over here, there's just 1 Hegi holding it, but I mean, this is what ever since the Hegis got buffed, it just means that Kessel basically gets infinity Hegis now, because you can actually use them for something. No, it's gonna get in. Oh, that was so lucky. And now he can just kill it off with SMGs. That's gonna be the 14-10 again. T-34 can't see anything on its own. Stug is now moving to position where he can actually outrange the T-34 just barely, but that's all he needs to do. That's going to be another flag for him then. And then Rusha is taking aim once again, but is not paying attention. Units have already moved away. He's actually gonna... It's just 1 rocket, but he's gonna pin his... He's gonna pin his Afto, and then these guys can move in again. Oh, he actually killed it. What a banger to start the series. Such nice plays by both players. Absolutely. I mean, it was very well played by both players, but I think Stardekk just basically had the game won, and then it just blundered it massively. Espresso did a good job coming back. And Stardekk again, he just wasted too many units trying to fight over it. It's like he got the hill. And I can relate to that. I've made this mistake in almost all of my Orsha East games this league season, where I was on the good side and took the hill. So I know the issue, but again, you have to shift for something else. You can just bang ahead, and of course, like everything was way too close where the off map could get it instead of having some defensive unit back in there. There's some weird misplays. Oh, T-34 very close to hold the flag, but the Panzerschreck is moving in. Ooh, not good. T-34 got killed. Yep, down it goes. And the after here will die very soon. I mean, the Heg is spotted, it just outranges it. The Stug is helping. This game is over at this point. There's really, like, there's no way that Stardekk can come back from this. Again, the Andrusha is super useful, but he has used up all his ammo, or is using up the last supply truck. And as I said previously, the first few strikes were really good, and then he kind of did not focus enough. He was not patient enough. He wanted immediately dealing with some things, and he just did not get a lot of results for his investment. Oh, look at that. After he killed the Panzerschreck, so now the tanks can bully units for a little bit, but if the Brandenburger Pioneer gets close enough, his 2 flames might actually kill off one of those tanks. And it's also going to be quite interesting. After coming in just to hold this 14-10, but they're about to equal out. Espresso still has 14 minutes left to finish this, so even if it's not a 15-9, he can just take his sweet time. Even if it's 12-12 for a little bit, he can finish it off. I think the bigger problem for Stardekk is also, it looks like his sea-phase infantry is Athos, which has its strengths, especially when you have to defend in these forest patches or in the town over here. But, and it makes sense against the Heggies, which are infinite CQC here. But the problem of this is that you obviously really struggle to push because your armor cannot be supported by anything. Because your infantry actually relies fully on the support of armor, because obviously can't do anything on its own. I look, he struggled to justify double Andrusha unless I managed to squeeze in 2 cards of ammo. Yeah, it's getting tricky for him. I mean, he got a lot of value out of having 2 of those. I have to say that. Oh, T-44 actually absolutely clutch here. F those. No, no, no. Trying to finish off the Heki. Get it. Surrender it. Wow, nice fight there. But Espresso is taking it from here. I mean, the Stug's pushing forward. T-44 will win against the Stug at this distance, like a max range, but it's only so much that this thing can really do. Heggies versus Afto. 2-on-1 will win, and this one is very low, so... It's already impressive just how much damage the Suppression Hegi actually does to the Afto. I mean, in my opinion, they're just a little bit too cheap for 20 points. I'm still of this opinion. I said this when it came out. The opinion hasn't really changed. Big difference is obviously, it's like the Makiza, but the Makiza is not in that many divisions where it makes it OP. But like, this division is already so broken that you don't really need these guys as well. But I know why they did it. It's just that, like, 25th Hado sucks. Really. So you kind of need the Heggies to help it out. And for 13th, it's also quite nice. So not complaining about the fact that they are 20 points. But obviously, as I say now and said when they made the change, I really do not want to see them at 20 points in Castle. It's so disgusting. But Espresso got this from here. Cosmic Legion says, now that's my Espresso. Yep. Swedish power. I mean, I don't know what is going on, but Swedish players are doing very, very well at the moment. Not just this season, but in general at the moment. It's like the Steel Division 2 powerhouse is Sweden, basically. Oh, Pack 40 gets a nice penalty, 34. It's not spotted because the after can't see it. T-34 may have spotted it. Probably going to go down here anyway. Down it goes. The Nordics in general, I mean, Finland, we have, who would have, Jepaza, obviously top player from there. And then we have Platypus also on his way to become a very good player. So, what shall I say? Nordics are dominating this. And there we go. Stardekk surrenders. I mean, yeah, what's he got to do at this point? I mean, see, the trade difference is only 400 points. It's less than it looks like. But if you have so few units on the field, it really matters. And again, Stardekk had basically no pushing power anymore because he did not have the infantry that he needed. Oh, look at that. I mean, it's only 10-point units, but it's still actually 115 point, but it still adds up. But there we go. I mean, this is not the most expensive things. Okay, this is actually not the most expensive things either. So the trades here are not actually as good as I thought. But here we see the comeback. So it actually traded relatively evenly throughout A phase. But this is exactly what I meant. This is where I think Stardekk lost this game. When he wanted too much and he started losing some of his key armor by just pushing too deep, and then the off map came, and then everything got pushed back. This is really when I think the game was basically lost. In hindsight, at the time, not yet. And from there on out, he just didn't have enough units, and basically Espresso just continued to roll him back, and a lot of bad trades happened throughout the game. And we do see Andrusha slowly, and also other units throughout the later parts of the game, slowly coming back a little bit, which is never really enough. People think it's an unbalanced map. It's really not. Espresso's side is good on the flanks, especially in the north. I think it is still a bad map, an unbalanced map, not a bad map. It's actually, I really like the map. I know that it is that you have the strong flank on Espresso's side. However, the big difference, and which is why I think that Stardekk side is favored, the big difference is that Stardekk side can basically decide where he wants to push with relatively low risk. Whereas a push for the town, for example, is from the what I call bad side. That's the main reason why I would call it the bad side. I used to think that it's bad. I have quite a long time ago realized, after also some people have brought this up, that it is not, but that the bad side has a winning condition. But the bigger problem, as I said, is basically that if you're on the good side, you can push in a town, or you can actually push the flank where the bad side would be strong. And you can still decide whether or not you want to push the small forest flank. Whereas if you got the bad side, you don't really have that choice, because pushing the town from that side is super hard, at least to the point where you can actually really get in and lock your opponent out. This is just very difficult to achieve, so you're basically forced to play the flank, which your opponent knows. And then it comes down to who's better on the flank. Other big problem is obviously, in my opinion, that you're a bit more restricted. As you say, it's different terrain. And if you're on the bad side, you really need to have the tools for that. To really take the advantage over there. If you struggle a little bit there and can easily get out range, it's not that easy to get full control over this side, and then it turns out to become quite quickly. And it also has many different types of terrain. It's only real true 2K if that's wrong. Yes, those have a really hard time. It's easier to push center as bad side than the north as the good side. I would actually disagree. I have actually pushed the north quite a few times. And it usually goes quite well. If you have the right unit. That is obviously, that needs to be said. But I would not say that it is harder to push the north than the town. Not at all. I just find the pushing the town from the bad side really, really difficult compared to pushing in on the northern flank from the good side. But this is the only reason why I still say that the map is a bit unbalanced. Because having more options and being able to play that does he push, does he not push kind of game is actually quite huge. Whereas if you're on the bad side, you're locked into the one thing and everyone knows what you're going to have to do. More because people don't put more force in center than on that side, so it's not hard. If Oripan has his 180 gun and then native squad. I mean, yes, this is not that hard, but the problem is, unless your opponent does that, it's really hard to get in there. And the other thing that you have to remember is, so there's two things here at play. The first one is that if your opponent doesn't do that, you have a problem pushing. It's really rough, actually. So you have to take a massive gamble that your opponent has nothing there. And that's a big gamble. If your whole plan relies on that, you are in, it's not a good plan, in my opinion. It can work, but it is a gamble. And the next biggest problem is that if the good side pushes into the north, while the bad side also pushes the north. So both sides try to fight over this. Then the good side has a realistic chance to come out on top of this. They or the losses that they could potentially get is not that big. But if you try to push the hill and your opponent also tries to push the hill, your opponent is in a much, much better position. So you can be in trouble really bad for doing that. This is why, in my opinion, the good side is still favored. Pushing also on the north works very well if you take that little hill there that we saw. Well, this was a bad example. Stardekk lost a lot of units on the hill. But with that one, you can actually get control over the north very, very well. Central hill on the sides and not through the city is underplayed. I agree. This is underplayed. The advantage is that you get a bit to keep it. Maybe, but it's far less of an advantage than you get in the center. But in the center, Batsan has the church and much better center. Yeah, but the problem is if your opponent pushes center, that church is not going to be yours very long. Or you might not even get in. The other problem is you don't have the same good cover to fight over the center area than the other side gets. Obviously, you still have yellow cover. Obviously, it is true for both sides that it's not really hard to predict where things are going to be. There's just such a small patch of wood where things are realistically going to sit. It's really not hard to know. You can smoke it, you can shell it. But point stands, it's a bit easier to hide things there than on the other side. So this is kind of why I still think that there is a bad side and a good side. But as I say, and I've been saying this for a while now, it is not unbalanced for the reason that people think. It's not unbalanced because one side just loses the hill and loses the game. It's just that Stardekk side has more option what he can do, which than the side that Espresso has. And more options is always better. In center, bad side still has good defense spot, but he has longer. He needs to push to receive it. But in the north, there is no good spot. You can stop pushing and lock out enemy from coming back in. Maybe. Nah, it's good enough. Like, you can have good enough of a foothold to get back in. Lutsk East is so much worse than people think. That's a fine map. It's one of it, not the least balanced map. Like it's ready to play. I mean, Lutsk East is definitely one of the more unbalanced maps. I agree with you. Like this, it's far more unbalanced. Again, my point is the sides on Ocean East are not unbalanced because of the hill. It's more unbalanced because of how it actually is built and how easy you can get / defend, which is favors the side that that has multiple options of what it can do. But it is balanced as in both sides have realistic strengths and weaknesses, and you can kind of trade flags if you lose the hill with the flank. But Ursha East, as you say, this one is really annoying, but the hill is so dominant, and basically a side that gets a large part of the hill, you can basically always come back. Unless you're really bad at town fighting, then you have a really bad, I can confirm this, been in that position myself. If you end up losing a lot of the town on the hill because you fail to push your opponent off it, and then that extra part of the hill doesn't really help you to come back because you have to fight into towns, which is not that great. But this is really the only time you're ever disadvantaged, and then it's more of a division problem than a map problem, really. So yeah, I don't like that map. I really don't like. Like in terms of terrains, Lutsk East is really cool, but the balance is just not that great. Unfortunately. But yeah, it's still somewhat popular in tournaments. So but I mean, as we said, the Andrushas did good work. It just wasn't really enough. The Fairness Streets and Tanneberg. Which one? It's a middle map, super secrecy focus, or super long range diff suffer on it. Oh, you mean Lutsk East. It's my favorite next to Streets and Tanneberg. What? I don't like Lutsk East at all. We have very different taste. Except for Kostritsa. Kostritsa is a really good map. I like that one. Although I think I've lost most of my games on this map in recent games, but then again, I've lost most of my recent games anyway, so there's not really much of a difference in that. It's a the map they just played on. Ursha East. Ursha East is a very good map. I like both. Like both Urshas are just really fun to play, in my opinion. Both are a little bit unbalanced, but I think as far as balance goes, they're some of the more balanced maps in the game. And as far as the ones that are slightly unbalanced are concerned, I think they are still the most balanced out of all of those, probably. I mean, there's a really horrible example. And some of them are even popular, again, like Slotsk East. Or Tali we see very often as well. Tali is also a horrible map when it comes to balance. Well, that's just what it is. So it looks like I need to check the votes again. So where did I close the votes? Can't see it. I want to see the results of it. Okay, a majority predicted a Castle win, and it looks like this came true. So 10 tank, maybe not that good. Actually, let me double check. I want to see how the I want to check Koenig's tier list for this. So I find them very useful, so I often take a quick look at them, and I just want to see where 10 tank is rated for this map. Would be quite curious. Ursha is a weird map where some tank divisions can actually work quite well. I just can't use them, so I never do that. But some people actually done it quite successfully. Yeah, there we go. It's B tier actually, so it would be okay as a pick on this map by the looks of it. Not perfect, but not horrible. Right, let's see how it continues on. Let's see how this continues on. We have not heard anything from the next kind of next picks and bans. But Espresso can actually relax a little bit as he got one win, but obviously not relax too much because he doesn't want to lose this. Left tank weakness is getting air spam, and that didn't happen. I should know what its weaknesses are because I played it for playing a division somewhat recently. But I mean, it's a Soviet division. Every Soviet division has an issue with getting air spam. But obviously, there's a degree of air spam that is good and the degree of air spam that is not that good. A type. It's a best of 5, Bloody Spill. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you could air spam it. I think the bigger weakness is really that obviously the CQC, if it's not like the infantry, if it's not supported, starts struggling. And I think this is where probably now he also saw a lot of loss with T3045. Actually, it's just the one card. No, he could have taken these guys, but obviously the problem with those is they're quite expensive then. So if you take those, then you're at a point where you trade a lot worse. And in terms of tanking shots from Panzer IVs and Stücks, it's the same like the T3485, 1943. So I don't want to take that risk. So it's actually not that ideal then. So no good AT guns. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really see here a distinctive strength against Kessel. To be honest, the T35 at close ranges do suffer against Axis. Yes, they do. Well, they still win on average. Nah, actually, they win on average. They have better armor, but the problem is they have low rate of fire. But I mean, we said it earlier on, right? That at the end of the day, even if they win on average against things like Panzer IVs, they can still down trade on average as well. If they just slightly win, but the Panzer IVs are a lot cheaper, then that's a big problem. Was Espresso second pick? That was a good count. I don't actually know who first or second picked. I would expect Castle to be a first pick because I don't know if so. My personal thoughts. I know Espresso is a better player, so maybe he's right in doing this differently. So he will know better than me, but I would argue that you don't want to counterpick Castle into a tank division too much. Or at least I personally would think you want to have something with better AT. Obviously, you know, it's not bad what you have, but only one pack 40 card, which you probably, I know you probably took it in B. This thing is very hit or miss. Hit or miss. This thing is not that useful in this matchup. You get more cards of punch strike, which is nice to get these guys, but you just can't put all the good stuff you want to have against tanks in there. And then this, again, really depends on the ranges you fight on. Some of the Stardekks may be good in this matchup, but they may be bad in this matchup. Your Air Force cannot help you against any planes. You could definitely take the 88, which would have probably been useful, but he didn't do that. Although just on Orshais, I just don't find it to be that good, so maybe it's better that he didn't. And then you have very good CQC, obviously, but this is at least something that Soviets can at least contest to some extent. So it's not like you're fighting against a Commonwealth tank division, for example, where you just don't have any CQC. Although then you also don't need to have the strong CQC. So maybe it's actually an advantage in this sense, because you get good CQC, so your opponent will contest it, and then he will lose units. Maybe it's not that bad, but I would still not use as a first pick, personally. Also, you can ignore. I need to build this deck at some point. This was built before the Heki buff, and you can see it. You can kind of big castle into larger tank divisions against 10th tank. It can work. I mean, it can work, but I don't think it is the best idea. And we kind of seen a little bit of what could have happened there. I don't think this was a guaranteed win at all for Castle. Like this could have went differently as well, this game. But yeah, it's I mean, you're right, as in it's lighter armor divisions are much of a bigger problem for Castle. Definitely. Up against Castle, cheap armor, and chunky range squads. Yeah, I mean, something like first Pancellos would probably be quite nice. I think that would actually be a good counter. Like, you have this guy, which is, this guy, which is nice. Not that good compared to the other one, but, you know, you have cheap TNT throwers. No, not that one. Where's it? That one? No, also not that one. Where did I put it? There's also that one. Oh, no, you really only have to discard one in this division, do you? But you have this guy, you have these guys. Obviously, range units are okay. You can support them properly with the Turans. The Turans can actually bully things. You have Stardekks to deal with the other Stardekks. You still have Nabbles. Your Air Force comes late, but it's scary. I mean, this could maybe work. Definitely not guaranteed, but if you keep fighting within closer ranges, Castle Infantry dominates, and the armor can trade well against. Yeah, but this is the problem. Like, you're relying on the assumption that you can get in close, which makes it not a good counter pick, in my opinion. Because a good counter pick would be like, you know that you can actually get the value there, which was not guaranteed. And weirdly enough, a lot of the armor fights that were lost were really just, in my opinion, from what I've seen at least, were mostly just Stardekk pushing actually too close with his armor, which you could have avoided. Orshais is certainly not that much okay. Yes, but 2K is not the only range that is ranged. Like, at 1750 meter range, T-3045 is still advantaged. At 1500 meter range, it will probably still be at a significant advantage. If you get closer to that, it starts to change. But then you also have the T-3476, which can, again, do some work at the closer ranges and are quite cheap against something like a Stardekk. So there's that. And again, the Drusha is not to be underestimated on a map like Usha East, where it's not that hard to predict where your opponent is sitting. It's always the same few areas. So I don't think it's, like, again, it would not be a counter pick that would be horrible, because it can work. But I think it's not that good of a counter pick, as in it actually counters the pick, really. So, like, the problem with if you can keep finding at closer ranges is that you need to get to the closer ranges, which often enough means you have to get past the longer ranges, and that is kind of a problem. But yeah. I mean, personally, I would still not pick this division as a counter. I would assume that this was the counter pick because it makes more sense, but I don't think it's a very good counter pick. I get the logic behind it, but I just like his plan was probably just to have the Andrewses to kind of dislodge everything that is sitting in the woods and just kill it off that way, but just doesn't make much sense. Oh, Stardekk is here. Hello, Stardekk. Second game, Walter versus CS, both Maverick on Zabushin. No, I first picked... Wow, okay. That seems very ballsy. And also a ballsy counter pick from Espresso, but it worked, so there we go. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Walter versus CES. Zabushin is an interesting map. We don't see it very often in tournaments, especially not by top players, which makes me very, very curious how this is going to look like. Because again, it's great to see that. Also quite curious to see how it's actually going to be played by two top players. Probably quite different from how you do it. Let's take a quick look at the divisions while we're at it. Definitely love to see Walter. And Bloodwhisper has correctly pointed out after matching Mr. Drilling Operators on Walter. I think this is true. I think this is true as well. I just think I can delete. I've already recorded that. So here we have CAS. This one actually need to... I always say CS. I don't know where this is coming from. There we go. I mean, this division, I think, is actually quite nice for this map because Zabushin is a more CQC heavy map than people would think. CQC is actually quite important, but you have kind of all the ranges in there. 2K, not that much, but there's spots for 2K is important. And you will know this is a lot when you don't have 2K and your opponent has it, because you have to work around that quite hard. Sometimes also not. It really depends on the situation. You definitely have a lot of the mid-ranges, you have the town fights. There's a little bit of everything there. So this thing, I think, is rather safe pick for that, because there's really just not that much. I have to imagine this was the first pick. I'm surprised it wasn't banned, but I have to imagine it's the first pick, because again, there's just not that much you can do wrong with this division, I think, on this map. Like, it doesn't really matter in what place you have to fight. This is relatively safe. You obviously have a lot of CQC, and quite a good one too. Raider infantry, by the way, too, to purchase this day, and the DT version of it. You can have endless cheap CQC, which is a parry combined with the purchase this day, and you can also do endless cheap CQC with the para, Sapari, and one of those two, or all three of them. You have some really good, like this is quite nice, outside of it not having any AT. This is a really nice infantry squad with SVTs. So you have good infantry, you have T-34s and regular ones and 85s. You have the IS-1, which is an absolute beast. You even have the IS-2 if you really want to block out areas. Your artillery is good, your air force is pretty decent. So it just has a lot of nice things. Big problem is it has limited light AT. You have the T-70, which does some of your light AT, and then you have this guy, bazooka, and this is it. And again, your infantry does not have a lot of AT rifles, I think, outside of this guy, which is basically Strafniki. So that can be a bit of a problem, especially when you look at Valten. This is once again where I will tell you, just ignore this build. This is not a good build. I've made it ages ago, and I've built it in a very weird way. It's not meant to be played as a heavy tank division, so ignore it. But the thing is, you have the SKS 7590, which is really annoying if you don't have a lot of light AT. And then, obviously, we have these guys. I actually adjusted the deck at some point. I just need to rebuild it. But it looks like I just put the drilling in, at least something. Because you get a bunch of these guys. And they just shred infantry. Like, there's nothing the infantry can do against it. The light armor will do work against it, but that's about it. So that can be quite problematic, maybe. You also have a good amount of CQC yourself. You know, there's these guys which are actually quite nice. It's a pretty good unit. then Trumpais. But you get two cards of Pioneers with the regular Pioneers and the Ultimate Pioneer. Obviously, these guys can at least fight if something gets too close to them, and it is not a CQC unit. So there is some nice stuff here. There's also cheap cost-efficient infantry there to match some of the cost-efficient infantry we'll find in CAS. Bigger problem here for this division is going to be the mid-ranges, or mid to close ranges. Basically, outside of the lighter armor, it gets rough very quickly, because then if you have to fight against D34s with close range with Stardekk, it's a bit tricky, because Stardekk is obviously a turretless tank. Although then you have the Jagdpanzerfuhr, which can be tricky for CAS, so I don't know, this kind of go both ways maybe. But again, I can see that the CAS armor can be a little bit of a problem at the closer ranges, definitely, for Walter. Advantage of Walter, you have the Nebel 210, which is fantastic. You also get a 4th round. And even though it's not a fantastic air spam, with those two combined, you can do a little bit of air spam against the very weak A that it has. And obviously at range your infantry is top notch. We don't need to discuss this. You get these guys, which are really nice. A bit on the low end when it comes to health though, but I mean, this is actually quite good. You get Fallschirmjäger, obviously. You get a bunch of cheap Fallschirmjäger if you want to spam those around, or Grenadiers if you want to spam those around. So that's going to be quite... Oh, and you got another CQC with the Erkundungs as well, which is actually a nice CQC as well. So there's a lot there. There's a lot there. So curious to see how this is going to go. Yapaza points out, just a reminder that the Stardekk beat Koenig CS with Vulture on Ocean, also going to be very interesting. Oh, I actually didn't notice. Or maybe I saw it at some point, I just forgot again. Oh, no, I remember. I think I've not casted that one, but I remember having... Yeah, I remember having seen that he won. You're right. Maybe that game is even on my list of things to cast. I made the list at some point, then I lost it, just recently found it again. And in the meantime, I've had a lot of other games on my new list to be casted, so I'm not really too concerned about that anymore. But I think, hold on, I think I lost it again. No, it's not on the list. But maybe I casted or wanted to cast a second game, something like that. I remember. Anyway, let's see if they have started yet. They are deploying. Okay. We're gonna do the thing again, the pull. And then you have to, excuse me, just gonna grab some more water and do a quick toilet break while they are deploying. I'll leave you to it. And we can catch up a little bit. And go. Who wins? There we go. Have fun with the vote. And I will leave you to it. Be right back. Alright, I am back. So, let's take a look at this. On the left side, we do have CAS, and is as we expected, Espresso. So it is Stardekk on Valtor, as we also suspected. Looks like a majority of you actually favors Valtor this time. Right, I'm going to leave it open until the game starts. I'm going to close it. So, this map, I am still far from a pro on this map. I do actually weirdly like it and kind of dislike it at the same time, but it is, I find it a bit confusing sometimes. It very often turns into like a CQC fight over here, and some weird combination of mid and long range over here, because there's a lot of, like, there's some long sidelines, but there's also many ways you can kind of break those, and it depends a lot on whether you have tanks or not tanks, or non-mobile units, non-self-propelled units, on how exactly you have to fight over it. It's just find it very confusing, to be honest. So I'm quite curious to see how those two players fight over it. You definitely see large deployments stands out from both sides. This is where both players probably want to do some fighting. Obviously, this one is quite deep, but these two flags are gravel for blue side. This flag is actually gravel for red side. If red side can just dominate the center, you can sometimes bring a unit in here, gets to this flag, which is annoying for blue side. You will have not that easiest of times to get back in there. So it can kind of go both ways. Over here, it's kind of, if you get pushed out of this, you're in the open, so it's not that easy to get back in anymore. But at the same time, if blue still isn't here, you also can't really fortify the front line, the forest line, the tree line over here, or the edge of the town. Here you can turn it into a town fight. It's just very interesting maps. We also do see a large deployment over here by Stardekk. It looks like he's either trying to just defend this, or he's actually trying to push into this patch. There's very little up here. Obviously, the game is not started, so things can still change, but it's not very much up here, so it probably just goes defensive in this whole area. So we don't see a push in here from over there. You can definitely do this. CSC does not have, he brings CT rifles again. This seems to be a thing that Espresso likes to do. It's also not the first time I've seen him doing this, so this seems to be an Espresso thing. He likes to use those. Let's see if he uses them aggressively or if he again uses them defensively. But yeah. So with those, it's actually not possible to just rush in here. Otherwise, against CSC, it's not that fast. So from blue side, you potentially have the chance to do that. He uses the what? Use the Feldgendarmerie. Interesting. It's a military police unit. It's not particularly strong. He also maybe plans on using Verus Arnheim with it. He does this here as well. Honestly, I just used them as is, without the military police. But, I mean, why not, actually? Because it is quite cheap at 20 points. And it's really good. Like, even as a disheartened unit, I think this is a good unit. In my opinion, a must-take. But if you have the military police with it, I mean, it's actually going to be quite good. So a lot of things that I got to reach for the Czechoslovaks. Fair enough. Fair enough. Over here, we do have, again, a somewhat large deployment here, a more defensive light deployment. I guess this AT gun is probably going to be like either in... there's one spot here, I can't remember. We can actually watch down the road and also see some more stuff either in here, or it goes like over here, one of those positions, where it also has a nice position. Recon as well. Definitely defensive in the town with lighter armor as well, to prevent anything like drilling getting too close and too dangerous over there. Also see the Streltsy PTR. This is kind of the Streltsy SVT, but without an AT grenade instead an AT rifle. With a Streltsy SVT, which is actually quite good for 20 points. And here, quite useful piece as well. And then a large deployment over here definitely wants to fight over this forest patch there. Most builds I like PTRs in a few decks, or matches like builds to speed and smoke and transport snipe can re-enable the Unga Bunga gameplay. Yeah, they're quite useful for that. Even though the unit in a vacuum is kind of bad compared to units. Two Sulfurans and whatnot. Yeah. But I mean, this is not what its purpose is. Yeah, look at... Oh, wow, he's tried to go very deep here. Probably the PTRS, I have to assume. Defensive over here. Defensive over there. Defensive over here. Offensive over here. Weird over here. Defensive. Defensive. We do see some more units, but not too much. Oh, he just uses this instead of kind of like a flamer to just hold the flag over here. Because this one is very easy to... I'm going to stop this now. The pole. This flag is very annoying to hold when you don't have anything in this forest patch. So you get the concept there. AR is already forced back by... Oh, the Dushkas. Yep. Dushka can... The Dushka does do that. Pack 36R is already in. FOB is also coming in over here. PTRS, yeah, it's going to get through here. This is a problem because that can actually do some transport sniping. Unless it dies here to the Pack 36, that would be huge. It does. Very, very, very close. Oh, yeah, sorry. Curb. Welcome to the stream, by the way. It is Espresso on CS versus Stardekk on Valter. Both on Maverick. Yeah, this was actually a huge kill because otherwise, if that thing got lost here in the backlands, that would have been really hard for Stardekk to find. And it would have drained a lot of resources. One of the big weaknesses this thing has. This PTRS here got in, smoking off, which is delaying quite effectively. But it was immediately blasted by everything that's here. Sniper should be able to take it out eventually. This thing can also do so as well. So everything is quite slow, but it can get in. No AT gun over here means that these units can get in there safely. Otherwise, it could have been a bit of a problem, although all of these guys could easily take that out. Do you have the recon half-track also? A Kundungs, actually. So he's using the Kundungs as recon, not as a tool for CQC. RG42 getting in here. Not a position I've seen very often, but I mean, it outranged the 42 mil very easily. You can maybe move over here to then find an angle on the OB25. Okay, yeah, I see. I like. MG42 is getting over there. It will probably be more useful over here to hold this, but I think it's not really in a hurry over there. The Kartushkas will not be that strong here because the drilling air will just easily kill them off, and so do these guys. T34 here. Ooh, against a Stück and some of the 251/90 is going to be a problem because those, it's actually just one. No, there's two. But they can actually pen the T34. This is a bit of a problem. 85 mil coming in, so he actually started using those as well. Stardekk has used those quite effectively in recent times, which means that he only has one card of 37 mils at max, which is a problem because he will, I think he's going to get air spammed here. Probably. Oh, we have an IL-2 cluster plane coming in, out of all things. You don't see those very often. And I actually have not really used them ever for ages. I've used them maybe once or twice when I was a new player. So I've never actually seen them in action, how good or bad they are. I still know, from what I can recall, they're basically good for killing units in buildings. So I'm not so sure how much damage it would do, and I guess we're not going to see because the drilling air is just so good. I mean, look at how good that is as an AA piece. If we get in range of the drilling air, it will just force things off easily. 85 mil is low-key better at AA than 37 mil. At stopping things, it depends. It really depends. The 37 mil is a little bit harder to swarm than this thing. I do think it is underrated. Because it is quite strong, at least for Soviets. That is an important part there. But, oh, look at that, T-34 go down. But the problem it has, it is easier to swarm. It does have no kill pressure whatsoever. Even two of those have no kill pressure, or no real kill pressure. And that is a big problem. Because it is harder to make your opponent lose his air spam. But definitely gets more kills. This has not really been my observation. Oh yeah, forgot. He has these guys. These are really good. 3 PTRDs, pretty decent. You also get an AT grenade on top of it. It looks like he got a side shot on the pen on the Stück. Oh, he actually takes it down! Maybe it was previously... must have been previously damaged from the T-34, but we can't see anymore. I was not sure what I was trying to do there. All the half-tracks opening up on it can still maybe kill off. There's 2 of those. The half-track force might just lose. Easily over here. We have Panzer and the MP44 now pushing it. Those are in a very different caliber. Those can do a lot of work with the MP44. So do see purchase that coming in. 2 of those should easily overwhelm it. 81 mil though doing a good job at keeping the 85 mil pin. It's just if no plane's coming to follow up and it does not kill it, then it is not that good. With the cluster, each bomblet is unlikely to hit and on target and has a tiny splash. I think Robert offhandedly mentioned that buildings make the hitbox of it bigger, so they are more. Oh, okay. I've always heard that it's good for units in buildings, but I never actually heard why. D70 will probably bully this guy a little bit, so they're now falling back. I mean, for just holding the tree line over here, they're actually quite good. But this is what's currently giving him the 12-12, because he's lost the flag over here. LG42 though, slowly working on that. Economic's now slowly moving forward. Oh, the LG42 can also kill off the... no, you can't see it from over there. Impressive AT rifts. I mean, this is a really good unit. This is why, like, half-track based units can't... they will be able to bully CS at some point. But those are actually pretty decent. Like, I have very good experience, have had very good experience with those as well. It's just that, yeah, once at that, you have a big problem. And obviously, you don't have many bazookas still. Two of them are actually over here, so, and one over here. So all of them are already out in the field. You only get 3, if I remember correctly. I think it's 3 CQC units. So once those are dead, that's it for bazookas. But maybe the like trio of these guys can... they would actually love to see that. Maybe they can kill the drilling fast enough. Maybe they even took one of those out. I don't remember if one of those was a drilling or not. Red line for Espresso now. I think we're going to look at a slow grind over here, because this is not the map where I think you can make huge pushes right away. I think this is always a slower map, slower grind map. Do you think Stardekk made a mistake by attacking the South Forest? I mean... Czechoslovakia is more CQC and far cheaper too, so Espresso will easily smash his forces and then go for a counterattack, I assume. Yeah, I don't know. I could kind of see, because if he gets in here with the drilling it and the Panzergrenade MP44, he's obviously at a very good spot, right? Like he can fight in like the yellow forest areas really well. Problem, as you pointed out correctly, is fighting over the yellow over the green force is a bit of a problem. So I don't know. It's kind of hard to say in my opinion. It's maybe not like a super big mistake, but I think it's probably not the best idea. Did you ever get off one volley and dies if it misses spans? Yeah, there's I think a good way of putting it. Yakman's forced to be careful over here against this thing, although it should really struggle, so might be fine. But on the flip side, though, we have to acknowledge that Espresso has had to put down a lot of forces over here that are going to be quite busy for a while, and Stardekk can maybe make some pushes elsewhere. Up north, one is actually happening very slowly, although 45 mil is coming in, and the dangerous AT rifle still exists as well. The build-up might be a little bit... I think it's just... he has driven his light armor a little bit too fast over there. It's going to be huge here if this can kill the drilling it. If it cannot kill the drilling it, that will be massive, because this one will also not one-shot it, and the drilling it can melt this, combined with these two. Espresso Def wants to push Stardekk in south. Well, I mean, now he wants to because he has so many forces. The question is, can Stardekk defend against it? He also has the FG42. We should not ignore that. Like, Stardekk has some scary units to hold this. What he cannot hold is these forest patches, but what he can hold is like at this range. Obviously not if the T-34 can attack here unbothered. But yeah, I think he's a little bit too aggressive over here. We'll probably want to fall back a little bit, where he can also use his other units to defend. On its own though, this will be quite strong. 45 mil, got a pen on the recon, I think. The drilling in now spots it though. And goodbye for it. This is so busted, this unit. 13-11 for Stardekk all of a sudden. Yeah, the FG42 will not be able to hold this. He will just want to fall back. Over here, it looks like the drilling area killed off by this guy. Panzergrenade supported by MG42s and all these kind of things, trying to push forward. You have 2 T-3045 on the hill, double that, so the only ones he's going to get in A phase. That's so cringe though that even the Raider version gets spotted by recon half-track sights out of its own range. Yeah, it's crazy. And to hold on, Yellow Forest won't work because Espresso has 50mm mortars and just any other mortars with smokes. Well, this is not really true. You can definitely counter those. Like his 81 mils will easily kill those off. And you can have armor. Like, it's not that it's static. It just, you don't have to have one unit just here and stay there forever. This is not what you have, like, not the only thing you can do. So, if he stays absolutely stationary, then yes, 50 mils will counter it. But if you micros a little bit, it is doable. Not saying it's great, but it's still. Oh, events on no unloading time, and now they're not deciding anymore because of the Felt Gendarmerie. Power difference still a bit of a problem here. Oh yes, SVT's helping out here as well. FG2 falling back can actually hold this off quite nicely. Will melt those. Not if it gets close enough though. Yeah, especially with the cover difference. I'm not sure what Stardekk was thinking here. That was just way too close. I mean, I don't know why he wants to push that. Again, he can go defensive. He does not need to push it. G42 over here doing some work. This one is already out of ammo. Supplies are coming in as we have hit B-phase. Over here, Karadushka doing some good work. I mean, for just stopping infantry is actually really great. Two Drillinger, I'm not so sure what they will do against the T-70. I think it's too aggressive here with his lighter armor. He wants to get rid of this thing, which he can absolutely do with the Drillinger. But they can also hop out of this building over here. Then he should be able to get out. Two Drillinger will not work. Oh, look at that. Something just got bumped over here. It did do some damage, but not that much. Okay, question has been answered. Okay, the Drillinger did win. The 2v1. But then these guys got involved, so they didn't win anymore. But the question has been answered. They can actually take out these guys. Mobile one coming in, we have a Wolfram. This is now the problem, because Stardekk stole the Espresso here, and the Wolfram can just go. He can clear out this blob. He can... This blob would actually be really juicy, and just don't think he knows that's there. He knows about the 50 mil, but there we go. One of the 50 mil goes down. 81 mil focuses it down, and the other one goes down as well. So not really sure what the Wolfram will target now. Who is in a risky spot? Oh no, he has a Pioneer here, so there can't be any AT there. So otherwise, it can be quite dangerous. Because Wolfram will slowly grind out everything Espresso has. The longer game goes, the worse it is for Espresso. Does not have to be, because Espresso can also grind in other places of the map, obviously, with his M6s, one of which has just been called in, two of which have been called in, and obviously it's quite ammo hungry, so that would be a bit of a problem. Like we've seen in the last game, for example, in theory, it should have also been quite well for Espresso because he had Andrushas and they can grind everything down. But it didn't really work like that. Like you have to have a game where the opponent is stationary enough, especially with the short range that this thing has. You're a little bit more limited, but your opponent has to be stationary enough that you can actually get a lot of value out of those. So it is not a guaranteed win. Over here, it looks like the half-track blob has been killed off. I assume it was probably AT rifle, maybe with the help of the 50 mil. There's a lot of little craters in here, and if you haven't known, the 50 mils are actually... 50 mils are actually really dangerous against light armor as well. Because they can go on and just kill it eventually. To be honest, Stardekk was close to grind out Espresso though. I wouldn't say close. I mean, it was not like super decided. If that's what you mean, but it was also not super close. So I wouldn't go in as far as and say that he almost got it. And again, we also saw this as the game went on, right? That the Andrusha just, if you don't have a game where your opponent is too stationary in one spot, then Andrusha, at some point, we saw this in that game really well, it starts to fall off quite quickly because there's just not that many reliable strikes that it can do. And then it's not that powerful anymore, actually. The Wolfram, though, will get a... See, this is the stage of the game and also the current state, how it is in terms of speed, where everything is just slow. This is where the Wolfram is excellent. Because look at how stationary it is over here. There's so much damage that can be done over here or over here. Espresso is also not noticed. Oh, no. He's been ready to fall back everything. Damage has been manageable, but obviously quite noticeable. More infantry coming in form of Fudgemaker Penier and Fudgemaker FG42. We have seen a little bit of an advancement over here, but it was stopped again. The Pack 38 can't really do much over here. It looks like he killed the T-34 over here. Yep, it's the T-70. But the T-34 died some... Is the T-34? Maybe. Or is the big bomb F-Focke-Wulf F8. There we go. Massive strike. There was not really that much to be killed there. But the kills did happen. FG42 is moving forward. Wolfram only finds 3 shells, so only is trying to suppress. Ah, makes sense. I did not actually pay attention. Yep. I mean, the micro is really well of Stardekk, so it just does not continue those. A lot of people just let them go all the way through. And I include myself in that more often than I should. And the next 3 are going to go after the 85 mil. They could very well finish it off, actually. Unless, I mean, with 3, the RNG, you're taking a big gamble here. But no. Oh! Oh, there on he goes. Another 37 is coming. It is single vet, though. So it's not going to do very much in terms of stopping. But you can get a leader next to them, and you still get 6. And with a leader, still double vet. But that needs you to have a leader next to them. Which is good and bad. Depending on how you want to look at it. Is the... Yep. The M6 is already on the... Well, it's actually on the Fudgemaker, not on the Jagdpanzer, but... It happens to damage it too. C5s are coming in up close to deal with the Jagdpanzer. And at this distance, it can very easily kill it. Wolfram is here as well to grind... clear out the open ground. It's in a somewhat dangerous position. It kind of makes sense, but obviously if any push like over here happens... actually, no, it's not that dangerous. You have to go quite deep to see it. Never mind. The fresh push over here has somewhat worked, but the problem is there's still one bunch of this sitting here. And the 2 Bavarians are obviously not great, as you can see. They have the SEPI 30, but that's it. I think Stardekk wins if you manage to suppress the AA. Yeah. I think he can just, like, this division is pro to getting outspanned. So, if he can keep the AA in check, he's probably going to win. Vesper now coming in. Now, as bad as this is, someone has recently pointed this out to me as well. And I kind of do agree, even though I hate to admit it. In this particular case, it is not horrible of a unit because it is mobile and is only 70 points. So, oh, this guy has been spotted. Oh, the M6 is already going after it. It is on the move, though. A few more of those, and it is quite damaged already. More of those and it dies. But to do some cheap counter battery, they're actually pretty decent and they just move. As bad as they are, you can just keep on firing and ignoring your opponent's counter battery, and there is some value in that. Cluster plane once again got in. It does not look like it did all that much. Game ends the moment Stardekk loses Wolframs. Either that or at the point where Espresso loses his AA. If Espresso's out of AA, this game is gone. Sorry, you can just bomb the ever-living shit out of Espresso at that point. It's obviously not what you want. 2 Vesper going after the M60. And, I mean, if the artillery, they might not actually be that horrible. Oh, wow! I mean, this is... Okay. I know the artillery is useful, but this is really... Look at that spread. See it, the spread. And yet... One hit spot on. That is so unlucky. That is so unlucky. And it's immediately going after the next one already. Uh-oh. Not looking very good for Espresso. If this one survives, it's not the end yet. But obviously it's a problem. Since this is a slow and grindy game so far, and will probably continue to be that, having artillery when your opponent doesn't, and losing artillery are... 2 very, very key things here. And there is no AA here at the moment, so any new airstrike could do a lot of damage over here. Obviously, the Wolfram can do that too. Units are moving, but not enough. That's going to be a lot of damage. Another drilling already on its way. And I don't see, there's one of these AT rifles left, but I don't see many more. Also don't see any more incoming. It's possible that he's out of those, which is a problem in the long run. Recon coming in, Focke-Wulf trying to follow up. It looks like he's trying to soften this up first before he comes in with some leader and Fallschirmjäger. And another drilling. No, this time, no lucky hit. Wolframen strike is once again going to hit. And this is massive. And this is just how this... Oh! What? What just hit this? Is there an M60 that I missed? Or was it just shell from this one that was still in the air? I don't know. At least it's on the run. We do have an IS-1 coming in. This can be quite tricky because obviously the Jagdpanzer will lose against this. He needs a Panzer to deal with that reliably. Or the Jagdpanzer weird thingy that he has in the AT tab. So that is a bit of a problem. But this should help him cool this back. But the big problem here that Espresso has, he really fails to push forward here against the superior line infantry and some light armor. And the Wolfram obviously helps quite a bit. Oh, his AA was spotted there. It was stationary, so the Wolfram did go after it, but it is not spot on. And it missed, I think, an entire salvo. Yeah, it missed an entire salvo. It's definitely a problem. 100 kilogram Focke-Wulf is insane. This thing is so good. Espresso can attempt to send recon planes to death just to spot Wolframens. I think he could win like that. Technically, yes, but the problem when you do this is you need to be able to kill them first. And that's going to take some time. Your opponent can keep on moving them. And then we still have the Vespe, right? This and the Nebula that it can also have. Like, the Wolfram is really not the only strong tool that Walter has that can really hurt Espresso. So, because these guys can easily be moved and artillery does not reliably enough kill them, it is really not that easy to get rid of them. Stardekk will definitely move the Wolfram if it's 0. Yep, exactly. I doubt often players think the recon is used for other purposes and forget about it. Sometimes people forget, yes, but the better the players are, the less likely they are to forget key things like that. And on high-level players, I would really assume that they move their units. Obviously, sometimes they forget. It's not impossible, but you have to remember it's going to take a while until you really get this. We had one very lucky first hit. They damaged it severely, but it did still not kill it. So, depends a lot. It's just not reliable enough is the key thing here. Players in channel, yes, stiff on finalists, probably not. I mean, they do make mistakes as well, Platypus Bill, as I said, but you can't count on it. That's a big problem here. Like, yeah, it's a big gamble. Ferdinand for Stardekk, his push down such just continues ever so slightly. His Jagdpanzer 4 is falling back. He's trying to push over here, probably to cover something over here, or maybe has noticed the IS-1. As far as the game is concerned, like the channel state of the game is concerned, I think Espresso, even though he's trying to hold on quite well, has a big problem here because it's purely Stardekk who's dictating the game. After the initial pushback from Espresso, when Stardekk tried to push into here, he has recovered since quite well, as Espresso got kind of slowed down significantly due to the superior infantry that Stardekk has, and now he's too stationary and is getting picked apart by artillery, allowing Stardekk to dictate the pace over here. In the center, it has been so far mostly Stardekk who's been on the attack, again allowing him to dictate the pace of the game, which again is a very, very important concept. Over here, same kind of thing. He has lost some units, which obviously is a problem, but he has an attack force over here. He's trying to push in here. He's the one who's making the plays, and so far Espresso is only reacting to it, and this is huge. Oh wow, Panzer 4 looks like he killed both T-34s over here. Oh no, they have been redirected. I was going to say that would have been an absolute disaster. Stardekk clearly on the limit of his micro, missing the wolf shot in the south. Yep. I mean, he has so many things. Like, if you look on the map, I think Stardekk is just... he's attacking everywhere. So at this point, he's probably at the limit because of it. But Stardekk, again, he's dictating the pace of the game entirely. Espresso is trying to do, like, desperate counter pushes and whatnot, but it's just too much. 50 mil cannot win this. We have infantry coming in, but against the Fallschirmjäger FG42, they will probably lose that close. Actually, these guys are basically a Strafniki. Those are quite strong, but the Pioneer will still win that. So, who won game 1? Game 1 was won by Espresso. So, we're going to see at least 2 more after that one. Brillinger is in a bit of a bad spot. Cannot pin both these units in time. L4 cluster coming in, but the Focke-Wulf D9 is on the... Now, frontally... Oh, this thing... I think it has bad resilience, doesn't it? No, just medium. Flying over 237mm though. Still gonna die. Down it goes. Another one coming in. It's gonna go... Even though it's slow, it's probably gonna get on the back of it. I think. And it's gonna kill it. For good. Needs to be careful. This thing is slow as a brick when it comes to turning. And it flies over... it flies over 230. So this might actually go down as well. I think this one has... Yeah, what's the F8? Is it medium resilience or bad resilience? If it is bad, it may die here. If it is medium, it will probably survive it. I think it's going to get out. No, it's going to get out. And south, a little bit of recovery has happened over here. But, Stardekk still on 3011, still strong over here. Now we can check. Yeah, they have 3 PPS 43. I always want to say PPSH. Oh, the wrong unit is standing on the front over here. But I think... Yeah, with this one there being there as well, it will definitely win. Oh, another 37mm going down. The M60 barely surviving. Over here, the push is now happening full force. Looks like the units that Espresso rushed in were easily killed off. And over here, all of a sudden, a large push happening by Stardekk, who's infantry just moving forward unopposed, basically. Recon coming in once again. There's one more EA piece that can get spotted and killed. There's still more that could be called in, but... Again, it's not going to solve the underlying problem. This is one of those situations where... Oh, yep, the center. Espresso going for a pusher, actually. Pack 38 is over here, though, can definitely do some work. LG40, not to be underestimated, actually quite dangerous here as well. But we do actually see a push. Finally. I swear every time you select a blob of units and Q moves them forward, it puts your 4 HP leader in front. I don't know what it is with the leader. It's annoying. But yeah, 16-8 for Stardekk, and Stardekk fully in control over this. The next big problem is that this push is not really protected by enough. The A is moving up, but it's not enough. So, bit of a problem there. Pack 36 struggling here though. This one getting a bit too close. Down it goes. No armor coming in. And obviously at this point it's expensive to call in. Wolfram though, going after this blob as a stationary for a little bit, but he has to be very... Oh, the Wolfram is getting spotted by the T-3045. This might die. If it misses, it will survive. If not, Stardekk not noticing. Oh, the Vespers are also under danger of it. All of those need to retreat. He missed twice. Stardekk has not noticed. He's gonna lose it. It's still reloading. And finally hit it. I think Espresso pushed mid too late, but Stardekk middle looks very vulnerable. It is very vulnerable, yeah. But this push can actually succeed here. Be quite dangerous. LG42 though, trying to stop it. Third line for Stardekk still. He might get another flag in the south very soon though. The Ice One is still here. Panda Chi has arrived though. And they can easily kill off the Ice One. The Vespers are now on the move. Oh, T-34 is really close to it. Stardekk just not calling in anything. Maybe he's saving up a tick of income so they can call in a proper tank to stop this. Will not be surprised to see a heavy tank now coming in over here very soon. Because I think, yeah, or over here. But he saved up for it. Because he didn't buy anything last tick. And it absolutely makes sense. Because none of these units at range can counter the Panda Chi. So this was actually a good call. Bigger problem is over here. Pack 38 is moving on, but it's a little bit slow. So these units, especially W25, can actually do a lot of damage there. So Espresso might actually be clawing his way back in. Stardekk just pushing everywhere might actually get punished for it now. As he kind of overextended, I think. He could have saved up on his units, but he might actually lose a lot more here than needed to be lost. Or the Panda Chi is getting way too close. If it's like 2 T-34... Oh no, one of them died. But even one T-35 can be dangerous. But says it's vulnerable to airspan cargo weight, doesn't really have that place to capitalize, so 1,000 km isn't that special. Well, I think it delivers very devastating blows. Focke-Wulf come in for a strafing round, but the 37 mil is over there. It's not going to get in there. This thing is super fast, though. Yeah, that's medium resistance. And 420 mil is pretty decent. But again, 37 mil doing a good job over here. More infantry coming in. Oh, immediately gets killed off. This is... I think the... Yep, looks like all the bazooka units are dead now. Don't see the other one over there. It looks like Espresso just slowly getting pushed out of the south, though. Actually, no, he's counter-pushing over here. Oh, he's bringing these guys. Interesting. And it's basically an AF, though, with a little bit of a worse loadout, as it has one of these. Oh, Panzerschreck still moving forward to go after this, but running into certain death. Wolfram has been reloaded, but not really been used. I think Stardekk is just too busy over here. And the Chi trying to stop this guy. Shrimp Pioneer is falling back behind the building. Oh, it's ground attack by the Chelsea SVT. Not something we see every day. Not the U-spot, probably the Shrimp Pioneer, I have to imagine. Yep. I'm surprised that it does not, like, didn't also smoke himself off, because that's what I would have expected. Bavarius Arnheim here, doing best he can to survive. Pack 38, trying to move. We might get spotted by this and killed off very soon. More reinforcements come in. Panther Chi now on the move again. This is actually really dangerous up close against T-30-45. You can easily lose this and trade poorly. But truly punish a player with no AA, you need AT planes. Most of the things that a precise 1,000 kilogram can do can also be done by a 250 kilogram. Not to the same extent. And with 2 of those, you kill the tank. So I agree that it is not as powerful as a division that has like AT planes, but I would not underestimate it. It's quite deadly actually. M60 once again back in operation. Going after the ammo is almost no ammo left though. 1410 for Stardekk still, but he definitely needs to trade better. Oh, the APCR here got to bail out on T-34, and all of a sudden the Panther Chi is dominating over it. Never mind, the AC-85 is still there. So it's not the king of this area. But it could be. Panzer and Panzerfaust now finally coming in. Another Panther Chi coming in. Stardekk not joking around. And down it goes. Wolframen is back and operational, going after the CQC block, which is running out of the area though. There's one more of these AT rifles still alive. I think it might be one of the last of those. I mean, these guys at Triple Vet are really scary. 81 mil also sitting here, not really doing much. Oh, the Wolframen might stop the push. Oh, he's firing all of them. Never mind. It's probably not gonna do damage to them though. This one could actually land relatively close. Only 1 damage each. Not that big. Vespa still alive. Trying to finish off the job. Economics are in, so he's a little half track there, but nothing too powerful. Over here, FG42 is actually running low in ammo, is out of ammo, and not that much actually holding this flag now. Although the FG42 is still dangerous. Not MG42 is coming in, the drilling is coming in as well. There's not that many tanks left, so all of a sudden the drilling can clean up. It's 12-12 though. Espresso equalized. Still Bavarians Arnheim come in. That's actually impressive. Still has some of these guys left. Oh, it is also needed because the Shrimp Pioneer just got killed off. Bavarians Arnheim and or Panther Chi working on the Samo Polnisi. Sorry, I can't pronounce them. Vespe, once again, this is where we finally see it got very lucky on the first strike, but here we see the true power of the Vespe. It's really not that good, but the fact that it can just go on forever obviously makes it good in some ways. Focke-Wulf come in once again. This might not actually get stopped by the 37 mil time, especially since it's in a very, very bad spot. And this will just probably pin everything over here. Yep. And not this leader, but everything else. And that's basically all he needs to do. Bavarians Arnheim got in, flag has been recovered, Panther Chi doing some pinning. Only T-34 regular ones in there. It looks like the S-85 got also killed, I kind of missed that. The M60 was going after the LG-42, which is now also engaged by the OB-25. Or maybe this was never shooting at it, and it was just the OB-25 and didn't see it. Anyway, it does go down. More reinforcements coming in. Still one of these guys. Actually dangerous again, it can also act as a support tool. This is still winnable for Espresso, maybe, but especially if you look at the map, I think... I mean, we have to remember the Panda Cheese are expensive. There's 3 of those. A lot of points are in there. But when we say that it is still relatively equal in terms of points, and one side has a lot of points in expensive units, that can still favor the other player. Because if any of those dies, it's a problem. Also, they're obviously just have very limited presence on the map. Like they can't be everywhere, so there's potential for some little flanking maneuvers. Like here, for example, the OB-25 getting a little bit closer, could get a side shot on it with the heat shell, and that would actually be seriously dangerous for the Panda G. Did it get damaged actually? It did not? No, it did not. There's time, but I doubt... someone said no time for Espresso. There's time, but I doubt he has the income to create the breakthrough he needs. Yep, I would agree. There's definitely time left for him. He could still win this, but he needs a... He will need a 59 at some point, which requires a big breakthrough. It's not that easy to get. 242 dead as well. It's not that easy for him. But units are slowly pushing forward. Economy is actually pushed forward as well, but it's getting bullied by the T-34 over here. This thing, not really sure what that one is going after. Retrofit half bars to tank. It can be that hard. Can't be that hard, Yeah, I mean, would be nice. The continuous singe stick is enough now, or very close. I think it's very close, but I don't think it's enough. We can't see anymore, but I think it was like 30 minutes. Actually could maybe be enough. But yeah, I mean, the Panda is really hard for him to get through. The T-3045 can maybe do it. Another was... Oh, he's trying to get this over here. He's trying to work to get into position where he can actually get close enough for APCR. That's definitely smart. It's just going to take a lot of time, which I think he might not have. Yeah, I agree, Spice Rob. It kind of sucks how you have to assess whether it's damaged or not. Oh, but over here we do see a breakthrough. Mobile Line is really dangerously close, and it has not even been noticed. There's basically nothing left here. Wolframen is on hold. I mean, Stardekk needs to... Yeah, now he's noticed his units are on the run. It's just barely holding this flag. He might actually lose this one as well. They'll be back to the 12-12. And this is going to be quite... This could actually get quite close. But again, over here, I think as Stardekk was more busy over here, he just completely neglected the south. And all of a sudden, we do see, with the units that he still had, Espresso managing a major breakthrough. Panda Chi... No. I get that he's afraid of the IS-1. But without proper infantry support, you don't want to push like this. Although the Fallschirmjäger F2 notes in a bad spot. He's at close range against these guys over here. If it was like just Yellow Forest, you could easily win this, but not against these guys at this range. Panda Chi coming, but again, these guys do have an AT grenade. He has to be very, very careful. Ooh, this is dangerous. I think he's going to stop them in time, but still, this is... Yeah, you have to be very paying close attention. Yep, okay. Okay, he was ready to do it, otherwise it would have been really dangerous. Half-Strix is bullying him again. This is the problem if your infantry does not have any AT rifles on the Soviet side. All of a sudden, it's quite annoying. Oh, the T-3045 gets close in, but gets stuck on these guys. Panda Chi is now falling back, as he noticed. He probably was also got shot at by these guys, I think. Sisu would also have been in position and failed. Oh, that is bad. Well, not bad, sad. Not much you can do about that. It was a nice attempt by Espresso. Just unfortunately did not work out. There's also still a drilling here, which once some of these tanks are dead, can do a horrible amount of damage. But there we go, up north. The push in happened, as the Fallschirmjäger could not really hold that range anymore. We're looking at a loss of this flag. This one very soon as well, probably, and that could also flip this one. All of a sudden, I think Espresso in a very good position. Looks like he's going to get this one as well. Mobile Wagon still needs to run, probably. These guys also need to continue to run, but this one is not that important because it's almost dead. Panda Chi definitely needs to address the IS-1 at some point, but at the moment doesn't know where exactly it is, so it makes a lot of sense. Drilling over here would be quite strong. Wolfram has actually been shifted. It makes a lot of sense. This thing, I think, is kind of done for Stardekk. I don't think he can do that much over there anymore, but over here he can still do a lot of damage. 45 mil really close. He needs to keep turning as thing is moving back and forth. Oh, but it is very much in the open. Over here, T-34 pushing forward. Could get a nice side shot here on the Stardekk or the Panda G. I mean, this T-44 is quite dangerous for the Wolframen. What do you see? Not the Wolframen. Does he see it? That's a big question. He does not see it. So Stardekk gets away lucky I think, but that could go south. Very much. Yeah, he can't get that deep. Wolframen is adjusting once again. I'm surprised he goes for this, because basically he has the planes. He might as well just go for this guy, and then he can use his planes again. But that's definitely a surprising choice. Over here, some infantry got in, but not close enough. He needs to move his Panda G away. If like he has nothing to spot for it or protect it. There we go. Panda G is called back, redirecting. Möbelwagen should go on the run. Infantry needs to be very careful as well. Wolf coming in as a strafer. There's a 137 mil far back of it. I didn't even notice this. Panda got pen. Yep. Now the Wolfram is revealed. Oh, 45 mil moving up close. He can definitely kill the Strig at this distance. The ABCR. His flag might be lost again as well. Espresso on the 1410. It could be the 15-9 there. Oh, the Panzergran does the work. Schrumpay just holding it, but if this one goes out, it could already flip the flag. 39 for Espresso. 1410 again. Getting this flag back. Maybe the push is happening. The mobile van has not been fallen back. What is Stardekk doing? I mean, he's maneuvering the Panda G. He knows it's there. Like, why on earth would you keep that here? Also, the 81 mortar. Like, while you're at it, why not just migrate away? Schrumpay is smoking his way in. Mobilwang is actually... No, now it's being disengaged. Panzerschreck. Oh, gets both tanks there. Mobilwagen is now... It is only one AT rifle. Mobilwagen is used as anti-infantry tool. I mean, if this thing dies, there is no AT in here. And then it can do the work. But he might have lost precious time here against the AT rifle by moving back first and then forward again. No, it works. Oh, so close. Wait for the Panzerschreck. Maybe. I don't know. It's super ballsy at least. These guys trying to drive in, the Schrumpay will kill those off. But if he's Espresso paying attention, he will just migrate away. A continuous TK will not be enough anymore at this point. Down it goes. Schrumpay will easily kill that off now. And down it goes. Mobilwagen falling back. None of these units can actually deal with it. More infantry coming in. Schrumpay, MG42. I mean, MG42 is not here for the MG42. It's just the drilling it that he wants. That makes a lot of sense. There's nothing here that can deal with the drilling it. They can already not deal with the Mobilwagen. They can definitely not deal with the drilling it. This flag barely held here. Creating a 12-12. Over here we do see a little pushback. Panda G pushing once again. It's dangerously close to T-3045. At this distance with the APCR, you can definitely take it out. Panda G is already on it. Gonna get the first shot off. Misses though. T-34 also misses. Oh, it's gonna be so close. One Panda for the Panda G. Is it already damaged though? It is. And the APCR takes it out. Huge kill there. There's still a Panda G and a Stug over here. But Espresso on the 1410, if he gets to 59 at any point, is the end. Again, I think Stardekk, I mean, his push in the open might not have been too late. It actually might have been in time. And to make matters worse, again, Stardekk just overextended, which I think enabled this in the first place. I think if we see, I think this is the second time we see this. Stardekk just pushing a little bit too much, a bit too deep, once too much. Battery Führer coming in. This is not a good sign. This means that Stardekk is running out of infantry. If this is the case, this is bad. This is really bad. But the push here, not really happening. Purpose double tick insufficient now, I think. Might be. I don't know. It could be, it could also not be. I cannot really say this. But I think it might be too late, yeah. I think if he'd gotten it a few minutes earlier, it would have been enough. I'm sorry, I have said it earlier in the stream as well. I have been going back with Stardekk and Espresso and saying the wrong name. It's not the first, like, if you're gonna see some videos in the near time, you will also notice it. I don't know why I always do this, but I'm bad with using the right name. Apparently, it's not the first time that this happens. That's been, I think he was trying to avoid the IL-7 getting on its back, or maybe try to get on the back, but the 37 is still there to force it off. I almost could have gotten the burst on it too. It's been horrible, but yeah, this has been going on for a while now that I've been mixing up names. Oh, this guy's still alive. The AT rifle will eventually kill it. How damaged is the mobile wagon? It's hard to assess because there's not that much thing to look at, but... I mean, okay, that's 50-minute armor. I always forget this, so it could... I think it's gonna survive. There we go. Crappy cluster did 7 damage to unit in the building. Oh, I missed it. No. Which one? Over here, I guess? This is the height, so might have been more. I mean, yeah, but I guess it is just too situational. So I probably would not bother with it. T-44 is now pushing in. The drilling can't really do that much work against it. The Panda G is the unit that can do some work over here. 12-12 again, though. With a huge hold here. An easy fix for Espresso, but it's just going to take time. Time that Espresso does not have. And while Stardekk is slowly getting taken down, I think it's going to take the win here. He's lost the flag here. He might lose another one over here, but it's just not enough time. 2 Storm Empires in transport is so bad. Oh, he did lose them? Well, 2, I think he tried to go for a strafing run, but failed. 5 minutes left. Not bad. Not bode well, though. There we go, 59. I mean, at this point, it's too late. Again, if it hadn't, like, 2 minutes earlier, I think he would have won this, actually. At this point, he needs the 18-6, I think. And as long as Stardekk has anything to put onto the flags, most likely not going to happen. Try looking at Espresso's orders at 48 minutes. It's probably just Q-move everything. And, yeah, there we go. This thing just zips in here to get the flag. Over here, T-34 pushing through. We have not seen those in a while, but now they're operational once again. Just lagging a little bit behind. This one pushing forward here, I'd really love to see that. This could be another flag, actually. So we're looking at 2 more flags here being grabbed soon. But I just don't see the rest of them. That's a big problem. So it's the 18-6. At the 16-8. 59 actually, for the moment. I think the Stug re-grabbed this flag. This guy's trying to run for it. Yeah, it's just hiding into the forest tower. That's good. Oh, but the Stug is now shooting at those guys, so they're not going to survive this. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Oh, this could actually be the 18-6. Never mind. If I was him with just suicide units in here. Like, it just needed to drive it. There we go, 18-6. 17-7 again. Stardekk doing the best he can to hold it. For as long as he can. And he doesn't need to hold very long. Just needs to hold for a bit. Energy just coming in now. There's really not that much to prevent it from actually getting in here. Panda was T-30, 45 up close. Not sure how well that's going to... This one was already pinned previously. This one was also pinned previously. But that's another flag that is lost, actually. 17-7 once again. It's not going to be enough. He got this flag, but... as the Kev said, the really is just driving over here to make sure that he can keep that flag. I absolutely love it. I mean, at this point, it's really just playing hide and seek more than anything else. Oh, big push over here. It tries to get that flag, but loses that in return. MG42 is kind of holding that for a little bit. I mean, Strel Safety, this one is not... No, this is not a Raider unit. It's not going to hold it forever. 17-7. Oh, we had the encirclement here, actually. This thing is losing it. Oh, but this might actually get this one again. It could be another 18-6 streak coming in. Over here, though, things are collapsing. Yeah, the front line is collapsing. That's going to be the end for the 18-6. He almost got it. He really almost got it. But it was not quite enough in the end. 13-11, actually. I mean, I can change very quickly, but yeah, everything here is collapsing. Espresso did a good job at trying to push here, but obviously means that it is hard to, like, this is not actually criticism, this is just pointing out the obvious. You can't be everywhere at this point, and he just doesn't have the resources to go over here. He just does not. And there we go, he surrenders as he realizes, I think it's not 50 minutes yet, it's almost, realized that there's no winning. And in terms of trades, Stardekk actually just barely out-traded Espresso, but it did really not look like it on the map. But it was a great game. Wow, I mean, this is amazing. This was just such an amazing game. It is, wow, absolutely nuts, real crazy here. These guys got... Stardekk lost an entire push with his light armor here to these guys. These guys are so good. Like, really. And there's not just a one-time thing. they always perform really well for me as well. But good trades here first for Stardekk, then good trades for Espresso. Then it's just really, I think it's what, there is a blob of Stardekk, but here we go, Espresso catching up a little bit. I think it was a good game. It was not, trades were not even throughout the game, but like on average, it was not that big of a difference. Stardekk obviously a little bit better in the end, but the early push from Stardekk was really key here. Taking that ground, just holding, and Espresso being too passive, which allowed to get Stardekk to have the initiative and just continue to dictate how the game works. We saw this completely flipped in the end, though. We saw how much Stardekk all of a sudden was in the defensive and not in a very good spot, but he just managed to hold on well enough to prevent Espresso from getting the flags that he needed. So well played, and that means we're going to get 2 more games at least, maybe even 3. So they are taking a break. By looks like it, so in that case, so will I, because obviously this is also tiring for me. This is already going to be the longest stream I've ever done. So while they're also taking, oh yeah, we can look at the kill list. Yeah, the Wolfram probably did a lot of work. This thing obviously did a lot of work. Then these guys over here, Ice1 killed not that many. Some of the infantry did really well. The LA5 actually did way better than I noticed. It's actually quite impressive. Some of T-35s did really good work. OB-25 being an absolute unit, as they sometimes are. T-30-45 doing good work. Another one, that's about it. On the other side, look at that LG-42. That thing killed so many units. That was really good. Pak 76, okay. The Jagdpanzer actually dominating up close for a little bit. The Focke-Wulf F8 did do some good work here as well. Pak 38. The first Wolframen did some good kills, but not actually that massive. It did pin a lot though. Second Wolfram did also not kill a lot, but it did pin and damage a lot. It's also something that you very often overlook. Like we focus so much on the killings, but at the end of the day, if you have a unit that is pinned and very much damaged, so that when the next time it engages, it just instant dies, that is quite huge. And again, pinning for moving and surrendering is also huge. So don't get fooled by the killers. Same things for planes, by the way, and off maps. Panda 4G did a lot of work. The other one as well. Stug, also good work. Quite impressive. I mean, this Panzerreich, that was such a cool play. Combined with the what's it called again? The mobile line. And drilling in, yeah. Wow, look at that. The drilling operator is just an absolute beast. But anyway, so I'm also going to take a 10-minute break. They'll obviously take some time with picks and pans. So, yeah. Stay tuned. I will be back in about 10 minutes time. Hold on, I need to write it again. There we go. And we can actually put this nice little... Oh, now I can't use the thing anymore. No, we can. Okay. But yeah, be back in about 10 minutes. Hope to see you all still here then. And stay tuned. So, I am back again. Sorry for the long waiting time, but obviously, if I'm taking a break and that is being already a 3-hour stream, I needed a little bit of a break too. I will probably have to take one after next game as well, because it will be time to at least something for dinner at that point, but at the very latest. I just did not really plan ahead enough to get things warmed up by now. Right, let me catch up with you guys in the chat. What do we have here? Bros, who's the strongest player in your opinion? Same as I feel like it's Espresso. I'm sorry, I just I don't know how to pronounce your name. Not gonna bother. Curve says, well, I guess it's the tournament with the side. Emblem much versus Espresso. Yeah, the tournament with this side, I guess. Although, I mean, we still have to say it's like the tournament is only like a quick like 1 moment picture. So there's that. Could be Espresso, could be Stardekk, but I think if we go a little bit longer or go back a little bit, it will be someone else. Gonzo obviously was, but now he's not really playing anymore. It's hard to say whether he's... And maybe he's still playing, just not in tournaments. He could still be the best player for all we know. It's kind of hard to say. Also, her Steph might call Espresso monster. I mean, Espresso is really rough to play against. I have been there, done that. Last season when he was still in Division 1, I won 1 game just barely and then got absolutely shed on in the other one. That was not that fun. Stardekk at least, and probably Espresso are in a league above Koenig and Nice as Curb. Yeah, I think so too, which is actually quite impressive considering the fact that, again, Espresso did place lower than Curb and I in the last league season that we actually had, like the last league, SD League, and not FOB Arena, which is the new league basically. And then last season he won Division 1, but I wouldn't say he would have been already ready to like be at the top of Division 1. Sorry, he was in Division 2, he wasn't ready to be at the top of Division 1. All of a sudden he is. I'm sorry, it's just still catching up, so if I miss some of the new comments, I will catch up, and that will probably be more up to date. Okay, it's kind of basic. Ignore this is the noob this talking to Curb and the other guy. Welcome back, Manal. Welcome back to you too, the noob. Defeated Moorbrooke only once and WF once too. His next has managed to defeat Moorbrooke once as well, but that was half a year ago. Also, Mr. Ghosty once, also incredibly lucky, much for me. I think Espresso's Gonza too right now. I don't think so. I mean, in terms of how like good they are, maybe not. I think Stardekk has a say in that too. But I think the biggest, in terms of playstyle, they're very different. So I would not call him Gonzo too. Very different playstyles. Also Stardekk. I think all 3 of those 2 really good players who I think have a valid claim on being the best player in the game fortunately for us have very different playstyles, which is quite interesting actually. I think it's very important as well because it shows us that there's not the one playstyle that wins. Gonzo is very obsessed with trades. Gonzo can play more aggressive incomes, but he can also play balanced, and his whole thing is all about trading well. And he does this very well. Obviously, as a lot of the top players, he's very efficient with what he uses. But I think he's like, when it comes to efficient use of units, I can actually switch back to the nice television. When it comes to efficiency of units, he's probably at the top. Like, there's not that many players who have seen using it so efficiently and so trade obsessed as Gonzo. Meanwhile, Espresso is a more aggressive player. Very often you see him doing kind of rushes and very aggressive. He trades well. It's not that he doesn't, but it's not the kind of obsession with trades as Gonzo has. And Espresso can be very, very aggressive. And Stardekk is... I still don't know how to describe Stardekk, to be honest. He's definitely not trade-oriented, like focus on trades. This is not his focus. Doesn't mean that he trades badly. It's just that he's not focusing on it. At least it doesn't look like it to me. But he's very much a one big push somewhere kind of guy and then shift around. And he's like, we've seen this in this game, since in the previous game. He's really not afraid of pushing somewhere and then just continuing that push until it kind of runs out and then start a new one somewhere else, which can have a problem, which can be a problem. And this is kind of what I noticed about Stardekk, but he can't really say more about that. Yeah, you pass up pointed out correctly. Stardekk is more about armor. He's very armored. Again, he pushes very strongly and deep with his armor sometimes. Like, he's unlike Espresso, who kind of does the same thing, but then switches into defense, and very much unlike Gonzo, he just pushes and then he pushes in the same direction, which sometimes really can break you, but sometimes it can also break him, if that makes sense, right? If he gets too many losses by that and can't build up another push in time, we've seen this in game 1 essentially, where exactly this happened, right? He had that one go push and he tried more and more and more, and he just couldn't really get in, and then it just all broke apart. This is Stardekk. It's also very different from, like, if you compare him with other, I would still call Stardekk somewhat aggressive. It's not like the Unga Bunga Rush type aggressive, but he's an aggressive player. But if you compare him to someone else who I know is very aggressive, which is Farid, who's not as good, but also quite good, it's very different, because Farid is the kind of aggressive player who will push, then push somewhere else, and again, and again, and again. Whereas Stardekk is more of a, like, push and then just continue that. I think Warner's influenced him a lot. Armor does the damage while in spots. Yeah, true. Stardekk does this a lot, actually. I think you're right there. I mean, Stardekk had nowhere to push in game 1. He was going to be beaten almost everywhere else because of this diff being weaker. But this is just not true, though. Like, he got in the open, he got into a very dominant position. He could have easily shifted towards the south. He could have even shifted towards the north. It's just he chose to try and bang his head against the wall, trying to get at the edge of that hill and get dominance there. And that just didn't work. And while he was slowed down there, Espresso dropped the off-map on him. Like, Stardekk did not need to continue to push over there. Like, you can shift, especially with armor. And sometimes Stardekk does that. It's just that in this game, that did not really went very well for him. Yeah, this is basically it. We kind of seen in game 2 as well. Like, he pretty much everywhere Stardekk pushed, he pushed until the end, until he couldn't do it anymore. Whereas a lot of aggressive players kind of push in and then stop and fortify and build up another push somewhere else. This is very unique, I would say. As in, those were 60 spaces which he would lose. Not necessarily. Like, you're under the assumption that he's pushing into well-defended defense, but that was not the case. Like, obviously, in the long run, you use them, but you can take them. You can win CQC fights against superior CQC divisions. You can just not win a lot of them. That's more of the issue. So you kind of have to make those that you can win count. And we've seen that, right? Espresso was struggling in some places to really get in. Like, Stardekk would put up a good fight. It's just the longer he went, where both sides continuously reinforced, Stardekk was at a disadvantage. But if you actually push it and take it, then it's not a problem. I mean, Stardekk did get into some strong CQC positions. And that would actually have been important, because he could kind of push when he's strong, right? Shell it with an Andrusha and push in, for example, and then do the same thing somewhere else. For example, that would have been quite useful here, actually. Wasn't the case, obviously. This is kind of how it goes. No news yet, so maybe they might not be back yet. It might be more than 10 minutes. Or they're still doing the picks and bans and not telling us. It's also a possibility. Oh, sorry, Moorbrook. It's 1-1. Forgot about your question there. I'm sorry. Game 1 went to Espresso. Game 2 was secured by Stardekk. So you're going to get 2 more games at least. But yeah. Back to the original question again. I still think it's any one of these 3 can claim the top. I mean, Yapasa and Memil would actually be close as well. I think Memil, from what I've seen, he kind of just lost motivation in the end. And we've seen this in monthlies and league. Like if you've seen Memil at the start of the league in the monthlies, he did very poorly. And then league started, and Memil did super well. He was on fire, even tied with Stardekk in the group phase. Won against him in the monthly. And then it just kind of, as the league went on, he kind of fell off again. So it's like, there's a few players, like Yapasa could also be one. He was very close to being very on the top last league season. So like all of those people, I mean, yeah, Moorbrook too. Like all of those 3 are really not far away from being at the top either. It's just, it depends a bit on how things go, how well in shape they are at the time. Because, for example, Yapasa was super well in shape last league season. This season is not been in great form, for example. So it's very fluent, actually. So again, this really just captures the moment, which makes me really think that like the top is not as easy to say who that one player is the best. Yeah. What player do you think has the most distinct style? Oof. Hard to tell, because I think for almost every player, I think it might be Stardekk, actually, because I'm not the only one who was like, who said he doesn't even know how to describe his style. He has a distinct style, but how do you describe it? I think I kind of managed it now. Yapasa's Farid. I don't think it's Farid, actually, because I think Curb has a similar style. But yeah, maybe Farid. When it comes to aggressiveness, I think Farid is unmatched. He is the best aggressive player in the game, I think. Towards this pushy guy. Yes, but like you can push in different ways. And Farid has a very strong way of doing it. Again, Farid is one of the best players who pushes. Like, everyone can make a push, but the push needs to be well made, and you need to be able to continue that momentum into the next push. And this is something that Farid is very good at. Like, he's really... and not run out of that pushing power. Whereas you can compare it to someone like Stardekk, for example, who does a very similar thing of just pushing, very aggressive. But he is like, he's not the Farid style. It just pushes everywhere really aggressively. He has his units at like max wet, basically. And then at some point it just runs out. And he either wins by that point or not. Farid is not like that. Like, Farid can fight a long game. Whereas someone who's just aggressive, like Stardekk, does not. So this is where the big difference lies. But yeah, I think Curb has a somewhat similar playstyle established. I think Curb is a bit more armor heavy than Farid. I think it's hard to tell, because for really pretty much any player style, you find someone who has a similar style. I think Gonzo, it's either Stardekk or Gonzo who have the most distinct style, although Yapasa has a similar style to Gonzo these days. Out of curiosity, how would you describe your own playstyle, Commander Al, and maybe Roy's? Oof. Roy's an aggressive player, for the most part. But I think he's quite versatile, actually. Like, this is what makes him so good. He has his niche that he's good at, but he can do other stuff as well. I cannot really describe my own playstyle. I think this is part of the reason why in the past months I had very little success, because I just don't really like. I try to learn different styles, and I think I'm at a point where I just don't have any style really well at the moment. I used to be quite aggressive. I tried to learn more trade oriented, and I think now I just can't do either of those things well anymore. So I don't know what my style is. I think it's definitely no. I couldn't say defensive now. It's also not defensive. I don't know. I really don't know. Infantry. This is my style. I like infantry. I'm bad with it actually, but I like it. This is as far as I can describe it. Do you guys remember Sir Daniel's that one guns as Padawan? Never met him. Might have been before my time. It was very defensive, not gonna lie. From my experience against him. Oh, have we played? I don't know when I played against you. It depends a bit. Again, I used to be very aggressive for a time, then I've tried to learn defensive. Now it's, I don't know. It really depends on the game. You will see both things from me. And you will see both things done very badly as well. Like, in my early days, I used to be quite defensive, but I think once I started getting better, I became more and more aggressive. But now it's best of 5. Laughing. But it's like when you basically learn, I think it's probably the same for a lot of players. Basically, when you learn the game from attack power, then and go with balance, you kind of have the tendency to learn how to play the game defensively first. But as you get better, you learn that aggression is important. I think you see this with a lot of players, actually. There's a few who are not like that anymore. So we've seen it change over time, which is great. I mean, some of the really good players have also made this change, but also some of the very good players have really learned to be aggressive early on as well, which is pretty cool. No news yet. Also no game yet. Might have been back a little bit too early. Maybe I should have taken a longer break. I guess we're going to do a quick play game. You first watched Attack Power, and that's when it started getting me interested in this. I mean, same. Same. I think most people are like that. It's Sienna. I'm playing 715. Ooh. I don't like the map. I like the pick, though. I think 715 is really good on Sienna, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Quite some waiting time. Okay, but that means we're going to get a new game very soon, which is good. But AK said 4XD. What is your in-game name then, if I may ask? Because I have no idea ever having played against you. I'm always curious who I'm playing against. Also, I like to. I'm usually curious to see people in the chat in the game as well, and vice versa. It's always interesting to see who you're actually talking to. 715, I think, has good options for Senna. Yes, absolutely. Oh, you constantly change your nickname. Okay. Because I don't remember having played against you at any point. But then I probably just don't know with the nickname change. You have good amounts of 2K tools and light armor and good mix of infantry, plus good archer too. Yes. I mean, you're spot on, basically. Let's pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, this used to be one of my favorite divisions for such a long time. It also used to be quite good for such a long time, back when the infantry meta was still there. Although, maybe a bit overrated. It has its issues. Had back then, still has. Also, once again, ignored the deck. I think this needs some rebuilding as well. We'll never use that mortar anymore. But I mean, yeah, you have tools like for the open, you have elephants. It's just, I think for Sienna, it's a good first pick because it's safe. You have a bit for everything. You're at risk of not really having a distinctive strength against your opponent's division, depending on what he picks. But it's at least a safe pick. You can find a 2K. For the closer ranges, you have the Marder for some features. You have good AT guns. You have obviously good RT, and Sienna is a notoriously more grindy map, in my opinion. So you have these things. You have plenty of 2K HE. You also often end up at CQC fights in those forest patches, so you will have infinite CQC, even though there's better CQC units than the Decima. You will not run out of CQC, at least with the Decima. A phase is a bit rough, but 820 points pioneers is not horrible, really, if you look at it. So it is manageable. Biggest problem is you don't have that many super fast transports and no flamer, so your opponent can bully you a little bit with those, but it's not the end of the world. Obviously, again, lighter armor, especially lighter AT, also important if your opponent's lighter stuff. If it's lighter stuff, they can bully you guys. Lighter armor medium tanks can become a problem quite quickly though, since obviously tigers are not the best. And it's quite a huge step between the tiger and the elephant. So if you have something like a panther that is slightly superior to your tiger, you already have some problems. Yep, I agree with you, Paza. He says 715 is pretty hard to counterpick on Oceano, in my opinion. Yeah, I think it's just well-rounded for Oceano. It has a bit of everything that you need. Honestly, the 20-point pioneers can be really annoying. I mean, regular ones are also 20 points right now. Big thing is more you get 8 of them. Now, because that is hardened, you have to micro them though. If you've seen the one video where I showed my little investigation based on Moorbrook's observation that TNT units sometimes throw the TNT, you know that if they survive for long enough, they will throw it eventually, regardless of what you do, if they're on an attack move. But with this hardened, they will probably get pinned before that point. So those you actually have to micro to work, if they're up against a flamer. That's a big if. What game of the best of 5 is being played? Now, this is going to be game 3. It's going to be 715th Infantry on Ciano, and we don't know what the counter pick is just yet. So far, 1 win for Espresso, 1 win for Stardekk. Versus Tetao. Interesting. I see what he did there. There's 2 ways you can play this. You can play Maverick or Balanced. And I think it's kind of a smart idea. And also not. Obviously, you have these guys. So against Tiger, you can do something at 2k. You don't have 2k HE, but you can take this guy, then you have 2k HE. That's done. Then we do have good artillery, so you can also go along with that artillery. What it does well is it can take advantage of the weak AA that 715 has. 715 has this SKS at 1, so it is not super weak, but it only has that one. You can only take in APs, and then you're relying on the flag 36, which is not that good. So you can actually overwhelm 715 AA somewhat easily, and you can just spam, which can work quite well. I don't think it works well for Ciano though. I like this as an off-meta pick. I have been playing with the thought of picking it a few times myself. I probably will at some point. I've played it against Ipaza once or twice. Balance for Teta, V for victory for 715. Yeah, that was to be expected. I mean, the map is more balanced, or V for victory have favored. And what this thing does is you get the King Tiger and you can counter the elephant with that. It's obviously more expensive, but not that much. And the elephant has a really hard time killing this. This thing will also not have an easy time killing the elephant, but it's favored for the King Tiger Age. That's the most important part here. So the 2k dominance will be in the favor of Tetao, definitely. And the Nebel can also help there as well, which is something that 715 cannot do. So if we're going to get to see the heavies, this is favored in favor of Tetao. It's just, can they actually capitalize on it? This is then the other question. Espresso picked Tetao. It has some strong infantry, especially this guy. It's basically a weaker Fallschirmjäger FG42. It has a little bit less health, and it doesn't have rage trade, which is a big downgrade. But you have more Pioneer to spam around. They're more expensive, though. So I guess we're just going to see these 2 guys throwing TNTs at each other, which is fine. But you have a ton of cheap infantry spam around, which can be really, 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 really annoying. Where's the other one? I'm fine there. Oh, there it is, the Bren one. This guy is actually a good hybrid unit as well, so there's some more CQC there. So Teta can actually dominate at CQC at first. As the game goes on, this is not true anymore. But yeah, this is definitely strong. Then obviously have just a lot of infantry spam. Problem is crossing those open grounds can be tricky at times, so the infantry spam can work, it can also completely fail. Also, one of the nice things the division has is you have this guy, and these, so you have some spam of light tanks. These two also count as a light armor very well at 10 out of 15 fast, so this is something nice. But yeah, this is about it. This thing is also super efficient, but it needs to get in range. So Tetao thing is very limited when it needs to get in range early on, otherwise it becomes quite tricky. It can defend somewhat okay though, and afterwards it's not horrible. You can also get a lot of machine guns and relatively cheap ones too. This one is, I think, a Hotchkiss, if I'm not mistaken. Also get some MG42, so there's some strong units there, and you can actually get a lot of these in support if you really wanted to, and don't want to take the Feldjäger and or the Commander. So it's actually I don't know. I mean, this is an interesting pick. It is risky, but it has some things it can do well. And it is not to be underestimated. Curious to see if the SPW 204F will be used in this matchup. I don't think so. Doesn't make much sense here. It doesn't seem like nobody has a full, complete list of all divisions in game and what it is inside them. So just look into the list when you're up against a weird division. Attack power used to have one, but it is quite outdated by this point. I think you got it when you subscribed to him. Not subscribed, sorry, when you donated on his Patreon. Might be on his Discord actually, but I'm pretty sure he had one. It might just be very outdated at this point, and some of the new divisions are obviously not in there. But I mean, if you're not in a game, if it's not quick play, it's not that big of a deal because you will want to look at it anyway. Because things like availability, vet curve are very important. Phase locking is very important, so you just look at it. For quick play, obviously, it'd be useful, but very often you can find the wiki. And for good players, you can actually, like, not say that it wouldn't be useful, it would be useful, but it's not that big of a deal, fortunately. Especially if you have some experience, you know a lot of things by heart anyway. Just kind of like not actively learning it, but you just remember things. Hasn't updated for the last couple of matches. Yes, the wiki is very out of date. That is maybe the biggest problem here. Because otherwise the wiki is pretty much everything. Like, you can check it actually and find most things. The next best thing you can sometimes do is quickly go into one of Attack Power's deck building videos and just look at his deck. But obviously you don't see everything the division can have if you do that. You also don't see everything players would bring, because it was what Attack Power would bring. But I used to do that a few times as well when I was still less experienced. But it's just arguing for counter building in a pick-up game and you have to close the editor for the... Yeah, this is annoying. I often do... what I usually do is I kind of build a deck with what I would take in this matchup, and then make a screenshot of that and pull that up, and then you go, and then you do it. You have that open while you build your deck. This is what I usually do. It's not the best solution when it works. It's just easier to... Well, I'm talking about quick play. So yeah, for quick play it would be useful. And again, especially for newer players. Like, there's some special... Like, there's some weird units that you don't remember, but good players will usually have, like, a general idea of what the division has or doesn't have. And unicorn... Like, really special unicorn units you usually keep in mind, but some weird units you often forget. biggest one is like things like 50mm mortars for infantry engagements that are super important to know, and those will actually be quite useful if someone has them. And the other big thing is maybe BAT planes, because not everyone knows them. They're talking about a quick overview list with strengths and weaknesses. Yeah. I mean, strengths and weaknesses is okay. That would be easy to make, because like a full overview of what a division has or doesn't have is useful, but it's also a lot of data. Again, I've seen attack powers list back when he had them, and I think he tried to have like a bit of everything in there, and it was actually quite long. Although it needs to be said, it is of limited use still, if you just know the strengths and weaknesses, because you still need to know what the division, like what makes this division strong or weak with that. For example, some divisions are strong when it comes to like spamming out light armor, but it matters a lot what kind of light armor that is, because some light armor can be countered, must be countered differently than others, right? Also, division is weak to light armor. It depends in what sense, so that matters a lot as well. Wiki being updated sucks if you don't have this. Yes, it does. I'm gonna set up like quit tournament scene because I couldn't see what I would be fighting against without opening attack power review. Yes, it is the issue. I really think they should make it so that you can look at every division. Like this is also nice if you, let's say, what should be possible is if you go here and you can just look at any division, this one for example, and like, I don't know, I could not add anything, I could not save this, right? So I can just look at the deck, or I could build it, but it would not be saved as a battle group. This would be nice because you can look at every division in the game. This would also be nice, even if you don't have the DLCs, and this would also be nice because you can actually look at the battle groups yourself and decide whether it is worth buying the DLC for you, right? I think that would make it so much better. And I'm pretty sure more people would buy the DLCs. Like, it would actually be good for Eugene. Because as it stands, people are usually more on the careful side when it comes to spending money. So if they are unsure, they will probably not buy just from the description. If they are unsure and can check, maybe they get convinced. But yeah, I think it should be possible here in this divisions list here, look at every division. And then for battle group, you go create, you can select it, and only here you would not have access, and only here you could build, and only here you would have access to the divisions that you actually have bought DLCs. What would be good for Eugene is if they made free weekend. Yes, it would be. It would be. Honestly, at this point, it would also be good if they just made the base game for free. No one will buy this when it's not on sale. At this point, not a lot of people will buy it anyway. So just make it free. You have plenty of DLCs they can make money with. And it would probably, I think it will keep the game alive for longer and make them more money in the long run. So I think if it's allowed to be saved but not played, yeah, something like that would also be fine. Then you build the deck and buy the DLCs. Yeah, that would actually also be cool. So then you can already use it. Roaring Red Dragon was given away for free on Epic, so it's possible S2 could be as well. See, that would be great. I really wish they did that. Oh, they're in deployment. I've missed that. I was not announced, that's why I missed it. But yeah, I mean, again, I think things like free weekends and things like just making the base game free, or have like a limited time giveaway, so where you can redeem it if you want to, that would be so useful. All right, so Stardekk got the bad side, which is this one, because you can get pushed easily here in the open. That is a bit of a problem. You just have more flags on blue that are easily grabbable. Like even that one in the center can at least be contestable. It's hard to hold, but you can kind of get in a little bit. Here is kind of equal for both sides. A little bit more on the red side, but the front line here doesn't tell you that much, because in terms of actually getting in, it's not that easy. Both right here, I think, are roughly the same time. This one is definitely a bit easier to get in for blue side. That's about the only one. Everything else here is really deep to push for blue and harder to hold. So it's not actually that easy. That's a bit of a problem. We do have the Panzerschreck early on, interestingly, and snipers. So aggressive deployment. Maybe an aggressive defensive deployment by Espresso. Maybe not a super aggressive one. How much more alive did Red Dragon become after free event? Oh, that was before I was there. Or was that recently? I've actually started playing it. A friend of mine convinced me a long time ago to buy it, so I bought it. Never played it, then played it once or twice with him. And obviously didn't do well. And recently a different friend who was also convinced by the same friend to buy it, started playing it just for fun a little bit. So we're just having fun playing against AI at the moment. For me, it's kind of like, get an RTS that has some like distant similarity. Like, I mean, I think some things are like the underlying principle is similar, very similar. Obviously, it's also for Eugene. Just playing it against the AI very, very casually. I treat it as a very arcadey. Like, I'm actually not actively not trying to learn it too well, because then I can still enjoy it without not getting sweaty, or we can play against each other and I don't have that much of an advantage because I know Steel Division, because I just don't know anything about that game and what is good and what isn't. So I actually enjoyed for that a little bit. Not too much though. I think Red Dragon needs to flat update to make it somewhat like SE2. It was pretty helpful. They ended up making another DLC after 3 days. Oh, okay. I mean, it's such an old game, and they've made Varno. I don't think it makes much sense for them to actually, even though it still has an active player scene, I think it just doesn't make much sense for them to do anything. Also, I don't know how, like, it's possible that some of the features, like, how it's built might be very outdated. Like, SC2, for example, has also a lot of problems from how it was built. We hear this a lot by people from the Strike team who knows these things better than us, but apparently it's very difficult to move flags because their whole AI for the map needs to be retrained. So just adjusting flag placement, for example, to make it more balanced is apparently really difficult. It's apparently also something that's on like very fundamental level of the map. So it's apparently really difficult. So these kind of things, yeah, if your game is built up in kind of in a way that makes it difficult to make some quality of life changes later on, it is also maybe just better to build a new game at that point. And I would prefer to see an SD3 over an SD2 being updated, to be honest. Like, if it takes that long and they don't really do much and it takes them too long, like, this game is probably going to die. Even if they would start now, this game is probably going to die before the game is actually where it wants to be. So I'd rather they build an SD3, keep it close to SD2. So don't make a Vorno in World War II style, please don't. And I would much more prefer seeing that over SD2 getting too many more updates. Obviously, if they're not going to make SD3, I would love to have these changes in SD2. The new Wargaming DLC was released after the Warhammer release. Oh, wow. Okay, I did not know that. I don't remember what it was. As the 8th DLC for Wargaming Return. Okay, don't know. Never bought any DLC for it because, yeah. Actually, can we skip a little bit ahead? No, we cannot. We're already up to date. It's gonna suck if SC3 is gonna be some Cold War slop game. SC3 Pacific Theater when. I don't know. Honestly, I still don't think I want to see Pacific Theater with Steel Division. Oh, yeah. Paul. Last time you guys were right. Okay, we do it very quickly. No, we still do it. I can't leave it up for open for a long time. Wins. Oh, it's a bit late. I'm sorry. J7 providing a lot of vision. Lorraine aiming up to pin things immediately. It's a very ballsy move. On this map, this one might be one of the few maps where you can actually get away with buying artillery right at the start. Didn't have interesting tools to play with, not gonna lie. You mean Pacific Theater or what? But I think the problem would be balance mostly. I just think the balance, again, like, Japanese will just be like a lot of the infantry heavy divisions we have in the game, and they will struggle in one way or another. I think this would be the big problem. The artillery doing some good work. Push is ready here to come. With SS Junker, with a leader, the SS Wache as well. This is one of the, you get like 6 of those, which is really good. Over here, Pack 40 and some infantry and the sniper overwhelming the MG34 15W. There's, yeah, Stardekk's gonna lose 2 flags. This would always happen. This is why this map is so bad. I mean, it is absolutely horrible. If it wasn't for these 2 flags, it would be much more playable. Immediately we have an IG-33 following up. That's a good call here, to hold the open a little bit. We'd like SD3 to be Eastern Front again. I think for SD3 they would need to change timeline. They already did whole European theater in mid-44 and SD1 and SD2. I agree. I would actually love to have an early war kind of thing. Maybe a little bit of a longer time span. Like, so maybe like follow France and then some North Africa stuff. Or you could do 1942. You still have the North African theater and you have some in like the Western Front being in action. Maybe, you know, maybe early Pacific theater could work. Because then I think some of the Japanese tanks might at least still be usable if you make them like cheap and spammy enough against some of the not yet super strong armor. Maybe, probably not. I'm not an expert on how realistic this would be, because obviously you need to take into consideration the actual like performance and things like that of these tanks, as Eugene always does. But this would be an option, maybe. I don't know. Ooh, Panzerjäger versus the P40. Not a good fight for the P40. Oh, actually bounced, but then it missed. Vrag abandoned. Less time to stop it at this point. Obviously, we don't want to go it too long. I think a World 2 game with no Tiger ones wouldn't sell very well, unfortunately. Yes. I mean, yeah, this is my wish list, basically. I'm not saying this would be a good idea. I think, unfortunately, a lot of people want to see the heavy tanks, want to play the heavy tanks, so... Yeah, you couldn't make this... Oh, this guy coming in. DT grenade. So I don't think you could make this game without the heavy tanks. It has to be late in the war. So more likely we're going to see like 1940... going to see 1945 or something like that. You can revert everyone back to World 2 or technology and start World War 3. So we could get ST3. I mean, again, I would find the earlier war more interesting, but it could also be a scenario that you kind of go, okay, end of the war, and then immediately it is Western Allies versus Soviets, and then like that, maybe. Could be something. What do you mean, Japans? I don't get it. Alright, we have some initial good fights for Stardekk, but now with all the Panzerjäger and the P2, it's not going to be that easy anymore. Mada and P40 are coming in. They can outrange these guys. Like, one of these sitting up here would be useful, but the problem is he cannot risk going here because there could be 18 here, which is not. No, I mean IRL scenario. Another sci-fi from just game with S2 style. Honestly, I wouldn't like. I like the World War II setting, but I also like just the general play style of this game a lot. So I wouldn't mind too much if we get something else with these mechanics. I would love a Star Wars game with these settings. Holy moly, that would be cool, wouldn't it? I would love it. I would absolutely pay for this. The range shifting focus over here. Stardekk is stabilized for the time. First Focke-Wulf coming, going after the IG-33. No AA yet. Second Lorraine coming in. Stardekk really going for the long game here. The problem is he will struggle a little bit with getting the time that he needs in this matchup, because he's on the bad side of the map. He's making some good progress over here. Marder and P40 pushing forward against the Panzerjäger. That can be tricky. They're already, they're not realigned. Vanderbilt car bullying some units over here, giving these time to actually get into position. One of the Panzerjäger goes down. 2 and 1 before he gets pinned once. Might actually go down here. It does, because Panzerjäger 35 broken at those distances. And the Marder takes revenge, though. This guy's still alive. Panzerjäger is busy trying to get, like, onto it. But 20 mil is going to go down here, probably. Espresso will just rocket RT him in B phase for now. He's really going to push Stardekk to punish him for spending his points on RT. Well, I think it's not actually going that well for him. But I think it's not actually going that well for Stardekk. But it's also not, like, Espresso can't really push in the places he would need to. Like, this he was going to get anyway. It's very hard to deny that. So he's not really punishing him over here too much. This is, like, the standard of what happens. He would need to do it, like, over here. But yeah. I think it's one of the... You're dying to the Marder, yikes. Oh yeah, you're right. That's huge. We'd see the big problem here, though. Look at how the blue has go to get more flags. Look at how deep it does. Like, this map is so unfair. This is why I hate it. Like, I never play this because of this. It's so unbalanced. Like, even with this push, look at where the units are sitting for Espresso, and he's still getting that flag. It's ridiculous, and he's almost getting another one too. Except since I'm getting RT'd up north. Oh yeah, this is really bad. That was spotted then, by the looks of it. Is it moving? Yeah, it is. 715th has a scary Air Force too, by the way. So it is not like Espresso can just sit there and let his AA die. I mean, to be fair, or to be truthful here, 715th, Tetao is not really much better when it comes to the AA situation. So either of those players can get air spammed by the other. Big difference is, though, that this thing will not stop the HE219. If Espresso wants to get going with this thing, it's going to shred. He can kill it. 2 of those will kill the Marder in 1 run, probably, as well. 2 flags he grabbed, so 14-10 for Stardekk, but it's just in one spot, which is risky long-term, especially now that the Panzerwerfer is coming in. It's not going to make it super easy for him to hold that. But let's see. Lorraines are still going. He needs to stop it, though, because he cleared this out now. But there we go, he got the flag back. This one lost, but not going too bad. It's going real well for something, yeah. But his income will fall off. But at the moment, the thing that makes it so dangerous for Espresso as well is we have to remember this is a notoriously grindy map. And the Lorraines being out so early and it not being punished means that Espresso might be getting traded, like out-traded for a long time now. Panzerwerfer is, yeah, going after the IG-33. He did definitely the right call. He's not trying to go after Lorraine. Now, the IG-33 being out so early is also a bit of a problem. 2 of those at least already, because it means that Panzerwerfer is so inaccurate at this distance. The IG-33 may survive this. It really depends on whether it scores a lucky hit or not. It's also moving out of the area, so it doesn't even know. No, okay. There we go. Because if the Pack 43 arrives later on, unless Stardekk did take the Sturmpanzer full, it's going to have a bit of a problem. I'm curious if Stardekk even brought the DO-217s, to be honest, because considering B for victory and one available for A, not really being able to get the 4 in B. I mean, he can still get it in B and then buy it in C phase. It's not a bit of a problem, not a big problem. I feel like Stardekk is overextending with his infantry. Yes, this is what I meant with Stardekk's push, playstyle. Stardekk does this a lot. And weirdly enough, it works. Until it doesn't. That's kind of the thing. I do for the 3 coming in. It's going to outrange the SAT, so it's going to be fine. I'm not sure. Oh, he's trying to get in here. Makes sense. Is it going to outrange him? Yeah, it does. It does. Right? No. Yes. I'm not mistaken. Oh, Tiger. I mean, it's just yes as well. I mean, those are dirt cheap. B-phase, P2s are coming in. Obviously, they're far more useful over here to deal with some of the lighter stuff than some of the very, very cheap light tanks. So you can spam the mouse out on, like, town maps, and they're really annoying. Like the cheap little 5.5. Yeah, there we go. Sturmpanzer and B-phase. But yeah, I would not be surprised if he has the DO-217s. They're useful. These guys, as good as they are for close range, will probably lose to this, yep. Just because of health alone as well. Actually, 290 going down, but these guys can't really... Well, they're 15 points, so... Who cares? You can throw them away a little bit. Not that big of a deal. I'm surprised not to see any push over here. Because once you have this, it kind of helps a lot to push over here. First of all, you get this flag, you get in a good position, and you can kind of... Like, these two sides here, because of... Look at those open grounds. I've not seen it very often, but you can kind of... They can kind of help each other out. Like, you can help secure each other off. 2 Focke-Wulfs now coming in. Going after... Yeah, this is a bit of a... Too much of a blob over here, and the Edge of 33 is also getting targeted. Yeah, he needs more EA down here. But yes, I'm surprised that we don't have a push over here. Probably has no more infantry left in A phase. Who you mean? Stardekk? Maybe. Possible. Just slowly clearing this out now. At least now he has infantry again. Or still, for sure. But this guy's also in here. This is actually a nice infantry unit. Oh, the 20 mil doing some work here. Marder pushes up, kills this guy. Marder is also in position now to kill the B2. The B2, is it in range to shoot at the Marder? I think it is. It is, and takes it out. Huge kill there. Tiger is moving just in the right moment as the Pack 40 would have arrived and can definitely kill it at this distance. Oh, wow. Tiger pushing. I mean, outside of AT guns, there's nothing that Espresso can call in that can deal with the Tiger at this point. I thought this thing would have impression, but it does not. Going after the B2, Panzerwerfer might actually be in danger over here. Do have Pack 36 as well. This thing's actually dangerous up close because of the heat. That can take out the Tiger very quickly. Tiger also here now. Espresso has heat thing that one-shots. Yeah, but he needs to get close with it. If there's some infantry in front, it needs to be at 750 meter range. As the cassette moves forwards, that is maybe a bad idea and probably a misclick. It can shred infantry, but it might have been pre-damaged. No, not really. It can shred infantry, but against multiple infantry units, especially and the Aufklärpanzer Panzer 2F, this can very easily die. The B2F though can take the Aufklärpanzer Panzer 2F out very easily. Junker going down over here. Sniper just barely holding this, and the SK sets. Esport will be finished off by rocket artillery. Encryption is 12 damage. Is 10 damage, so Tiger need one, if anything. I mean, it can be finished off by rocket artillery, but again, this is not a guaranteed thing. Like, Espresso does not have no tools for it, but it doesn't have a lot of fast guaranteed tools for it. 75 mils coming out. Stardekk really loves these dual-purpose weapons. He's using them a lot. For good or bad, really. One of the main selling points of the Tiger. Better ever than the Pantray and can tank 10 damage. Yeah, sometimes it can be quite huge. Lorraine is shifting to the ammo. Lorraine keeps on going. 37 mil has been spotted. I think it used the heat shell. It looks like it missed, right? Yeah. And now the Tiger is basically unkillable again. Unless he has the Pack 43, which we have not seen yet. This 20 mil car is still alive, and this is amazing. Oh, look at that. The Tiger is again fighting at close range, fighting the B2. Wow, amazing. Pack 40 coming in. This can definitely kill the Tiger, especially in APCR range, which we are, so he has to be careful here. He needs to bring his infantry forward. If it misses, though, the Sturmpanzer will eradicate that. I mean, these things are just not reliable enough at stopping the plane. Stardekk can be really lucky at Espresso to not bring the HE219. Because that thing would shred these. Like, one of them will probably already take out this guy. 2 of them would definitely take it out. Easily. Like, okay, one might not take it out immediately, but it will pin it in one run. Without any problem. Uh-oh, Panzerwerfer might get killed off here by the... Oh no, Sturmpanzer I think is probably spotted the Pack 40. The Tiger is further back. No, not been spotted. Oh, it's ground attacking. Uh-oh. No, now I decide to go back. Ooh, it might not be enough time. Might die here. Tiger's engaging. Not sure if you want to do that now. Oh, he tries to just have one quick go at it and then pull back. I mean, you can do that. This works. Lorraine will probably switch on to it very, very quickly. We have JV8 and south just to see how much is actually there. So it looks like Stardekk might be looking for a shift over there. Although he's definitely, it's not his place to push anymore. He's in the defensive now. Doesn't really look like it though. But This is how it should work. Oh, Panzergrand's in the forest. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. This is not what we want to do. Decima? Yes. Panzergrand? No. If I guess he thought he could push on, but I couldn't. SK18 can one-tap Panther, really fun interaction when it happens. Yeah, true. True. I spotted the SMG, not the Pack 40 though, but with the spread of the Lorraine, he might actually take it out as well. I think Stardekk needs to recon or like MG to spot for the Tiger and new Sturmpanzer coming. Oh yeah, there's a new one. True. Yeah, he needs to I mean, he has some infantry here, but it's not quite enough. Some recon would be better. But these guys now running at the edge of the forest. Well, 2 MG34s. These guys and this guy as well will still overwhelm the Panzergrand. Yep. Oh, this one also has an MG34, by the way, so it's even easier to overwhelm. Pack 36 is here. Tiger's again very close. I mean, there's also no infantry to spot for it. So at this point, I think Stardekk might want to pull out of this. He's just going to lose the Tiger. This is the Stardekk thing of just like continue on as long as you can. Decima coming in here. Oh, the Pack 36 got it. No. Oh, he wanted to shoot the AP probably. Now he has to turn on the heat. Oh, did he damage it? No, he missed. Now it's spotted. Ooh. There we go, got the pen. It might not hit the other one. Luftwaffe is also onto it. Oh, it's triple vet though. No, it misses. It's still alive though. It's not gonna die. Tiger now on the run. Yeah, he needs to give this up. He needs to reinforce this flag, but these two are probably off limits now. Yeah, I always use the bad AP, I think, unless you disable it. Yeah, I mean, I haven't. No, you figured this out, Bill. I think this was you who explained it to me, right? With when heat is used and when not, right? Like it has to do with range, right? Problem is just. What was it? I think at the range as heat is used, and if you get close enough, AP is used by default. I think it was that you explained to me. Problem with this whole thing is, this thing is, I think, never in the range where the AI would prefer heat. So, it's so stupid. Line of code says it's, yeah, exactly, 1 kilometer or more. I remember, yeah, exactly, this is what he told me. Oh, this thing is a little bit close. I could actually get killed by the Pack 40 if it does not unload it. Sturmpanzer is coming with it, though. 17-7 still. Espresso just spamming his way back in here, but it might not be enough. Just a blob of Decima to push. I mean, he's not really having enough support for it. And oh, there we go. The dreaded 219. This thing is an absolute unit. He needs an STK. Like, if he wants to get rid of this, he needs an STK set 10-1. And he needs a leader next to it. 100%. 2 of those. I'm not sure if 2 of those can do it. If you space them out enough, they can probably do it. Because I've only done it with the BF 1010 as well, but they can strafe an STK set 10-1 as well. They can 100% do that. I have done this. It is absolutely disgusting. And it's good that this unit is only in Teta, but you can do it. Pretty sure that heat is only 10. Yeah, exactly. This is the problem that I mentioned. Like, it's not even at the range where it would prefer heat shell. You can't even get there. It will only get worse for Espresso. Yep. Yep. But I mean, no, it will not get better. He can. What does the Marder see here? Oh, Pack 40. Yeah, goodbye, Marder. Oh, it's even busy for shooting at the Festivus and then down it goes. It's over for Espresso Road. Yep, I think so. I mean, there's still a chance, because you have to remember, there's still a better income for Espresso at the moment, although the map does not really look like it, especially considering some of these are quite cheap tools. But there is a chance that Stardekk overextends and loses, but at the moment it doesn't really look like it. We're still so close, it's amazing to me. Oh, Stormtiger dies once again. There comes the air spam. 2 more Focke Wolves, again, not stopped by anything. I will just stop that push dead in its tracks. And down one goes. Espresso still has few Pack 36. I think those little guns can turn the tides to the whole game. Only if they get close enough, which is not guaranteed. But now the streaks come out. And it looks like Stardekk has not really made any preparation for this whatsoever. So I think that's actually the bigger problem Stardekk is not ready for this. He is not set up any AT guns, any of his own Strooks, which he could also get. Just the 2 Tigers. If the Strook gets close enough, those are all of a sudden not that good anymore. Hedgehog trying to battle the Feldjäger over there. But the problem is more that time is running out for Espresso, and the strong income from Stardekk kicks in, so not that easy. AA coming out, but no SDK sets in one, just a flag 36. A leader with it though, probably both of them next to each other. We do see preparation for a fresh push. This Panzerschreck could potentially be spotted, but it really depends on what angle these approach off from. They could actually survive. But the bigger problem again is going to be the Stryk. This thing, oh no, it has an AT shell, so you can maybe stop it. But still has a few, I'm not sure if it generated anything. What do you mean? Did not generate anything? Oh, everything broken apart here again. Not sure I'm pushing slowly here, so this flag might be lost relatively soon. Marder easily gets taken out by 2 Stück. 20 mil gets killed off, that's not a huge loss though. More units coming in over here. Actually 18 in a dangerous spot here, but if, actually too much in the open, never mind. Pack 36 also a little bit in a dangerous spot. There's just no infantry to actually protect it. Should now come in, I can change things. Panzerwehr for now going after 75 mil. This flag might be lost very soon as well. Tiger has to go back as the loader is wounded. It is recalled far back in a position where it can probably get supplied by or safely resupplied, fixed, and then also where the ammo can get back to the Lorraines relatively quickly. We do have a fresh push in over here though. Big mistake though. Some of the units trying to go too far forward. We might look at the loss of those. More reinforcements coming in here. Actually, there's basically nothing protecting this flag, but the Espresso doesn't know that. He could basically, I mean, the front line would tell him. Like, you can look at this unit. So, there's a realistic chance that the Espresso could just suicide things into this town, and he would probably get in. And now the Air Force is out again. This guy's definitely gonna die. Oh, the HMI Explorator is a very good unit, but he got spotted by the MG. Or 2 there. There's the SATS MG. So it will probably still win against these guys, unless it can throw the TNT. Now it's on the run, but it gets killed off. Or it can do anything. Down it goes. Or Espresso called this thing back way too early. You should use it more for strafing. The thing that makes this thing so good is you can have another go. Well, okay, maybe not if it's flying into here. Flew over here probably would be good to have another go with something, and you can use it again. Oh, but there's a big push. That will probably seal the deal. Because there will be flags lost here. This will probably be lost. This is already lost. Here it's going to take a little bit longer. But Stardekk will just get this flag over here soon enough. But it definitely needs to reinforce this. But again, this is kind of Stardekk's weird playstyle. It just doesn't do it. It just pushes somewhere else. Panzerschreck was actually spotted because the Panzer 2's attacked from an angle where they could spot it. Infantry now pushing as well. There's really no, this thing can maybe stop them, but the Pack 40 would need to move, which it does not at the moment. Well, it's losing this flag though. A Tiger is not really in the spot you want a Tiger to be. I think this game is impossible to revive. Could Gonzo, Karma, or even Ghosty pull it from the grave? I don't think any big player can pull it from the grave. Like a player that is really good does not revive the game. Fine. Yuchin does, and the community does. There's no single person that can revive the game, unfortunately. Even if you get all the best players back in the game, in what way is it going to really revive the game? It just won't, unfortunately. Oh, it's actually getting very close for Stardekk. Very uncomfortable too. He's going to lose a lot of units. He's going to lose these maybe. So even taking this flag might not be enough. Again, aggressiveness until he runs out, and slowly Espresso has traded back. I mean, the game as the game Espresso for aha against Stardekk. Well, Gonzo would have outtraded Stardekk so hard by now that he would easily win this. And this guy has a fast patron, he can take out the Afghan Panzer 2F. But Fokul is not going to get in there. I mean, Stardekk is getting outtraded by Espresso as well. But I think Gonzo would probably have traded well enough to ensure that he can win this. Espresso could maybe actually win this as well. The bigger problem is then it probably gets stale relatively quickly. If this flag is not lost, if these guys... Oh, they might actually die here. Stardekk doesn't pay attention. He needs to unload him in here defensively. I think it has the Panzerfaust range. Yeah, it has 120 meters range. But yeah, I think it would be doable. Even for Espresso, maybe. But then it gets stale. Like, the 12-12 is not the problem, but getting back, it's going to be a long grind. He's setting up for this. He has a Nebel 300 mil, but it might be too early. It might help him getting back, might also hurt him. Because he can shell this and get in there, for example. So, that might do it. That might do it. It's not really enough infantry reinforcements coming in the center here, so this could probably be lost relatively quickly. And this flag is grabbed, but this one will probably be lost. Maltimon is, yeah, it's moving away, so that it doesn't... No, it's moving. It doesn't shot yet, though. Did it? No, it didn't. Very weird. It'll be 2-1 for Stardekk after this game. I think so. I think so. It's not impossible, but Espresso just needs to equal out in 2 minutes. Again, he can get to 12-12 again, but he needs to take back so much ground, and Stardekk has basically the same income to match this. It's not going to be that easy. Oh, hope the stream did not end, because apparently I don't have enough disk space to finish the recording of this stream on my end, but that's not a big problem. But I quickly need to delete some not used stuff anymore. Just to make sure that I don't run into any issues with this. Like delete the last few casts. And then we have disk space again. But in theory, the stream should not be affected. It should just be OBS not saving the thing on my end, which is not important anymore anyway, because I usually delete it at some point. But let's be rather safe than sorry. 13-11 still for 1 minute. The strike unfortunately pins some of these guys, so they're not that fast at advancing, but yeah, it's just Kumu. He needs to equal out, which over here he can maybe do if he just pushes. These units may be able to do, but reinforcements are on the way. Focke-Wulf is coming in after the HE219. It's just gonna pass by it. One flag needs to be grabbed, and then we are looking at the 12-12. But if both just spam in things, it may not be enough. These guys may be able to get there in time, but the Panzergren is there. It can, I think, stop them in time. It is out in the open, but it has the line of sight to do it. 33 seconds. They unload. Are they going to get in time, though, to get the flag? That's the big thing. They may not be. May not have that time. Lorraine, oh, nice defensive use here. It just wants to delay so the units can't get in, but over here it could get quite close. The leader is now moving into cover so that he can just hold the flag. It's not going to be enough. Espresso even surrenders. Wow. Oh my god, that was really close towards the end. But you look at the trades. Espresso outtraded Stardekk heavily. He couldn't really push. This is really impressive. I did not see a Sienna push like that before. So that puts Stardekk at the 2-1. He just had to assume Stardekk had stuff in there and didn't have the time to verify. Yep. A little bit of lag, but it's good. Okay. I believe he had time to get 12-12 if the column got there. Did the Panzergren kill the Opel Blitz and most of the Panzergren at the end? Wait. Oh, that one. I don't know. It may have unloaded it. I mean, it will unload. It will just not kill anything. This thing's so horrible. Maybe. Could also have been the damage from the machine gun, though. I can't tell. I think it may have been a mix. It probably only had time to fire once. Yeah, but that can be enough to unload, maybe. I don't know. I don't know that too curb. Panzer versus being useful for once. I mean, unload is one thing you can do. Someone argued in the Discord, or was it in one of my comment sections on the video, that it can actually be useful, but really only for that. That's the only thing you can do. And it doesn't even one-shot the motorcycle. Okay, it doesn't one-shot anything. Okay, that's bad then. Or maybe just MG4. Yeah, I think it is just machine guns. I mean, early on, there were some good trades for the most part for Stardekk. It was actually really, we saw that. It looked really grim for Espresso. But Stardekk just did not respect the income disadvantage he had in B phase and just pushed on. This is when he started to outrate, get outtraded really badly. But again, this is the Stardekk style, and it works. I mean, at some point, you have to make the decision: do you want to just continue on and push, or do you actually want to go defensive and grind? The thing is, if you make the decision, like, there's no going back from your decision. But Stardekk here figured he could just push and win, and he was right, and he gave him the win. Very impressive game. Would not have expected it to go that way. I would have expected a longer grind. And I mean, this is kind of, I think ultimately it kind of comes down to what I was saying about Teta. Like, it has some strong tools for some of the closer ranges. The Air Force is really scary, but again, it's just tricky because you can get dominated by some of these things that 715 gets. So Teta, again, if you can get in and turn this into a close range grind and a long grind, then Teta has a chance. But other than that, it's in a rough spot, and we saw this here very well. Teta not really being the best choice here. So yeah, great game. If you look at the kill list, before doing some work, the Focke-Wulf did some good work, obviously. Oh, the Focke-Wulf actually killed the 20 mil. Oh, that's ironic. This one also did some good work. Oh, he killed the A6, didn't notice that either. B2 is getting some nice kills there. I mean, they're great to deal with lighter armor, or up close, even something else. Oh, sorry. Okay, I see the issue. I have once again turned it to top, like, it automatically turns to top chat, not live chat. For me. For anyone else, it's the same thing. So if you can't see someone typing, and I really hope I haven't missed someone. So if you don't get a response, whoever it is, if you don't see a response from me, I'm really sorry. It is most likely because of that. I always forget. It's so many things that's just annoying because you can't set it as a default differently. It just automatically always does that. So when I stream so as sporadically as I do at the moment, I just always forget to turn it into the live chat instead of top chat. I don't know how it decides what top chat is, what the important messages are and what not. So sorry, Panzerloli, for ignoring you. Changed it. But yeah, it is a big annoying thing. Like when you have the chat on top of the chat like mini window, you see live chat, and you should have like this arrow down. You can select there between, or you should see top chat actually, and you can select live chat there. And then you see every message, otherwise you just see select the message. I have no idea how YouTube decides which one is top chat worthy and which one is not. Yes, so this was game 3, Panzerloli. I'm sorry. But yeah, B2s are really nice when it comes to dealing with lighter armored stuff up close. Stuck's doing some good work here. This thing is so nice because it is basically a Panzergun MG34, and then you also have a bazooka on top of it, and it's a leader. Obviously, availability is not great, but it's a leader, but still, really good unit. And that's it on this side. The Nebelwerfer was actually used. Oh, yeah, no, I remember. Towards the end. Just lodging the one flag there. The 20 mil recon car survived forever and did so much damage. This Luftwaffe also doing some good work. The IG-33 is doing some good work. The Marder killing a lot of things too. Some units did decently well. The Lorraine, obviously, it's an artillery. We often don't see a lot of kills from artillery, but it pinned a lot, it damaged a lot, and damage doesn't matter. Like, it just adds up over time. If you basically just have to look with an evil like look in your face at a unit and it dies, that matters a lot. So it is something that we don't see, but artillery really does do that. 20 mil also doing some work and also surviving for basically forever. Both Tigers not doing that much, but being very annoying to deal with, I assume. 75 mil actually killed 2. Whoa. Oh yeah, that was the one down south that we saw. Right, the 2 Stuks were not there anymore. That's actually quite impressive. And then, yeah, I kind of stopped being useful from there. Wow. Wondering why we don't see Second Marcello such a good division. It's always banned. Yes, it is always banned, basically. And it's not good on every map, and on all the maps it is good, it will be banned. It is good on a lot of maps, though. Like, basically, any mid-range maps, you have to ban it. Like, this division is really strong. Like, I can tell from my own experience. Okay, I did a bad counter pick anyway, but I was just doing it for, like, trying stuff out. But I let it through against Roy, because I was just trying some things out with picks and bans. And I figured I might have some ideas how to counter it. And yeah, you should just ban it. It is not that easy to counter. You can. Like, I would have had options like London first and 6th Airborne. But I felt ballsy and felt like I need to try 15th, which is probably not the best idea. But point stands, it's really not a division that you can super easily counter. You can really shred. I think I won one game, as far as I can remember, since I played tournaments, against second Panchelos. That was not with Valentine's, because about the only thing that can counter it. Valentine divisions. And I think that was with Dunkirchen. And I only won because my opponent did not push enough. I should have lost that game as well. So second Marcello's really powerful. Quite powerful. And the problem is there's not that many strong Valentine divisions that are good on the same maps, and they're usually banned. So then all of a sudden second Marcello's becomes very, very hard to counter. Like, for long range maps, it's not a top division. I'm not sure if it's banned there usually. I think I don't very often ban it in those kind of maps, but you can kind of counter it. Didn't you beat second Marcello's in your playing division? So, oh yeah. But to be honest, that was against a relatively new player at the time. Like, he was very inexperienced. So there was a massive skill difference there. In tournament games where, I mean, I would argue there's at least some similar skill levels. So sometimes our opponent is a bit worse, sometimes a bit better. Well, okay, sometimes also a lot better, but you get the point. We don't have new inexperienced players that I play against usually, unless it's like the first round of a monthly or something like that. So in those, I've very little experience winning against it. But yeah, 716 I won. Oh yeah, true. I remember that. I've not seen that guy in like, he, I think, played even in one tournament or something like that afterwards. But it never came back. It's very unfortunate. Again, a lot of people unfortunately don't stay long enough for this game to do well, which is a shame. Let me quickly ask to play game 4 as well now. But I will probably take another quick break to eat something real quick. Oh, he said already. I missed it. Oh yeah, he's here. We do game 4 soon. Okay, I will just grab something small to eat now, so that I at least have something, and then I can get the rest of it after the other game. Never really had such a long stream, so I wasn't really prepared for that part. But I will be back in, let's say, 10-15 minutes ish. I'll probably eat a little bit while we're waiting. Just mute myself. And reach up and give sporadic answers so that you don't get disturbed by the eating noise, and then we watch the next game. So I'll be right back. Need to find the right. There we go. And we have this thing again, and then see you in just a bit. All right. I'm back again. I will just eat quietly while I'm watching this. To give you something to watch at least, let's see if we can have something. Maybe we can have like a replay open or something like that. Well, it's just slowly doing its thing. Oh, they're almost ready, so I have to be fast with eating. Hardneck Marek versus Bro Vanguard on Sedilce. Oh, we're gonna get some unusual maps today. Orshis was the only one that we commonly see play. Tabuchin is not very commonly picked. Siana is very commonly picked. Sedilce, also not very commonly picked. I would guess that Stardekk is on Hardneck, because I know that Stardekk loves Hardneck and is quite strong with it. Also, it's Maverick, and I know how much Espresso likes Vanguard, so I assume he's playing BRO. If you ask Koenig, it's the wrong income for the division. I think it's not horrible, but I think it works very well with Maverick too. Problem with BRO on these kind of maps is, early on, there's just a lot of things it can't really face because it does not have its M10s yet and doesn't have the M5 gun yet, and it doesn't have an AT plane. So something like a Stück at the 1500 meter range cannot be that easy. Like even a Stück cannot be that easy to kill. A Tiger is impossible to kill unless you get a side shot, because like the M5 gun, which is basically, let's just mix them up. The M1 gun, sorry, which I think is basically the 6-pounder. He can maybe pen it, but it's not going to be that easy. But a Tiger is definitely not going to happen at 1500 meter. And obviously you don't have anything at above 1500 meter anyway in A phase. So you kind of really rely on your infantry getting in and doing all the work and then defending. But yeah, same thing, Stardekk. I played BRO on Marek the few times I played. I think that's also what Koenig does, and I think it's the best way of doing it. Because you actually get a really strong A phase without even playing Vanguard. Like, you already are in a good spot after A phase, as far as infantry is concerned. And in B phase, you actually get all the good tools you need to push and hold. So, Tunip says, tried hard Nike and quick play and got Ocean North against first Skiager, and it was really rough for me. Played it very wrong, though. I think so. I mean, Stardekk is the expert, so if he's still in chat, he can tell you whether I'm wrong or right, or explain it to you. But I would say Hardneck should still win that. The MP44 units can be a little bit of a problem, and Hardneck does not have a ton of close range support tanks, but you have the support Panzer III, you have the T-34, so you can do it. Yes, this is true, Stardekk. It is really strong. For me personally, it's not one of the best decks, but I guess that's a matter of opinion, or maybe me not being that good. But it is quite strong. And I think, I mean, you're right with the CQC, but the good thing is very often you still have some of your A-phase CQC, which is quite good, left over. And then all of a sudden it's not that bad, actually. Sonic says Hardneck is just a more armored 715. Yeah, I can kind of see it. I can see it. And you have stronger A-phase CQC. Yeah, in terms of its medium and 2K armor, it's actually very similar. Both with powerful artillery, some powerful planes. You got the AT plane, which makes it a bit better. I mean, if I had to choose, I'd probably choose Hardneck these days. Although it depends on the map, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's a fair way of putting it. So for anyone who's not reading the chat, he said you switch the elephant for more medium tanks, man, basically. That's kind of true. We started. Oh, okay. Well, let's watch this, and then we can just watch some setup. It's gonna take a while, and then I finish to eat, and then I'm ready, or at least eat a little bit more. I'm sorry that I have to do it that way, but I do get hungry at this by this point. It's just unfortunately how you have to do it. We have to align it ourselves, but like we're gonna wait. Mm. You're right, Solafane. I need to do the poll. Also, let me know if you hear me. Can you hear me eating with the mic? Then I will temporarily mute myself or put the mic away. I don't want you to get the eating ASMR stream. Let's do the poll. Who wins? We have Hero, and we have Botanek. There we go. Commander Owl. Nuke back. Stream. I don't know that word. I probably don't want to know it then. All right. Unfortunately, I don't know much about Bureau and its strength weakness. It doesn't have 2k in A phase. And it has very good CQC in A phase. But Heartneck also has good CQC in A phase. Oh, and it's quite fast. It used to be horrible against light arm, but it really isn't anymore these days. I also would like to suggest to put current score on screen. Oh, yeah. True. See, there's a lot of things I could do better. We can quickly copy this. Now I need to rename this guy, and we're gonna call it score. Oh, never mind. I need to make a new one. How did I do that last time? Text. There we go. Score. Create new. Yep. All right. Now we're gonna write. So like that. Espresso 2. And not what I wanted. Is it like good for this? For you, is it too big? For a streamer eats on stream, which people like for some reason, nothing's in this. Oh, okay. I don't know why we would like that, but people are weird, right? Can you see, like, is it big enough? Is it too big? Because obviously I don't have it on full screen because then I can't see chat. That's not what I want. That's good. Okay, then leave it like that. Yeah, this is just, again, you will see me trying to figure out a lot of things because as you can see, I'm definitely not professional at this, but I also don't want to be, so it's fine. Can be smaller. Okay, let's make it smaller then. Like so. Is that good? That's nice. Okay, perfect. All right, time to talk to you guys again. I had enough to not be hungry anymore for the time being. So let's analyze this a little bit. So the blue side is, I think, generally slightly weaker, although I'm not that good with the map, so I can't really tell you which side is really favored or disfavored. The one big thing that issue that blue side has is you can relatively easily, well, not easily, but if you get pushed out of this, sorry, get pushed out of this, red side can basically set up at the edge of the little valley here, and it's getting quite tricky for blue side to ever get back in here. So these flags then can be grabbed from putting something in here, for example. That being said, if blue side is fast enough, you can kind of set things up here. And you can prevent red from getting in here, but once red is in here, you have to use artillery or planes to get it out. Planes can be tricky because you can bring AA up like really close up, especially if you're holding this, you can put like AA right here. If you're not in danger of losing this forest patches immediately. And then these flags can get quite tricky to grab because blue cannot put anything close to it and red can. So there's that. I think when it comes to actually rushing though, blue has a few more angles at rushing in. You can do the classic, like try to rush in here or through here. You can at least fight over. This is a flag that if you have good CQC in mid-range, it's not so easy for red to fight over this. The problem is it's hard for blue to reinforce with armor, but the same goes for red. Like blue can put something here and or like somewhere over here, and then red cannot really bring any armor here. Kind of goes both ways. We're going to stop the pull now. I don't really know that many good pushes for red. It's kind of you rush down this, basically, or you slow push over here. So for openers, I'm not that proficient with red side. I always find it more difficult to get a strong pushing opener with red side. Oh, wow. This is not a very common play. And Espresso is not ready for it. I mean, why would he? But over here, he's just sitting right in. There's a tiger in defensive position over here. Nice adjustment. I assume he would have meant to be going over here, but it does not now. And this is already a problem now, because Espresso doesn't really have a tool to kill this at all. That's why it's super annoying. Oh, but he was not prepared over here for the light armor. It looks like we're gonna look at a loss of this. However, he can kind of retaliate, like, yeah, retaliate over here. Due to Espresso what it was done to him over here. And then if I kind of go sideways over here, which is, I don't know who that is favoring or not favoring. Lots of Stardekk in. Obviously this division can have quite fast infantry openers. Panzerek immediately coming in to like secure this off. This is definitely the right way of doing it. Third land for Stardekk, but they can change quite quickly. Stardekk has the Tiger, there's really nothing that can deal with this at the moment. Marder can get killed off by the M7, but the thing is, this thing does not have a faster rate of fire than the Marder has. Or is actually slightly faster. Should easily pen it though. This thing getting lost in the backlines would be a problem. Like, it can actually come from behind it, and it can easily kill off that Marder. Oh, this push is not so easy for for Espresso. And the Stardekk is coming to dealing with the M8. Stardekk is pulling his ace moves. Would be the Marder. Yep. Would the Marder spot it first, though, is the question. It has relatively good optics. There we go. Good optics, actually. Not just relatively good. Oh, but one big strike. Oh, this is really risky. This thing has a bazooka. You don't want to bring the Tiger over here. Not really sure what the logic there was. Oh, it's going to die. It's going to lose the Tiger. This is going to be like... He could have just not been greedy. He killed the M8. Oh, it's trying to fall back. Oh, that's so close. They're way too risky. Quite a long stream. Keep up the good work. Yeah, it's... we're soon to be at 5 hours. This is longer. I think the longest stream I've done so far is like 4. So this is definitely longer than anything I've done so far. Lots of people will probably be overwhelmed by these guys, but if the right takedown before the 4 pushes on, which it does, it will probably win eventually. Marder's definitely stronger than the M7, unless the M7 can kill it with the heat shell. More reinforcements going in over here. Over here, things are relatively quiet. HE111 is in. I could just bomb these assault teams. And it's going to be the end of that. It's like the massive 2,000 kilogram bomb. So this blob here can just push on. This is going to be another flag for Stardekk. This one can actually hold long term, unlike these guys. Stu 42 also come in. The steward is in here to hold this flag, and this is now where it starts to get tricky. Stardekk definitely needs to put something like in here if he wants to keep that flag. 12-12 for the moment. This one is going to lose very soon though. There we go. Huge bombing strike happening. These reveal themselves to the assault fire supporter. They will get pinned. Let's be a little bit careful. No, this one is probably going to get... might get away with it. And also not. Oh, wow. They actually won. I mean, okay. Both can throw their Molotov. I mean, they will overwhelm the assault team. Oh, this is not just a cheap one. This is actually expensive. This is bad. The Tiger is still in a really ballsy position. I mean, oh, look at that. The M8 did die by the looks of it. Looks like it was kind of sitting here and the March just spotted it. Then it probably needs to turn first. We have the party bus in the game. But there's only so much the party bus can actually do. Jägerpanzer moving in over here, but there's a steward, so it can't really do all that much. Trying to re-grab this flag, probably. Not probably, for sure. Right Jäger MP44 in this forest, but I have to hope not to be disconnected. Assault buster coming in, trying to clear it out. Another one coming in, so there's a lot of units trying to clear it out, which is quite huge. Assault team here. Jägerpanzer. Oh, ground attack, there we go. This is also quite cheap, if I remember correctly. No, it is not. Oh yeah, this is the Kazakh company that I'm talking about. Oh, there we go. TNT goes down. Ground attack is coming. The right Jäger before he will pin that easily. This is going to be a win. Oh, he might walk into his own TNT. No, it does not. That's actually quite close. Did one actually die here? Getting a little bit too close. Marder over here. Well, none of the infantry does have bazooka. This is one of the big weaknesses of this division. It used to have very rough time against any armor whatsoever, but that has changed since. What does the M7 spot? Maybe the Marder. Marder can get double TNT by the M7 if he can get into 1500 meter range, and then the Sherman. That's going to be the problem. Oh, poor right again before it's just going to get overwhelmed here. These guys are not fantastic, but really Pete and some M5 carabines are... M1 carabines are quite annoying. Soul teams will definitely smoke this out. But this is a lot of resources that are used here just to kill off these guys. And that's a problem. Losing intro as bad as a bad omen. It can be. I'm quite amazed by the fact that Stardekk is not actually trying to put anything up here to retake it, but now he's pushing with a T-34. Yes, notice that there's a steward there. T-34 can easily kill it off. There's an M1 gun now coming out. But again, there's only so much those can do. A very short range. We're not even into B phase, and so this just fighting the opening is not that easy. Omar is fighting the M7. The heat shell is missing. It's disengaging, but the Sherman, oh, he almost got it. Failed to really get onto it. Heads are now coming in. That's not going to make the life any easier. Right Jäger before killed one of these assault busters off. The other one's probably going to die here. And we have 3 assault teams and the leader on top of the 3 assault busters were already killed off. So look at how many points that is. And that is just points that at some point will become quite irrelevant. Which is going to make things even worse. 45 mil got killed off, but so what? Stu 42 now pushing up. Is the existing 57 mil drifting to the valley? You mean this one? Yeah, it is. He can do some work over here. These guys are technically in range. They basically need to do something now or we'll lose. Stu 42 can definitely kill it off though. Panzer now coming in. Might be a little bit too slow though. More than one gun coming in. If I was Espresso, I would probably not even bother with these. Like I would just push this hard basically and try to get here, clear this out. Because he can buy a lot of M1 guns, but he will, come speed phase, he will want to buy M5 guns to do the same thing anyway. So why bother, right? That would be my logic. I know it's not easy, and maybe it's also not a good idea, I don't know. It's just me thinking. But it cannot, sometimes it can actually be worth it, even though it's quite difficult to just hold back and not do what you feel like you would need right now. In order to be a little bit more efficient. Marder's probably going to go down here. This guy has a bazooka. And once again, Marder is not respecting the infantry pushing up here. Unless... Alright, Kazakhstan coming in here. Little recon. It's suffering from hill pressure anyway. The leader's not really pushing forward though. This is still a really... Like, this is the annoying thing. This thing still... this blob right here still needs to be first cleared out. The Shostro can maybe overwhelm the assault breacher, but then they will very quickly get killed. Not so sure if they can actually easily overwhelm this though. Middle flank is hanging in thin air. You mean this one? Yeah, kinda. Or this one. Yeah, although Stardekk is not taking the south so heavily, he's just mostly holding this and just being very, very annoying. Assault fire support coming in. Mortar now slowly trying to... Oh, he's actually going after the leader. Maybe he spotted it. Maybe he's just looked at the front line and is like, this is where he wants to push. Stewart also coming in. Panzerschreck would need to move. Stardekk not noticing. 2 Starstruck couldn't have won one of these, but then it's kind of... That is kind of the end of it. And one gun got a shot off. Kind of stopped there. Stu 42 going after this and one gun. The Stewart here got killed. T-34 is up close over there. Stardekk on a 14-10 still. Enforcing... I'm amazed at Stardekk. This is Stardekk, and this is what I cannot understand, and somehow it just works, at least sometimes. It just continues on sending units in this. Even though at this point you kind of have to acknowledge that maybe this is over. Like, this flag he can probably not hold. This one, yes. It just tries anyway. Instead of, you know, like, building up a fresh push to retake this at this point, because it's not actually been properly reinforced at all. H111 redirected, probably spotted all the EA. It's not that much, actually, the M16. What did he bring the one gun with those? What did he bring with those? He brought something with the M16. And it's not AA, because there's no POFAs. I don't know. Oh, I mixed up these two messages. I didn't get what Solafin was saying, but yeah, you're right. They're trading sites. It's been a really classic way, I think, to do. Oh, he got the bombs off, but the M16 almost stopped it. Oh, there we go. Heads a kill off the Steward. Oh, I take him for pushing for over here. It's actually quite dangerous. Kill off the spotters. Can get up here. He cannot really kill this unless it gets close enough to throw the little bomblets, like little grenades on top of it, as every unit can throw little HE grenades into open top vehicles. Jägerpanier just pushing, everything just pushing. See, this man is just so ballsy. It is amazing. It is really amazing. Gets bumped by the P-38. We'll probably recover in time, but the assault not in time for being saved from the assault breacher. Like, it will not get surrendered immediately, most likely, but what's going to happen is it will be so suppressed that it cannot win against the assault breacher. End of the day. Stu-42 continues to blast away a little bit. Yeah, there we go. The defense is coming in. A lot of machine guns just wasted here. Oh, the party bus. Getting dangerously close to the 37 mil over there. He's going for it. I think he spotted it. No, it's redirecting. 242 not really close enough. Oh no, it sees it. Has to. No, lost line of sight. Hetzer doesn't see it. Wow. Wow, what a push. In the center though, we have more armor pushing up here now. And see, these are the kind of plays you see very often. It's obviously not in bazooka range, but these kind of ballsy plays you do see very often when you know that the infantry has no AT. This is why having no AT in infantry is so massive. Because your opponent has so much room to play. And one gun here died, Stewart died. One Stewart still alive, M16 still there. Not going for the Flak 36, so he hasn't noticed by the looks of it. Marder, I don't know what the Marder is trying to do. I guess engage the Sherman. Hetzer is already on it. No, he's pulling the infantry. I think he can't. Sherman is just out of range. Oh, Panzerschreck over there. Goodbye, party bus. You have not done anything. Over here, really not that strong of a hold. Oh, Sherman is being moved. Stewart's being moved. T-34 is engaging the M1 gun, falling back now as he cannot take on the M1 gun. There's a blob of support Panzer Freeze come in. Up close, can do some work. Marder obviously get full support as well, just trading. Oh, the assault breach is not pushed enough. The MP40, right MP4 just holding the flag and giving him a 15-9. I think we might be looking at the last game of the day. Oh, this was pinned by the Stu-42 presumably. But the T-34 cannot push on. It was killed off by, I think, the M10. Yep, it was. M10 now in the open. This is actually dangerous because this is such a hard thing to counter for Hartonek. Obviously, once they run out of APCR, they're not that good anymore. But as long as they have APCR, really dangerous, really annoying to deal with, and not that easy, actually. Like, you can buy 2 of those, and you only spend 30 more points than your opponent spent on his Tiger. And for that, you get 2 shots off at the same time. It's also APCR. Very often, this does not end very well for the Tiger. Panzerschreck is just out in the open. I don't know what Stardekk is cooking here. Oh, he's lost. He's about to lose this flag. He's lost this, but he might just regain it. Oh, ground attack here probably. Because he did not move after the Molotov. At least I did not see it. The flag was re-grabbed. Oh, no AA yet. And the ME-410 is coming in. Party buses are also... this one not, but might not do enough work here. This thing is really good. Actually, no. Killed one. Damaged the other one. Yeah, this is one shot. Probably. More Stuarts, more Shermans coming in. I take an MP44 fighting out of the... Oh, I think they're fighting with the rifles. Just not ideal. Just getting sniped by this guy having a sniper as well. Wizarok now coming in. Junky Hungarian infantry. I mean, while this thing can actually be amazingly good at suppressing things, it's kind of like... It's, I think, a little bit worse than the Drillinger, but still pretty decent. It actually is... It really has no killing power, like the Drillinger. And we see it again. I've actually copied this. So if you've ever seen Stardekk playing hard, like this is one thing that he does, and it's amazing. He brings one unit in A phase in the STKF set, and he takes this thing without any transports, because yeah, the problem with this is you can only take it with the ammunition. There is no non-ammo transport with it. So if you take it without the transport, but take these guys, they can come and pick up the 210, and it is just very efficient. And I've actually copied this as well. It's such a nice way of doing it. This flag was grabbed by this old fire support for a brief moment. And if it kills off the Panzergrenadier, it's actually a problem because it will lose this flag and this flag. It's going to be 13 land for Espresso. Maybe not for a long time. Oh, over here, Bazooka driving up close. Wasn't needed. The M5 gun finished off the Stück anyway. But it's one of the things you can do against a Stück. Heads are now coming in. 45 mil still there. Probably should shift to a more defensive position, but again, it's Stardekk. It's doing Stardekk things. But for the first time, Espresso on a 13-11. But I think if you look at the map, not so sure if this is a very stable 13-11. The 210 is just gonna fully hit out of Espresso over here, and then he's gonna lose this in favor of retaking this. On top of that, this is an easy fix. Panzergren is coming in. He can have something here, get this flag back. HE-111 actually going after this as well. It's only M15s. Oh, never mind. He actually bought them on their own. They're not as transports of anything. I have not even noticed. I mean, that's not a good idea. It doesn't have proper A, it does not have any killing power. I mean, it can maybe worth it because it's really harder to kill than the Bofors, but I think the AT plane can actually just, like, they don't have enough range. The AT plane can actually just kill them. 2-2-10s in. Yeah, that's what we expected. 5-gun falling back. Repositioning. Tiger. Going for ballsy close-range pushes, but since the AT gun has fallen back, it should be safe. Leader cannot get close enough with the bazooka. And the Sherman can also not do anything. I do get the concept of taking it, though. It's actually not that bad of an idea, considering that Stardekk does not have a ton of infantry AT. The Hungarians don't really have much. His Panzergrens do not have any AT. So it kind of makes sense. What he maybe has forgotten when doing that whole thing is that Stardekk has some cheap tanks, like the T-34, support Panzer III, or even just this thing, the VK, and they can actually deal with the M16. He does have both, though. Ooh, we do see a nice little counter pusher. There's basically no infantry holding this, so this flag might actually fall very soon. He's trying to reinforce it, though, but the M5 gun might actually snipe these guys. He's currently busy shooting at the SR-70, though. AT plane coming in for the mortar. Aloft the play, but the Bofors might stop this. No, it doesn't. Oh, the forest, it's blocking the line of sight. But the ME-410 has lost line of sight as well. And that's being called back. Oh, that is so cheeky. Almost worked. Look at that. One more shot and it would have been dead. One more hit and it would have been the end of it. But Espresso with the 30-11 still. Stardekk taking his sweet time. He got this flag back though. He's pushing back over here. He's not gotten this flag back yet. He's also not gotten this one back yet. But he's working on it. Look at that was close. Yep. Or the A is also a little bit too close. I'm surprised he's not falling it back. I mean, this is coming very dangerously close. And these guys, they're not that good. He's going to lose a flag 36 over here. And it's going to be quite bad. I mean, I don't know. Stardekk's attention to some things is just... I don't understand it sometimes. I personally... Like, when you have the attention to call in units here to block this because you see the push coming, you would also already like pull this back just to not lose it. Or at least that's what I would do. But for some reason, Stardekk thinks very differently from us. And I mean, it works. I can't argue against it. Although, doesn't mean just because Stardekk is better than me that he does not make any mistake. And I think this is a mistake. But maybe that's just me. Oh, another unit dying here. Slowly is getting ready to counter push over here. And also doesn't have that much today, so losing one, even one can be troublesome. Yep, absolutely. Down it goes. I mean, two of those in the MP44 can maybe win, but these guys, I mean, it's still M1s that they're fighting against. At the end of the day. Especially if they don't engage them all at the same time. And the cover difference is also there. I mean, it's the main issue one time. Like, if both of those, all of those would be out in the open, would probably be fine. But you see, the MP44, even with cover difference, it's just losing this hard. I get that he wants to hold the flag, but there's just only so much holding you can do. And now he's just going to get counter-pushed. MP44 moving was already getting pinned quite significantly. I mean, oh, he's trying to get a nice little side angle. But I think he's realizing there's no... Yeah, see, as he gets one is coming, so he wanted a AA there, definitely. 210s are being brought next to the battery for. The half-tracks are kept next there is something that he does frequently, because obviously he wants to be ready to... But both is on the move. Oh no, it gets stuck on the recon plane and this thing. So he wants to be able to move it in case they get counter batteried. They are fantastic tools though, so something like the good old Long Tom will probably struggle against those. Especially at double vet with a battery Führer. And as long as the both is busy with those guys, they will not move, so 210s will actually get some shots off. This flag has been re-grabbed, but just barely. But this one is lost again. Leader is pushing forward as the Hetzer is still there and can get bazookaed. Battery Führer coming in to help these guys. Hetzer is repositioning. Wow, it's ballsy repositioning. Obviously, Leader has bazookas. And there are bazooka units individually, you know. 210s. Failed to kill the Bofors. That should still be within the range of the spread. So if they miss... This is exactly what I meant. Like, the target area was like here. But I was going to say, if they miss, they can take it out. And there we go. We've had damage to... Oh, and now the MP410 tells him there is no AA left. So the AT plane is going to come out right again. And there's Nestic sets and one to cover it off. Wow. This is... Oh, no, it's still there. It was circling. It was waiting. So goodbye, mortar. I mean, if it's super ballsy... Oh, no, there's a Bofors up here. I was going to say, if it's super ballsy, you can actually go after really any other tanks. But it needs to be very careful. We're very deep in enemy airspace. A fighter could easily get on the back of it now. Looks like Espresso does not have the points ready for it. He might soon. It's one of those things where I don't think this was timed like this. We just saw that he had the opportunity and went for it. But it is kind of a little thing that you have to... You can actually time things with airstrikes. So if your opponent has not bought a fighter yet, what you can do is you can wait until you see... You can time it so that your plane starts getting out in time before the next income tick is reached. So that unless your opponent has the points ready, which very often he does not have just casually lying around, he cannot buy the fight jump. By the time he can buy it, it's too late. Very often doesn't really work. Recon plane actually got killed here. And the MP410 lost its vision, so I cannot really do much over here. Panzerdrag is pushing forward the Steward. This flag has been regained by Espresso. But I think Espresso is looking quite bad with how much is lost. Oh, the AT now is being called back. No AT left here. Heads are pushing forward. Rifles are really easy to get over better at Jacob and B44. That's going to be enough that. Another Bofors coming in. Stardekk in the 1311 again, and it's just going to grind down Espresso. But Espresso has noticed the threat he's under and has moved his Bofors this time. The 1010 is not that accurate, so maybe it's going to get lucky again. Like, lucky by being unlucky. Usually want units to hit, but obviously sometimes missing is actually winning here. Not a little counter push happening over here. Yeah, that could maybe hit the both of us. The spread is a little bit bad. 338 though got... Oh, something died here. Was this the fighter that Stardekk had? I think he had one for a moment. It is not... It's an BF-109, so it can get killed by both, potentially. Or the Mother gets bailed out on the Sherman, and goodbye Sherman. Really close here with this flag, though. Morbrook spamming Swedish flags. I am really sorry, but I think a countryman here might not make this game. It is definitely not lost for Espresso yet, but it looks like it's getting out-traded quite severely. And looks like it's getting air-spanned as well, which is something you can't have. Oof. But I mean, we have to acknowledge Morbrook. Sweden has done well enough in this game or in this tournament already, so it's okay to have someone else getting ahead a little bit as well. There's still one gun over here, so the VK can't just move in. Otherwise, there's really not that much holding this flag actually. But unless he can clear this out and then like clear this, or at least have units that can respond to anything shooting from over there, this flag is still off limits for Stardekk. Espresso is going down fighting for sure. Yeah, I mean, he's putting up a very good fight here. And again, it's not lost yet. It's just, but it's not looking very good. And if he continues to be a slow grind, these guys will just generate so much value. I mean, I have to say, Stardekk he has a point using two of those guys with a battery for a nice double there. It is really scary. Especially if you get radio on them, which at the moment it is not, but the battery fuel is coming in, so look at all the nice things that he has radio on now. This is yikes. ME410 coming in again. Or did he kill the Bofors? No, it's there. ME410 might actually still kill the Sherman. The Bofors is busy with the recon plane. No, it fails to kill it. It is damaged. It's one shot, which is something. Sliding over half of the map because the turning rate is being so bad. Or long term being coming in. I mean, if he gets a lucky hit on one of those 210s, that can change the whole dynamic. At this point, it's like since it's a grindy game, whoever wins the Archivar might win this. Oh, I'm 16 out of ammo. Oh yeah, it is. And it's already being called back to resupply. Funny enough, these two Stormtroopers are still alive. This is amazing. Oh, it actually helped him get this flag again, so he killed whatever was over there, and now he's getting these flags again. He could reconnect with his units. Mard is in a bit of a dangerous spot because the M5 gun is over here. Oh, did he get sniped in his transport? No, I don't see a burning transport, so they unloaded just in time. 3M42 is over here. There's a nice overlook position to control this. BF-109 is going to go down here. Yep, yeah. I don't know why he sent that in. He knew that there was AA. Might just have wanted to spot for it, but I don't know. Oh, this is probably going to die here. Although there's no there's no radio on it. P38 coming in for the SATSMC over here. There's the flag 36 though. And we do see the long term opening up now. And one of the 210s. Let's see if it scores a lucky hit or not. It's amazing how long the shells are in the air, isn't it? And close. Didn't get transport snipe, but slowed down a little injured. Yep. Wow, look at how fast that is. Espresso immediately reacted, loading them up, moving them. Just a bit though. It's actually, oh, it is not enough. You cannot, if you unload it here, it's basically where the other one used to be. So it's still going to be affected by the counter battery. I'm not really sure what the logic there was. Also, they're now too close to each other. Like, he wants to have it, like, up here. Basically, you want to spread them out so that they're at the edge of the range for the battery fuel. So that they do not... so that basically, if you miss one of them, the other one's not going to hit by accident. Urzak pushing forward, probably trying to get this flag. Could actually succeed. Yeah, see, it's immediately pinned. I don't know what Stardekk was thinking here. I mean, it was obvious that this thing was being targeted. He loads it up, though. Forgets to move it. This thing also being loaded up. He moves them further. Or he wants to move them further. Battery fuel has already been adjusted. These guys not. There we go. And then we see counter battery. Espresso's also kept this thing next to it, but since he's not getting shelled at himself, he's not remembered to move it, which can be a bit of a problem. 13-11 for Stardekk still. No 59 as he's lost this flag. So even if he gets this one, it's not going to be the 59 immediately. But he's still sitting up here and it can still potentially work. I wonder if they will survive if the transport dies. Ooh, I don't actually know. But these guys, this is way too close. If the shell lands like right in here, we'll damage and pin both of them. I know heat in the moment, these kind of things, but a bit of a problem. Long Tom has shifted attention. 210s are not being put on counter battery yet. Oh, no, they are. I just needed to wait for it to shoot so that I can snap onto it. Two of them, again, double that with the battery fuel. Not going well for the Long Tom. Unless, again, the Long Tom lands one shot right in between the two, and then it's going to be a big problem. The center here, Stostrup is actually just barely holding this. He could actually die here. More reinforcements coming in. 242 here in support position, but can't really do much. Uh-oh, Hetzer. I think he might want to have moved like through here, but yeah, this is a bit ballsy. I get the concept of redirecting it, but Alloying does 4 damage plus whatever excess damage is dealt to the transport, so he'd probably die. And down Hetzer goes. Yeah, I'm not really sure. This is why I find it weird to move that OV in the first place, because it's kind of like, once it's there, there's not much you can do. Oh, Skijäger Pioneer isn't here. Assault Breacher. No, not doing anything to it. He might actually lose this flag though, bring it back to 12-12. 210s are... Well, this thing has actually been moved away. This, you don't actually need this. This is not a... This is not an ammo transport, so if it explodes, it doesn't kill it, to my knowledge. Oh, this thing coming in. Did he kill the priest here? Or did he do something else? HE-111 going for a bombing run. I don't know if it's going after this or this or this, so the push is being enabled now. He can move in, and then he can start it slowly. First of all, he can get this flag back, and then he can slowly start pushing into this over here as well. Long Tom being damaged, but still alive. 210s are silent at the moment. OPs have 10.5, yeah. Platypus Bill is, yeah, an absolute legend with his knowledge. I still need to make a video to let players know about his stats things. I wanted to do that, but I kind of forgot. Or just haven't had the time. But I need to make this, because I think everyone who's not in the Discord should know this still. Mercer 210s are going after this again. Yeah, I mean, it's what threatens this flag at the moment, so it makes a lot of sense. There's 10 minutes to go. I think he can actually really pull this off at this point. There's a Tiger and a Marder, so these two will definitely not survive this. The M5 gun's still in a dangerous position, but he can easily get forced off. These guys need to be careful because of bazooka range, but if they just stay at the edge, it should be fine. Postbill says, I think it survives in an armored transport. Normally trucks have horrible damage multiplier against HE and transfer a lot of damage to the piece. Oh, it has also to do with damage multipliers. Okay, makes sense. AA piece is close though, not in range of the Tiger's leader influence though. It might not be enough, but the P38's flying directly into it, or it actually gets stopped. It was really close. Yeah, these guys do not want to push. 5 gun is moving into position, but I think it's going to get spotted here very, very soon. Third lane for Stardekk, still, I think it's just going to win the grind here, really. Like, this flag is not going to fall anytime soon. This one has already fallen, but could flip. This one at the moment doesn't look like it. This one's actually barely grabbed, but... Oh, the party boss is coming in. Have you seen how they couldn't even follow up? Like, bam, pinged. This thing is so fun. It's just unfortunately a little bit on the more expensive side for this, so I don't like it too much. Long time is being moved. 12-12 though. Someone had to do the work. I hate making decisions based on vibes. I mean, I get the concept. I do a lot of vibe decisions because I just can't be bothered to look up all these things or test them. And yeah. But I acknowledge it's very important. I mean, knowledge is power. Like in one of our recent games where I did not expect Hurricane fighters to actually be able to do anything. And turns out they actually are useful. ME410 circling around. The threat is there. When you are outraded like this, what can you really do? The truth is not much. I know what you might like to, what you would like to hear here now is that, yeah, there is like these few tricks you can do, but really not much. If you're slightly outtraded, it's not lost by any means. You can just try to trade well yourself or win by winning fast. Right, so if you have the pressure, basically like in the first game, where in the end Stardekk was getting outtraded heavily, but he just pushed on and had enough pressure. Obviously, when he would run out, the result would be disastrous, but it's kind of the whole idea was not to let you push run out before you actually finish it off. 15-9 for Stardekk now, not looking very good. He got this flag now, he got this flag back. Got that one back, obviously. No, well, this might be the end here. But, so I have to go back and look at the first and second game. But what I can basically tell you is, so some of the things you can do when you're getting outtraded. At this point, it's really hard to come back. First of all, you need to focus again. So first thing first, if you are close to getting a win and you can generate pressure, you need to generate pressure and just push, like Stardekk did in game 3. That was how you do it. That was textbook. He could have also stayed in trade, probably. He was not in a bad spot for some time, but considering he had the bad side of the map, it kind of makes sense for him to just try and push. So this is one thing that he can do, if this is doable for you. Well, both of them getting ready to shoot at the 1M5 gun, but the 1M5 gun's already the move, and the Long Tom is shelling them. Option 2. Ooh, ME410 coming in for the Sherman. Both us and M16 still alive. Oh, that was the one that's previously damaged, so it finished off easily, casually. Option 2 is you sit back and just hyper-focus on trading. Especially if you have been out-traded and your opponent does not already have a good tick on you, and is more aggressive. This is what you can use to trade. So you can overflax for a moment, trade, and then this is kind of, I think, what happened in the first game, right? Stardekk went for flags, Espresso traded. And we've actually seen this right in the second game as well, where initially Stardekk has out-traded Espresso, and then it kind of flipped, because Stardekk just wasted a lot of units to finish the game. Sorry, that pushing there was not a good example of... Well, no, it was a good example by the time that he was very close at the end. But this is kind of also what he can do on the defensive side, on Espresso side, which he did. You just have to do well enough that he can then counter push. But it is not guaranteed, right? So when the map is looking like this, you're in a horrible spot. So all of the things you can do are not a guaranteed you can save this. It's just, these are your best chances. So you really have the chance of, if you're already winning, win it fast. If you're losing, try to fortify, try to trade well, and then eventually you can counter push and hope that the opponent, even though you might actually outtrade him at that point, and hope that the opponent cannot finish you off in time, so that you can actually come back and yeah, turn it around. It's more of a try your best. Yeah, basically yes, but you have to know whether you need to push or whether you need to go defensive. This is the important thing, and it's really just, if you're losing, it's basically go to the extreme with the thing you're already doing. So focus hard on that. If you're already winning, focus hard on winning. If you're already losing, focus hard on just trading, get back in. Well, first game was good for Espresso, but Stardekk is dominating now. I mean, he is still Stardekk, after all. But yeah, so this is basically what you have to do when you get outtraded like this. There's really not much else you can do. If your opponent, this is very risky, but one thing you can do that kind of goes with the, say, defensive and trade kind of thing, is if you realize your opponent is not really taking advantage of his trades yet, you can try to build up a strong defense and even some artillery, and actually try to grind him down before he makes his push, so that by the time he's pushing, your artillery, your air force, whatever, actually can punish him severely. This is the one thing you can do when your opponent is passive, but you're not in a winning position at the moment. So it's like Stardekk just wanted to see how Espresso attacks. I don't think so. I think it's really just the fact that Stardekk had a first pick that was a little bit risky. Espresso, even though I would not say the counter pick is particularly good, was still good. Good enough to really do it. And Espresso played well. Just played better. But like, even if someone is better, he will not lose 100% of the games. And I think this is what we saw here, right? You win some, you lose some. It's just on average, the better player should win. And there we go. He's, 1,000 point trade difference almost is not to be underestimated. It is quite massive. And there we go. Stardekk is the winner of FOB Arena Season 2 Division 1. He said this is most likely going to be his last season. So honestly, I'm quite happy for him ending it with a win. There we go. 3-1. Congratulations to Stardekk again for winning. Also, congratulations to Espresso. I mean, making it from winner Division 2 Season 1 to second Division 1 Season 2 is really, really impressive. Like, this is quite strong. So, even though it is not the success story we probably hoped for, it is quite a powerful show of skill from him. And I don't know. I think next season, Espresso might as well just take it. If he continues to improve like that, and especially if Stardekk doesn't play, I think Espresso is going to take this. He basically has it in his pockets already if he continues like that. So that's quite impressive. I mean, we can see that the start was actually okay for Stardekk. Then Espresso kind of had some moments of coming back where a lot of things died. And then it was kind of a little bit back and forth, but more Stardekk dominated. Obviously, the Air Force, I think, did massive damage, and so did the artillery. And then towards the end, it was definitely just the outrating. The P-38 did some good damage, just not really enough. The M1 guns, yeah, something, but not really enough. The 84 mortar, actually, it killed the Stu-42 before it died. That was sad and also really impressive. Oh, the Sherman killed the Tiger. Wow, when did that happen? I did not do that. Probably got a side shot, but wow, it's really impressive. And then it's really not that impressive of a performance of the other units. Tiger at the start mostly killed light stuff and some infantry. Yeah, look at the 8111. I mean, 2 1,000 kilogram bombs is massive. Must have been a side shot. Yeah, probably. Look at that. Or it's a super lucky close range front shot. But it has to overpen a lot, which is, I think the chance for that is so small. So yeah, it must have been a side shot. Look at that. This is so massive. The Mod, I think that was the one in the I think that was the one in the center. The one survived for basically forever, and it did so much work too. Kill the Sherman, Stuart, the M7, and M10, another Sherman. Holy moly. Stu's did some good work. Right Jäger, same thing. Yeah, this was so cheeky. That little after I kill. Tiger died to side shot after an episode. Okay, that makes sense. Marder, another Marder that did well. The 210s, yeah, look at that thing go. It pinned a lot more things, but also just killed 380 guns casually. So that is definitely quite a nice performance. The heads are doing some good work too. And that is it. Wow. Well, this 210 also, yeah, killing the both. This both, that moment was, that was something else. But yeah, congratulations, Stardekk, now that you're here, for winning this. A really strong performance. Would have expected it to maybe go to the 5 games, considering how the first game went, but looks like that was just a warm-up for you. Oh wow, that was some juicy games today. Really nice. So that is that. Just thinking whether I do one last quick play game to finish this off, or whether I'm gonna end it here. Game 1, I won A phase and assigned to throw. Yeah, you basically we said this as well. You basically had it, and then you just kind of try to throw all your tanks into his tanks, and didn't really work. Thanks for casting. Have a nice day. Have a nice day too. And again, congratulations to you. Very strong performance. He also says them 2 mid games were very intense. I can imagine. Ken is looking for a match if you want to do that low. I'm not into playing Koenig right now. I'm relatively tired, so I don't want to go into the quick play. If anything, I will go into quick play. Hopefully find a player on my skill. But Koenig is just way better than I am. So I don't want to play Koenig right now. Really don't. Like there's you know, games that you do for getting the best practice out of it, and those games you just do for a little bit of fun. This is one of those. And if I'm already tired, I don't want to do that. Let me think and decide. I'm kind of tired, but I kind of want to end with one. I need to go for Friday Jewish lunch, so can't play Koenig. I think you're talking to me, but yeah, I mean, we all know that you're eager to play some games as well. I mean, you already played 4 today, so that's quite a lot. Do I want to play any of these divisions today? Maybe I do one, maybe I do not. No. I think it's enough for today. Maybe I do play a game off stream later, but I think for now I need a little break. It's been 5.5 hours, and me as a not very trained streamer, this is too long. So I'll let you finish up talking to Stardekk before I close the stream. But this actually, we can pull off the, it should be the last result. So maybe let's take a quick look at the results of this league season. And then we're going to end the stream with that so that we can show all the results. I just need to find the link and then we can open those up. All right, there we go. Division 1. Division 2. Division 3 and Division 4. And now I just need to switch it so that you can also see it. Have a nice day, Stardekk. Alrighty tidy. Let's switch so that you can also see those. Let's zoom in a little bit. All right. So Division 1, we have. This has been played in a win for Moobrook, I think. Yeah, no, this has been a win for Moobrook. So Moobrook got 3rd, Stardekk won, Espresso got 2nd. So really, really strong performance by all 3 of those players. Very impressive as well. Then, if we move on to Division 2, this has already been resolved. We have Skolder winning the finals, coming in 1st, followed by Chimsterhacks in 2nd place, and Roy on 3rd. Division 3, we have Minivan Clan taking the win. Those games you have probably seen if you've watched my channel. Then we have Panzeroli taking 2nd. You've also seen those games. And then I have not really covered those. Maybe I should. I have not actually looked into those games at all. Then we have Hagen coming in 3rd with what I assume, 2-1. Also quite a strong performance, most likely. Is this the game where one guy could not play? I think that might be the ones that were... No, I don't know. No. And then Division 4, which I think we also not seen that many games. We have seen Schneiderklaas coming in 1st, followed by Waike Omamori on 2nd, and Bimba Gibbers or Gernau coming in on the 3rd, with also quite an impressive performance. So we have a lot of quite strong players here coming in, some of which definitely deserve to go into higher divisions. I think all of these performed very well and played some really good games. So that is it. That is the result of this league season, which is now officially over. Also, for all of you who are still in the chat, if you want to join, actually I can keep it open because I can show you that. If you're interested in playing in a fun tournament, in about 2.5 weeks' time, rather 2 than 2.5, there will be my just for fun tournament with some fun rules that's starting, so you can sign up for that one as well if you're interested. I can, hold on, pull up the rules here. Just need to quickly make sure that I open the right, no, that's the signups. This is the rules. And now you can see it. So it will start at the 22nd of June. So you have still some time left to sign up again if you want to. Actually, it's 3 weeks, isn't it? No, it shouldn't be. No, I'm just stupid. It's, 2 in a few days. And basically how it will work is there is 5 special scenarios. And you will just have to, whenever you play a game for this tournament, you do a roll. So you get some random number generator to give you a value, 1 to 5. and then you play that game according to that rule set. So you have your usual, you get a map, you do picks and bans of the map, you do picks and bans of division, as always. For everyone who's not used to it, you can just look it up here. It's always the same concept for pretty much every tournament game. And then we have some modifiers for the games. Those are relatively random. But you get one at random, and one of them is you basically have to do a tank battle, so you can only use a very limited infantry. The other one is you can only use 22 activation points, suggested by, I think, Panzerlolly. So yeah, you have very, very shallow decks. You can either go, so the two ways you can probably go about this is go no vet and try to go long and just outlast your opponent, or you go short with more veterancy and try to win fast. There's kind of two things that are going to happen. Well, thank you for watching, Salafin. Then we have surprise engagement. So basically, you cannot deploy before the game actually starts. So you have to, hit the start button, and only when the game actually starts you can deploy. So not when the timer is ticking down or anything like that. So this sometimes happens when you go into quick play and both of you hit the start button because you want to do the start and stop again trick to prevent your opponent from rushing the timer super fast. And then yeah, it just starts. This is basically what this is. This one is relatively simple with thick fog. You can just not use any planes, which hopefully changes things up a little bit and makes it a little bit more interesting, since you don't have this is a problem, I just got in a plane. You also can't get air spam, so I think it's going to make for some a bit more, in a way more relaxed games. And obviously it makes more divisions playable or some divisions playable that are usually not that good because of limited AA. And the fifth one is a bit more complicated, but the short version is you cannot bring any medium tanks or anything in the support or tank tab. Sorry, medium or heavier tanks. Some exceptions are listed here, or some borderline cases, or anything that resembles a medium tank or a heavy tank in other decks. So you cannot use, for example, Yak Panzer IV in the AT tab or a Marder, because that would act similarly to a medium or heavy tank. And you can also not use your support Panzer IV because of the same reason. Or your ISU 152. And then you also cannot use any 2K units, be it HE or AT. So it's a little bit shorter ranges. We're going to see more lighter armor. We're going to see more infantry. Artillery is still going to be useful. Air is still going to be useful. But it just basically also reduces the max range down to 750 meters. And not all divisions will have that to begin with. So we might see some 1500 meter range only battles in this rule set as well. But this is the only restriction. Everything else you can use. So hopefully this is going to be interesting as well. So if you're interested, just go onto, I'll just put it into the description. Sign-ups and But yeah, if you're interested, hop into the description of the stream in like a few seconds. You will find the link there. And you can sign up there. You just need to join the FOB HQ Discord. In the sign-ups will also... Oh, okay. I mean, this works as well. Did not copy the link, but the whole message I put into the Discord, but that also works. There you go. It's in the video or the stream description now. So you can just go in there and sign up if you're interested. We still have a lot of rooms for people to participate. It will be, so for everyone who's still interested, is still in here and is interested, there will be brackets of skill. So even if you're a new player and not that experienced, you will be able to play a fun game, hopefully. And it's really open to everyone. So this is the next thing coming up. Feel free to sign up if you're interested. You can also take your time, just sign up by the 21st, because this is the last day you can sign up, and on the 22nd it will actually start. And I think with that, I'm going to end the stream. So thanks everyone for watching, and hopefully having a good time here with watching Stardekk versus Espresso. We had some really, really good games and I enjoyed it a lot. I hope you did too. Again, thanks everyone, and have a nice start into your weekend. See you.